that time again. Witching Hour Spellcast overnight for the second night of the telethon. Everything's wrapping up uh, tomorrow. I was just looking over here at the givebutter.com gif. Or Jeff, I don't care how you pronounce it. Just please, please, please help donate so we can send the paladins to Chicago for the road to the Parliament of the World's Religions. One of my favorite Chicagoan is what we'll be doing for the next hour and a half. We'll be interviewing Reverend Laura Gonzalez. She is a Reverend, a minister um, of the sorry, I'm trying to put all the words together, of Circle Sanctuary, and an educator, tarot reader, just an amazing person. And I hope you like her as much as I love her. But I'm going to have to, this is a pre-recorded interview, had some internet problems. Hopefully it's not too distracting. I got rid of some of the really bad ones. So here we go. We're gonna start off with a laugh. Let me do this. Let me share my screen. Let me share my screen so you can see it. Make sure it's up here. Interesting. I do know I'm live. I'm trying to find how to. Thank you, by the way, Cloud. I'm trying to figure out how to play from a player and not the. Oh, here. Duh. Chrome tab. Duh. Window. And we're going to go ahead and do I have. Can I do this? Let me do this. And maybe bring this here. And if I bring this over here, does this work? If I share, I'm trying to figure out, oh, here we go, entire screen. Let's see, this should work. Okay, so here we go, laughing all the way with Laura Gonzalez. Hi, anyone who caught the little beginning of that, sorry, I caught Reverend Laura Gonzalez off guard. This is my close friend, I hope. I love you so much, Reverend Laura Gonzalez from the Circle Sanctuary, and my boss at Circle Sanctuary Network Podcast. So, Laura, and you do so much. I'm like, what do I start with? You know, the Blue Witch, all the readings that you do. You're an educator, and you do. Well, first of all, let's it's been brought to my attention that we're having a hard time hearing this. I just wanted to check and make sure that we are hearing me right now. Checking with Cosmo to make sure that he is getting me speaking right now. Um, and trying to figure out troubleshoot the uh, why the audio is not coming over. I clicked the button that said share audio, and I will try this again. So let me go ahead and share my screen, and I'm going to do window, and it says share tab audio, but it doesn't show the share the media audio. So we will try this again and see if this will work this time. So there doesn't seem to be any audio available on this. Um, but we'll try. You see, audio is coming out of.
Okay, we know Portugal, they speak Portuguese, but a lot of people think that when you're talking about the Americas, the continents, that anyone Spanish, it's only Spanish speaking, or there's some French and English, but they don't understand that. I can't remember what year it was, like 1538 or something. There was a line drawn by the Pope saying, okay, I'm going to go ahead and let you have the New World, but from this line, it's going to be Portugal. And from this line, it's going to be Spain. Poor Portugal. They didn't know what they were. We didn't have a good math of what was coming with the New World. So Brazil. That's why you had the Portuguese speaking population in Brazil, because that was run by Portugal. Mm-hmm. And then the rest of the Americas, good or bad, the Spanish came in and language that we're going to agree upon, because we need to have discussions. So the best part of a language, having these discussions, is to agree upon the language, what makes people comfortable ahead of time. I've used Hispanic. Not everybody's Mexican. Come on, people. Spanish. I've gone to Spanish language speakers, is what I like to use. And then I like to do Latina, Latino. And I've been told don't use Latinx. So please school me on what you agree, what you're comfortable with, and why. What are the different nuances?
So I'm going to go to the very beginning. And I'm going to tell you, I love to educate people. Venmo is Blue Witch. Show some love if you have it. I am one of the people who is a Mexican indigenous woman, immigrant, brown, fat, queer, vegan, right? I choose to educate people because I love sharing knowledge. I am a witch, I'm a pagan, I'm a minister, but I think my true vocation is education. Oh, that rhymed. So I love educating people, and I have learned from all the educators and creators on TikTok that, if you want to show some love, hey, there's my Venmo. If you like what you hear and you want to put some Venmo on Blue Witch, go for it. With that said, it is my pleasure to share this knowledge, especially with you. And I will say from the get-go, I do not like to be called Hispanic at all, because Hispanic are the people from Spain. Our language is Spanish, which is also the nationality of the people from Spain. So when they call us Hispanic or Spanish, when you call me Spanish, you're calling me a language. And when you're calling me Hispanic, you're calling me if I was from Spain. And no, thank you. Colonizers will colonize, and that's what they did, right? They come and colonize, and take it, it's only the colonizer mind, the one that can tell you, you are no longer your people. but you are not us. You are a completely different race of human, as if that was possible. And they call us mestizos, and they detribalized us. And that is a whole can of worms that we will need like 3 hours to talk about, so I'm not going to go there. Um, so most Mexicans, we are detribalized, though we still have a lot of indigenous people who have roots and connection to the tribes and their pueblos and their peoples, and they are indigenous, right? But they are a specific name for their group of people. So you have the Purepecha, you have the Quechua, you have the I don't know, different ones. Um, I am from Mexico City. My family is detribalized. We don't know which tribes, where people we come from. And because I'm from Mexico City, the indigenous peoples that I identify with as being part of is the Mesoamerican people or the Mexica people or the Mexica Tenochca people. I learn and I am active on a community here in Chicago that is trying to not reconstruct, not reclaim, but evoke those traditions and learn from the philosophies. So I'm part of that. And I'm a musician actually, because I don't dance, but I'm playing the instruments and I try to sing a little, and obviously share also my knowledge. So when it comes to identifiers, if you don't need to know where the person is from, they're just a person. But if you're all talking about your nationalities, your culture, where you come from, it is highly appreciated if it is within the conversation frame. If somebody asks you, so where are you from? What's your nationality? Right? And a lot of people that might look like me will say, I'm American. They will say, I'm from the United States, right? I'm American. Leave it there. Because you have Mexicans, you have immigrants, you have Mexican Americans, second generation, third generation. I mean, none of us are the same, even the Mexicans. Mexican from Mexico, Mexican American, not the same. So out of the good of two evils, the best of two evils, I would rather be called Latina or Latino or Latinx. I don't know why you were told not to use Latinx. I don't see anything wrong with it. Because Latina is female, Latino is male, Latinx is gender neutral. People in Mexico or elsewhere in America, South America, are using Latine. I I would rather be addressed as Mexican because that's my cultural identity, right? Me, Laura. But like you say, not everybody's Mexican. So out of the two, between Hispanic and Latino, I would rather be called Latino or Latina or Latinx. Latino is the generalized because everything in Spanish is gendered. And when you generalize, you use the masculine because patriarchy and oppression, because colonizers will colonize. So Latino is the most common one.
Oh, you broke up a little bit. I don't know if it's on my
I'm
side
sorry.
or not, but you oppression. That's a good place to break up for a second because we need to put you're saying when you're saying Latino because the language.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I had a really unstable connection for a second. So let's go ahead and stop for a second. Restart from here. So we were talking about. Sorry about that interruption. The internet. Mercury's in retrograde. Shh.
And the internet is going to do what internet does, right?
Exactly. So we were talking about language, and a lot of language, especially the Romance language, the Latin-based languages, are patriarchal.
It's
You have the when you're talking about. Let me tell you a funny story. Do you mind? I speak German.
Can we pause this for 1 second?
Sure.
All right.
Oh, pause the recording. Let me stop.
Yeah.
Pause the recording. Mercury, Mercury, Mercury.
I know.
I don't get it, Mercury. You just have to go with the punches. You got to just
go with the flow. Go with the flow.
So
you
here's
tell us a story about the Latino words.
I was going to tell about language, and
I was raised in part in Germany. My father was in the military, and I've been raised in other countries. And Germany is the one that I spent the most time in. So I speak German. And funny, when I try to speak Spanish, which I can speak a poquito, muy poquito, it always comes out in a German accent. So because I speak German, and yeah. So when I was in Germany, I went to go buy a present, and I was speaking in German pretty fluently, and then all of a sudden, the woman at the shop starts going off way too fast for me, and I said, "Nicht so schnell, ich bin Amerikanerin." Now you're taught when you go to Germany, if somebody says something too fast, you say, or you say "Ich bin Amerikaner," or "Nicht so schnell, ich bin Amerikaner," but they don't teach you the "in," which is the feminine version. And the fact that I knew the feminine version, she just thought that I was there to screw with her. She was like, and I said, I dropped my German altogether. I said, no, I'm American. So those little nuances, the English language loses.
Yeah.
And it's so important in other languages, especially the Latin-based languages, which is French, which is Portuguese, which is Spanish. They all have
and
the same
that's exactly where Latino comes from. So now we have two different connotations for Latino, Latinx. I'm going to use Latino because I'm so used to that, so I'm going to use that. But either Latino, Latina, Latine, Latinx is this is what I'm talking about. The term Latino comes from base root language, Latin, right? So as you just said, Latin languages, which are French, Italian, Portuguese, and Spanish, right? And there's another one that I cannot remember that is also Latino based. So you have Latino people, Latino ergo people whose languages are Latin based. You have Latino people in Africa, you have Latino people in Europe, you have Latino people in Asia, you have Latino people in America. By the way, we call it America one continent. And that depends on where you go to school. If you have 5 or 7 continents, it's not that we're trying to be smart ass. Is that for us, America is from Alaska to Patagonia. And then for you, America is North America, South America. And for Europeans is North America, Central America, South America. And it depends where you went to school. So when I say America, I'm referring to the continent as whole. And when I speak about the United States, I say USA or United States. So you have Latino people in America, in Asia, in Europe, in Africa, on every continent. And the second connotation, because languages are living entities, so now there's a second connotation to Latino that has been born in the United States and is being born out of a cultural thing with Latino Caribbean people, such as Haitians, Cubans, Dominicans, and Puerto Ricans, that are grouping themselves all into one entity of Latino. And I don't see myself as that part of that group because I am not Caribbean. So when people say, "Oh, you're Latina chica," and I'm like, "No, I'm indigenous Mexican." So it is very difficult to navigate these waters, even for us, because you have people in Mexico, Mexicans from Mexico, like myself, who see Mexican Americans and they say, "Those are not Mexicans." So it's very, very complicated. It's a very touchy subject. And let me emphasize once again, if it's not part of the conversation, why bring it up? Right?
Right.
But if you're talking about your ancestry, where your family come from, where you have visited, whatever, and then you're curious and you ask someone that looks like me, "So where are you from?" And if they tell you Massachusetts, that's all you need to know. But if the chances are, if you ask me, Laura, I will give you the whole story. Like my mom is from Acapulco and my dad is from Tabasco and I was born in Mexico City. And so I claim Mesoamerican, but I'm also indigenous and I'm part of the diaspora. Every person is going to answer differently.
I love that you said diaspora, because I would love most people in the United States to start thinking of things as a diaspora, because there's a lot of things we don't understand that's happening on our continents, that we have to open our hearts to conditions. And we're pagans here. We love the earth, and we have to identify. Sorry, my puppy dog is wanting to be part of the show real quick. um, but we have to acknowledge that global global climate change is happening, and as it happens, it's going to impact other areas of the globe quicker than here. We're in a much more temperate climate in the United States, but in other parts of the world, including Central America and parts of South America, they're getting hit by it really hard. And I'm not talking about human trafficking, drugs, and war. That's all things that we should consider too. But as pagans, I think we can help be ambassadors and understand that the globe, the Gaia, is in danger, and we have to be supportive to all the people in the world, and take in, we can talk about all these different nationalities and all these ways to identify ourselves, but what it comes down to is we have to see the human in all of us, and understand that we're all brothers and sisters and siblings.
And to be very understanding that yes, we gotta be we have to see the human, but when people and people resort to this a lot, like, oh, I see people, I don't see color. There's nothing more insulting than that phrase, because that is a privilege phrase that come from people who are lacking melanin. So yeah, you have the privilege to not have to see color because you don't have to see it.
Right.
I cannot take the color of my skin. So I want you to see my color and to understand where I am from or where I come from, as well as I see you and I see your color and I see where you come from. And then we get to know each other, and then we see the human. But I don't have the privilege to say, oh, I don't see color. We're all human, because I just don't have it. I cannot take the color off of my skin. I present the way I present, and I love this color. I can take it off. So, it's about being, it boils down to be a good, decent human being. People of color, whoever, whichever color, whichever ethnicity, we have unconscious bias. We all have them. We all have judgmental thoughts. We all have prejudices. We all go there. And the point is that when you're there, you take a step back and you remember that behind that color, there is a human.
Exactly. You do have to acknowledge people for who they are, and if that's part of their identity. And just like going back to what you were saying, with if somebody, you ask where you're from and they say Massachusetts, so obviously they identify as being from Massachusetts, and like you said, leave it there. Being raised in Texas, it's very, that's where you learn. If you open your eyes, you learn. You have people who've spent their entire lives and ancestors and ancestors and ancestors on this land. And they may have brown skin color. They may speak Spanish more than they speak English, or may not even speak English. They're just as American as somebody that was born in Michigan.
Yeah. You want to hear a funny anecdote?
Sure.
A long time ago, my sister, a friend of ours, and myself were at a bar, and we were with the band. Literally, we were with the band that was playing. And when the band had a break, they will come to the table and we will chat in English. And then when they will go out and play, the three of us ladies will speak Spanish. And there was a person behind us that looks like you, Pam. And she was very upset. And then she tapped me on the shoulder. But you know that tap. And back in the day, there was no Karen yet, but I'm going to call her Karen, So I turn around and I'm like, hey, what up, Karen? And she said English. And I said German. And then she says, English, please. I say, you're welcome. Like what? She's like, well, you are in America. You're supposed to speak English. And I say, well, I am bilingual, so tough rocks. Well, are you even an American? And I say, yes, I am. But you're not a North American. Matter of fact, I am North American. Well, you're not indigenous to this land. And I'm like, are we going to go there? And then she said, well, you're supposed to speak English. And I say, honey, we were not talking about you. But after this exchange, I cannot promise you anything. You know,
there's a joke I tell. What do you call somebody who speaks 3 languages? Trilingual. What do you call somebody who speaks 2 languages? Bilingual. What do you call somebody who speaks 1 language? American, from the United States. We don't teach people to in this country, in the United States. We don't teach people. We don't teach languages early enough. I started learning. My mother. Okay, so let me take a step back and give you a little bit about my identity. I am a true Caucasian, not like the posers from North America or Northern Europe. My family comes from the Caucasus Mountains. I am half Turkish. I have the privilege and benefit that my mother was lighter skinned, because people from Turkey can look very Middle Eastern, because that's where we're from. But I am privileged, and I understand that because I pass. I was also privileged because I was raised as somebody from the United States rather than somebody from Turkey. Trust me, I understand how lucky I am as a woman. I love my Turkish family dearly. I am very blessed and honored to have that ancestry, but I do understand the privileges that I've been given. Brought up that I was in Germany. The Turks there get treated very poorly. I had to listen to people badmouth Turks all around me and go like, because that's the thing that we have to understand is you don't know somebody who is from well, here, this is oh, I don't want to go off on track on this, but basically we're humans, because there's so much that you and I can have a conversation with for ages, because we talk about one of the things, one of the there's all sorts of people that are Latino, Latina, Latinx, Latine. I think I like that one.
Yeah.
I think I like but within the population, you brought up indigenous and you brought up tribes. Here in the United States, with the Westerns that were so big, like in the 50s and the 60s, everybody saw Indians, which are not from India.
Yeah.
But Indians as, with a war paint and the feathers. And it wasn't until we started in this country teaching that there were different tribes that we started understanding the differences between a Plains Indian or the Lodge Indians, the Lodge Native American indigenous people in like the northeastern part of what is now the United States, who are responsible for our Constitution, a lot of our Constitution. And people do not honor the people who were in this land before we came. And they don't understand that the people that are in other parts of the continents were also here before the colonizers came. And go ahead, I'm sorry.
There is such selective memory and selective knowledge on the education system in the United States. I cannot believe, like, I came from a so-called third world country, and I know so many things, basic things that we are taught at grammar school, at high school, and at college level. I'm a college graduate, and so, and then to come here and Like I speak with college graduates here and I talk about certain topics and they're like, what? Like, but were you specializing in medicine? And I'm like, no, that's just the general stuff that you learn, biology and genetics and all that kind of stuff that it here in the United States is just not taught. But I digress. You were talking about Native Americans. And don't forget that Colorado, California, New Mexico, Arizona, all that was Mexico. So all those tribes and our tribes, we're kin, we're family. We we travel, we traded, we were friends, and the cacao that was originally drank in southern and central Mexico, um, and it was served on these particular dishes. They have seen them dishes at Mesa, Arizona, because our people will travel that far north, and then the native people from the north lands will travel to central and to what is Mesoamerica. So we do have a long story of way before this was called America, when it was Turtle Island. They call it Turtle Island, we call it Mesoamerica, but it's the same, right? And our people's, I mean, like every culture in the world, because I can almost hear them already, but they were colonizers too, and they will fight in each other too. Yeah, wherever you have humans, there's going to be conflict. It's not exclusive of indigenous people or people of color. Every human culture environment will have conflict, but there was a lot of trading and there was a lot of um, practicing. I mean, I've seen a thank God for TikTok. Really, like hi, I'm Laura. I'm addicted to TikTok. You see indigenous people far north,
Right.
now modern indigenous tribes, right? Because we're not stuck in time. We have cell phones. Um, and they are practicing their indigenous practices, but they have like the Virgin of Guadalupe, and I'm like, wow. So even that, because it's Coatlicue, is Mother Earth, and I know some purists are gonna be like, no, that has nothing to do with paganism. You do you, honey. Let us do us. You do you. Um, and Coatlicue, which is right here, is the one underneath the Virgin of Guadalupe, and is one and the same for me, right? And I'm assuming for those native people that incorporate her into their clothing, they see something. I mean, in the goddess religion, or the goddess tradition, we believe Guadalupe to be the true goddess of America. And again, when I say America, I'm speaking continent. So when you have all your ancient goddesses like Athena or others that come from the old world, Coatlicue or Guadalupe or Tonatzin, we consider her the true goddess of America. Though there are many others, obviously you have Pachamama and you have others that are from other cultures. But yeah, and the nativeness, the native status, if you will, because it is regulated here in the United States. A lot of people, have the right, obviously, and the opportunity to say, yes, I'm native, right? Because I can prove it, blah, blah. And in Mexico, Central and South America, we don't have that. And so, because the colonizers did us really, really bad, the closest we have is to say I'm mestizo, which is like, I hate that phrase. I grew up with it, but now I have learned to dislike it because it's basically what I was telling you at the beginning of our recording. You're not your people, but you're not us. So you're something completely different.
A lot of people don't understand that's one of the things the colonizers did. You had like the Castilian. If you watch Zorro with Antonio Banderas, Catherine. So you see when I speak Spanish, it comes out in a German accent. You see what I was talking about? Catherine Zeta-Jones, who's Welsh, by the way. She was the of Spanish blood, but born on on this land,
and there's all these different, you talk about Mystique. I'm not going to, and then
yeah, the
one of
caste, the caste system is horrible, and it's thanks to that caste system that a lot of people like me don't feel confident to reclaim, not in the reclaiming tradition of spirituality, but to reclaim as something that is yours and take it back. Their indigenousness. So when we come to the United States, it's very funny because we come here, and I'm not speaking for every immigrant, I'm speaking for myself and some I know, that we come here, and it's not until we're here that we start seeing what are Native Americans and what are immigrants, and like your consciousness shifts a little. And then you're like, oh, I am indigenous. It's unfortunately until we're removed from the land. And then we can talk about diaspora and all that kind of stuff. But I mean, time is really flying. So should we move into new adventures?
one last thing to recognize, and one of the terms in the caste system that I was taught was an acceptable term, and now I'm almost afraid to say it, but it was mulatto, and that's when you mix African, enslaved people with anyone from, with whether it's Castilian or, anyone. And that's where one of the sorry, populations that I feel is having, and I'm not from there, so you'll have to tell me if this is something that you see too. But the Afro Latinos are also struggling with their place in, where they. So
unfortunately, it's very recent. I think it was 2018, 2019, or maybe even more recent than that, that the census of Mexico finally recognized the Afro-Latino identity. And so we have Afro-Latino people coming out of the woodworks and being like, coming out of the shadows, actually, saying, yeah, we're here, we have been here for forever, and we are part of Mexico, and we are part of the many threads that which is the Mexican identity. And then they are obviously elsewhere because we have two different Afro cultures that came to Mexico. We have the very few, because there was not a whole lot that came with the transatlantic enslavement. I was going to call it trade, but that's not a trade. The enslaved people that were kidnapped and brought here. Yeah. Yeah. So we have very, very few. We don't have a whole lot. And you have to understand that Mexico abolished slavery in the 1800s. So I am not very well versed in this, but I don't think we have a whole lot of people enslaved in Mexico because we were enslaved by the Spaniards. So when you call me Hispanic and Spanish, you see what I'm like? Is disgusting.
No, trust me. I being a student of history, that's my minor, and living in Texas and having to learn Texas history, which means having to learn a lot of history of the Mesoamerica too, because Texas was also.
But let me tell you, the second wave that we have of African Americans or Black people, or whichever way they want to identify themselves. I've just learned by a Black American who told me that they don't like to be called people of color. She particularly don't like to be called people of color. So it boils down to that. It boils down to, if you absolutely have to know, it's a person by person case. And if somebody tells you, I don't like to be called people of color, so how would you like? And then she told me Black American. That's all I need to know, right? But the second wave of Black people that we have in Mexico came after the American Revolution. Because when the American Revolution was happening, a lot of people fled south And we're in Mexico, we're like, pásale, like, come on, because we don't believe on slavery. So come on, come on, come on. And we ate them. And that is something that has been hidden from culture because the powers to be colonizers will colonize, right? And colonizers will use whatever they can to divide and to oppress. And for centuries, they have been grabbing African Americans or Black Americans and Latino people and made us go at each other. And that doesn't work anymore because we are united. So that is not going to happen anymore.
I just want to do a nod to also how paganism, however you want to call it, the indigenous the religions and gods and goddesses of Africa melded into a lot of the Latina beliefs, and you've got things like the Orishas and Santa, yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to make one comment about this, and also into Brazil and Brazil and the Portuguese too. One of my all-time favorite pagan movies is Woman on Top. Have you watched that one?
I don't remember. I remember vaguely, but I don't remember exactly. It's
Maya, and yeah.
What is her name? The actress Cruz, Penelope Cruz.
Penelope Cruz.
Yeah.
Yeah. Penelope Cruz, who's not Portuguese or Brazilian.
She's Spanish.
She is Spanish.
Yeah.
And I can go into
since she is from Spain. See, you're learning.
Right. Spanish. She's Spanish. There's a really good another movie I like with her called Volver, which is really good too. But that one she's Brazilian in that in the Woman on Top, and she was given the gift of being a great cook, but she couldn't enjoy sex unless she was on top, and the machismo of her husband is like, I can't do this, and it's very, very pagan. Please, if you get a chance to watch it, and I think it's great. And that brings me to you were telling somebody about kind of like May Day, and how like there's the Catholic traditions, and Catholic I always call like the most pagan of Christian beliefs. But there's like a Catholic tradition that overlaps kind of sort of with May. Do you mind bringing that up, and then we can talk a little bit about whatever you want to.
It's so funny that you bring that up because somebody on Facebook mentioned that they were in Mexico and that they were wondering what kind of Beltane celebrations, and I'm gonna make my awful joke. You can laugh, but you cannot make the joke because you're not Mexican. I'm looking at the camera so the people watching know. You can laugh. It's funny. But you cannot make the joke because you're not Mexican. So here comes the joke. Mexico is the most pagan country in the world. Don't tell the Mexicans. They think they're Catholic. So, the Catholicism that came to Mexico by the colonizers was heavily infused with pagan DNA. And so a lot of traditions, culture that was pagan is intertwined with Catholicism. And then we celebrate, it's called El Día de la Santa Cruz, the Sacred Cross Day, I guess. And what you will see on a lot of construction sites and lots of churches, you will see a Catholic cross, right, like the Jesus cross, and say the cross is like this, and you will have a wreath of flowers that rests right on top of the cross. Yeah.
A woman on top.
And a woman on top. And that happens on May 3rd. So May 3rd, not May 1st, but May 3rd. May 3rd is El Día de la Santa Cruz, the Sacred Cross Day. And you'll see it, like I said, especially construction sites, because I think it's mostly construction workers. It's like their sacred day because carpentry, because working with wood. So that is fun to see. And then as a baby pagan, when I was a baby pagan, that I only knew about Greek, Roman, and Greek and Roman mythologies and paganism. And then I come to the United States and I start learning about all the Celtic and Druid and all that other stuff. And then I see the maypole, and then I remember about the Santa Cruz, and I'm like, more funny that you mention it. And I was talking about that with that person that was in Mexico, because I turned my calendar to the month of May, my Llewellyn witches calendar. And I haven't read it yet, but Jaime Gironés, who wrote the book, the little Llewellyn's Little Book of Day of the Dead, Jaime Gironés, he wrote something about Fiesta de la Santa Cruz, and it's in the month of May. And I'm like, there is something about El Día de la Santa Cruz. I haven't read it, but I know he's talking about that because I just read the first line. When I saw the name Jaime Gironés, I'm like, what he wrote about in May? And I just read the first line, and it says about La Santa Cruz. So I think it's very peculiar how the traditions just move through the planet. But the other one is in Mexico, we have El Día del Niño, which is Children's Day, right? And I don't know if there is any connotation or if there is any pagan roots to Children's Day, but it's on Walpurgis Night, which you are going to teach me how to say that. Walpurgis Night?
Walpurgis Nacht.
Walpurgis Night.
Nacht. It's a Nacht.
Walpurgis
That's
Night.
those people who don't speak German to get that.
Yeah. Okay, so well, Walpurgis Night or Walpurgis Nacht is on April 30th, which is El Día del Niño, the Children's Day, and I'm like, fairies, witches, flying in brooms and misbehaving and being mischievous, and Children's Day, it sounds a lot like it's the same thing, but anyway.
It is funny. It is funny, and that brings me to what I try to focus on is celestial. You know, we get people who, well, anyhow, there's a lot of crossover, but it's very hard not to take I try. I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time finding the words here. I try my best to honor the roots of where things came from, and understand that paganism, as we become more of a global pagan faith or group of patchwork of faiths, to honor where you got things from, and not try to I hate to use the term appropriation because it's so weighted and it's so contentious, but just acknowledge and honor where things came from, because I'm a Scott Irish. Halloween Samhain had a certain meaning there, but it has an entirely different meaning in the United States.
Yep.
Just like, okay, here's what. Hopefully, this doesn't set things off. The Irish don't necessarily celebrate St. Patrick's Day, but we use it here in America to drink beer, green beer, and get drunk. My understanding is Cinco de Mayo is not. Yeah.
Nothing. Cinco de Mayo is a bank holiday. It's one of those that the bank is closed. There was an incident that happened when the French tried to invade Mexico, and they went to this town. It's called Puebla, and the Mexican army defeated the French. Of course, the French, because everybody, again with the colonizer mind, the French from the first world, they came to Mexico thinking like, oh, these third world country people are not going to know what's what. And then it turns out that they lost, and they went back to France with their tail between their legs. And then they came back later and bring us our very own king that we ever had in Mexico, Maximiliano, who was later executed by the Mexican army. But it happens like that because But anyway, the French lost, and the people from Puebla won. And so it's celebrated on May 5th that the La Batalla de Puebla, the Battle of Puebla. But it's not, I mean, it is honored, it is a holiday, but it's not like, oh my God, let's all celebrate and go out and march and do these parades. That's September 16th. That's on Independence Day that we do this huge parade. But here in the United States, people just need an excuse to drink and to be disrespectful with our culture. And so I always like to talk, Pam, about the things that are not necessarily good and then how you can learn and make it good. So you don't wear a sombrero, you don't look at people and try to practice your 3 words in Spanish. You don't speak Spanish to people unless you're invited to, because otherwise it's highly disrespectful. And don't, for the love of God, go to eat Taco Bell. So how do you do that better? How do you celebrate Cinco de Mayo actually in a respectful way? You learn about the culture. You share what you learn about the culture. And if you must have Mexican food, go to the traditional, authentic Mexican restaurant run by mom and pop. Don't go to Taco Garbage Bell because that is trash and it's not Mexican. And if they have a sombrero at the restaurant, and if they are having a Cinco de Mayo special, and they invite you to wear the sombrero so you can take your photo at the restaurant, go for it. You're a patron of the restaurant. It is appropriate at the moment culturally that you put on your sombrero because you're a Mexican restaurant eating Mexican food. But to be walking around in the streets with a sombrero and a sarape, and you don't know what a sarape is, you don't know the cultural intricacies and the nuances of the weaving of the sarape, and it's not even authentic. If you want a sombrero, you want a sarape, go to an authentic Mexican store. Find your Mexican local communities and buy stuff from Mexican artisans. And if you don't have a Mexican cultural artisan or something, I have learned that every people in the United States are assigned a Mexican friend. If you don't have your Mexican friend assigned yet, I am it. Hit me up. All Mexican artisans, because we didn't stay frozen in time. We have Etsy and we have stores. So you can buy authentic Mexican made by Mexicans in the diaspora like us. And just to touch on something really quickly, Pam. Cultural appropriation, yes, it's a whole can of worms. Rule of thumb. If you're not selling it, if you're not being benefited by it, if you're not making money out of the culture, it's not appropriation. If you want to integrate it into your practice as a spiritual practice, learn what you're doing. I'm tired of people talking about Santa Muerte saying like, it's like Cali. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's not like Cali. And even if it was like Kali, if you're not Hindu, why are you practicing with Kali? But anyway, I digress. And you can quote me on this, the difference between appropriation and appreciation is education. Educate yourself.
I love that. I love that. You and I can have a other conversation about that. But we got off on this. I love having conversations with you. I thank you so much for what your work is and being willing to educate people and to be willing to help people understand that we're all weaving this fabric together, and especially with paganism, because we have to figure out what it means to us.
and what it means to the people around us. I wanted to give you a real quick chance to shout out about how do you make money, because you talked about TikTok and your Venmo, and how can people.
We don't have to do it super quick because I know we've been interrupted a million times, and I have a few more minutes, so we can hang out for a little longer if you can hang out for a little longer. How do I make my money? Okay, so I'm a tarot reader by trade. I'm a witch for hire. You can hire me for readings. I mostly do my living by doing tarot readings. So you can find me on Instagram as Magia Cerati, MagiaCerati, or you can just put my name, Laura Gonzalez. I should pop up. I bought the stupid blue check mark so people don't get confused because all the trolling on Instagram. Or you can find me on Facebook as Tarot by Laura Gonzalez, and you can book me for readings. I do readings online. I do readings in person. If you're in Chicago, you can come see me in person at any time. If you're not in Chicago, we can do this. We can do online readings. And I do online readings, tarot readings, dream interpretation, Reiki. I'm a Reiki master teacher too. And those are the services, just consultations. I do another, I'm the only bilingual certified freedom healing practitioner. Freedom healing is like Akashic records and past life regressions. Have a baby type of thing. It's very kinesthetic and it's very healing. So I do all that, but I also teach a lot online. And by the time this is seen by people, I will be getting ready to teach creativity spells, which is on May 14th. And you can go online and you can purchase your ticket. Literally, it's called Creativity Spells. You can find it on Eventbrite, or you can find it on all my socials. My link tree is Magia Cerati as well. And I've been teaching a spell series of classes. So in January, we did candle spells, February, love spells, March, cleansing spells. Then we did prosperity spells. And right now we're doing creativity spells. And then we're going to do sun spells, then moon spells, then ancestor spells, and then shadow work spells, and so on. So it's a whole year series. And the classes are on demand, so you can just hit me up and I send you the link and you can purchase the class. They're $25. I'm not charging an arm and a leg for the classes because A, I love doing the classes, and B, I'm building my video, how do you say?
Like library?
Video library of classes. I also have an available class on tarot that is a 6-class series, and they're also $25, and you can buy all the whole package and then watch the class on your own time. The tarot that I teach is healing, is the Jungian approach to tarot. Therapeutic, but I cannot say I'm a therapeutic tarot reader because I'm not a therapist, but it has a therapeutic healing curandera approach to it. And I also teach private lessons, so you can hire me for one-on-one lessons. I teach a course that is a 5-month course on tarot. It's an in-depth tarot, from what is tarot to how to open your own public practice successfully without scamming people. And it's a 5-month course, and that is a one-on-one private lesson with Laura Gonzalez. And I also tailor classes for teachers and for other people who are doing this kind of stuff. I once had an empath who is a nurse and I have her permission to share this, by the way. So she's a nurse and she works with people who have, they're mentally disabled. And because she's an empath, so she was having such a hard time. And so I tailor my Develop Your Psychic Abilities class. I back engineer that to do the opposite. And her own words, she's gone to therapists, she's gone to psychiatric therapy, and nothing had helped her as much as this little course. I think we did 4 classes, and she has find peace, and she has learned to control a little bit of that empathy, not to be so open. That was so much fun because to back engineer your psychic class is fun. I also have, and I do work with lots of people whom are um, sex workers, sex entertainers, people who do this kind of work where they're very exposed. And it's my honor and pleasure to work with them. Um, for I don't judge people. I'm here to love them, not to judge them. So I work with them, and I have work on like recovery from traumatic events and all that kind of stuff. So you could say I'm a trauma informed psychic therapy person, but again, I'm not a therapist. I'm not a professional in anything. I'm just a tarot reader and a witch. But I do have a lot of training. I have more than 12. I have like 14 years of training on that kind of stuff. One of my teachers and mentor and dearest friend, Christian Ortiz, he's a psychologist. So I've learned from him for 14 years. He's been my teacher. So I know all these things. The son is so funny. I know all these things. I practice all those things. And I also have training as a death doula. I work I work a lot with people who are on bereavement, people who are mourning the loss of their loved ones. I am not a death doula that works with the dying. I'm a death doula that works with the surviving people. And I also have intensive and extensive training on suicide prevention. I'm certified. I have certifications 3 times. I have had my certification with them to work on suicide prevention and to work on emergency situations. So if you ever feel that you are having suicidal thoughts and you don't want to call 911 or you don't want to call um, the talk number, you can reach me out, um, and I will love to help you because suicide sucks. So I do all of those things. I'm also a minister and a teacher, and I don't know what else do I do. I'm writing now, but what I do for a living is the tarot and all the other healing traditions. So that's where you can hire me to pay me to do the other things that I do. And what are the other things that I do, you may ask? Podcast production, podcast management on the station. I'm also part of 2 video blogs. With Mystic Chat video blog with Chris Allen and Frater Aaron. And I'm also on Storybook with Frater Aaron and other guests that he has. It's a video blog. It's very nice. You know, he's talking about myths as our ethical guide in our magical life. So it's very much fun. And check it out. It's Storybook on YouTube. He's gonna be mad at me if I say the wrong name, but yeah, it's Storybook. And you can find him on Instagram as well. So you want to hire me to do your readings, your tarot, your past life regression, or your Reiki, so that I can then dedicate time to do all the things that I do for free that you can get for free, which is all the podcasts on English and Spanish. I produce, coordinated, and announce all the stuff for Circle Sanctuary, CSMP, the Circle Sanctuary Network podcast. I do the 2 video blogs, and once in a while I've been invited to the Witchy World podcast, I think it's called. Magical Witchy World. Magical Witchy World. I have been part of a panel on that one for racial equality as well. So there are two that are floating around on YouTube, and you can watch them. And I don't know, I teach a lot on Facebook, and I teach a lot.
This is for the Parliament. We're like trying to raise money for the Parliament.
Yes.
And you're doing. Tell us about the Parliament.
Of course. Oh, I'm so thrilled. Okay, so you asked me a question, I tell you the whole story. So I'm gonna tell you the whole story. I was in the 2020 Parliament that was online, 2021, I think. I can't remember what year it was, but it was a few years ago, and it was done online. And I'm like, score, I can get into it because I don't travel a whole lot. I live in this room, like you are on my computer room. This is where I reside 90% of my time. Or scratching my dog's belly on the living room. But anyway, I was part of the online Parliament. And then it was announced that 2023 it was going to be in Chicago, and I'm like, I have to be there because I'm from Chicago. So I applied, and I am so thrilled to tell you that 3 things in which I applied to participate were approved and accepted. So I'm going to be doing Festival of the Dead. Let me read this so I don't mess it up. Festivals of the Dead is going to be on August 17th, but I'm going to tell you about that one last. Let me tell you first the other 2. On August 17th, I'm going to be on a panel of Pagan Voices of Chicago alongside Twyla York, Chris Allen. Oh my goodness, I forgot the other 2 people that are going to be on the panel. Please forgive me. I can't remember their names, but there are 2 more people. So it's going to be a panel of like 5 people, and I'm going to be one of them. So Twyla York, Chris Allen, and myself, and 2 other wonderful Chicago people that I have forgotten their names. Please forgive me. And we're going to talk about all kinds of stuff, paganism in Chicago. So that's going to be so much fun. That's going to be on the 17th at 8 o'clock in the morning. If you are there and you see me and you say hi, I promise you I'm awake.
You and I get that.
For those who don't know, let me tell you, I sleep from 4 o'clock to 11 o'clock, and then my life begins at noon, and my day ends at 4 o'clock in the morning. It has been like that since I was 12 years old. I'm sorry. And now that my husband works in the night shift, it's even more. Even our dog sleeps all morning, and he's awake at 3 o'clock in the morning. So anyway, that panel is going to be at 8 o'clock in the morning. But I will be there. Belson, I will be there. I promise you I will go to bed early, so I am awake. And Twyla York already promised copious amounts of Diet Coke, so I'll be awake. So that's the one. The other one I'm going to be doing is on August 15th. We're going to be talking about women in podcasting. And that is a panel in which I will be with Deborah Rose, Reverend Selena Fox, Reverend Deborah Rose, and myself. We're going to be talking about the need of women voices in podcasting, the need of podcasting on the world, the need of connection via technology and how important it is, how important it was before COVID, how important and relevant it is now after COVID, and how a lot of services and a lot of places are going hybrid and they're now going back, Circle being one of them. And we're going to be talking about Circle Sanctuary Network Podcast. We're going to be talking about all the teams, so you'll be there, Pam. And that is going to be one interesting thing that happened on August 15th. Then I have another 8 o'clock thing, the ceremony for Planet Earth. I'll be part of that ceremony. I'll be with Reverend Selena Fox and other various ministers and people that are connected with Circle Sanctuary or Chicago or the pagan community at large. I don't know exactly whom are all participating, but I know I'm going to be part of that. And obviously it's led by Reverend Selena Fox, so that's going to be so much fun. When I received the time I was like, Selena's gonna be at 8 o'clock in the morning. And she's like, so are you gonna go? I'm like, of course I'm gonna go, but you know.
Oh no, we froze up. And we froze up as you started saying, Selena, it's going to be at 8 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, yeah. But you know what happens to me when I'm sleep deprived? I act as if I was high.
I'm going to have editing this one.
Say that again?
So you said you froze up when you started saying, Selena, it's at 8 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, I call her and I said, Selena, it's gonna be at 8 o'clock in the morning, and then she asked me, are you gonna make it? And I said, of course I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna be a little goofy, I think, but I'm gonna make it. So I was telling you what happens to me when I'm sleep deprived is I act goofier than my normal goofy. You know.
Punch drunk.
Yeah, yeah. And so the crown jewel for me is gonna be the Festivals of the Dead. Reverend Kern Green, Reverend Selena Fox, and myself speaking about remembering our death from Christian, Catholic, pagan, and indigenous points of view. Obviously, this is based on my Day of the Dead classes that I've done like 1.5 million. If you've never watched me talking about Day of the Dead, just Google Laura Gonzalez Day of the Dead, and then something will pop up. There's a bunch of videos out there or podcasts.
You've done a podcast with me at least twice on
Yep,
that.
yep. And so we're going to be talking about that, and I am so thrilled that it got accepted. And it's going to be on August 17th at 5 o'clock. And those are the 4 things so far I know I'm going to be part of. There might be something else that is on the works, but I'm not going to talk about it now because it's not, the ink ain't dry on that one yet. But there's a possibility of one more thing. And then, of course, I'm going to be like a social butterfly all over everybody. So if you see me, come and ask me. We can take a photo, we can talk, we can chat, and then I can run to the next thing. But especially if you see me and we know each other on Facebook. I have 1,500 people on Facebook, so names are not something that I'm extremely good at because I try to remember 1,500 people. But if we know each other on Facebook and you see me in person, please come by and tell me, hi, I'm so-and-so on Facebook. Can we take a photo? And I would love to take a photo and chat and give you a hug if you like hugs. And please don't touch my hair because people lately have been touching my hair a lot. Don't touch my hair, please. Yeah, I don't know.
Hey, Reverend Laura Gonzalez, don't touch your hair, the Blue Witch. It's beautiful. It's blue. Don't touch your hair.
Don't touch. I mean, touch the hair, lose the hand. You don't want to go there.
That's kind of the conversation we started with. Is you ask people what they're comfortable with, and I don't want people coming up to me and touching my hair.
No,
You know?
I don't think, this is another thing, Pam, and I think it got accentuated after the pandemic, but it's important that we speak about it. Autonomy and respect, bodily autonomy. We are teaching little children, right? Don't let people touch you, and don't let people touch you here, and don't let people touch you there. Why are those rules not applicable when you're an adult? And I swear to you, Pam, I swear to you, I know that a lot of people do it out of law. I have a heavy, it's a trauma response. And the chances are if you touch my hair, I'm going to punch you in the face. So don't do it. You don't touch people, period. You don't touch people of color's hair, period. If you don't know why, an easy Google search will tell you why. You don't pet people. People aren't animals. Oh, your hair is so soft. Can I pet it? No. No, you cannot pet it. Like, it's just
Serious, okay? It is serious.
Yeah.
I'm a person with a disability, and we were talking about labels and all, and things that set people off. Do not ever call me differently abled. Do not ever call me differently abled. You can tell what that does to me. You can say that I'm disabled. I'm okay with that, but that depends on the person and the context. But I like saying person first language, person with a disability. It's a lot more empowering to a person, and I really want to remove the stigma of disability, because a lot of people who have disabilities will freak out if you call them disabled or people with disability. And we need to start, the future is disabled. There's a book I have. It's right here. It says the future is disabled. So is there a book? It's gotta be true. But that's one of the areas that I work a lot on. Go ahead.
and you know what? And also to remember that not all disabilities are visible.
Right.
I'm also a person with a disability, but it's not visible. And there are moments when I'm feeling fantastic, and I can be trekking up and down Circle Sanctuary, that little mound, and
Mm-hmm.
there are days when I can be dancing and singing and at the bar dancing and there are days that I cannot move.
Yeah.
And also I have people coming to me like, "Oh, you have MS, right? Oh, you have this, right? Oh, you have that's not on your business, honey." I just take the information that I'm sharing. I'm a person with a disability. Or there are days that I feel very good. There are days that I don't feel good. It's not the guessing game. You don't get a
Right.
prize if you guess what my disability is. Like it's nobody's business.
My thing is you've heard of people having resting bitch face or resting witch face, however you want to call it, that they always look like they're frowning. I'm always gonna look like I'm upbeat. I have resting, smiling cherub face, and I have this energy, which there are times that I wish I didn't have it, but just because I have this type of energy doesn't mean I have the energy to do all sorts of other things.
Yeah.
Just right now talking to you, I'm animated. I used to be a radio disc jockey. It was my job to be this way, and it's a switch you turn off and turn on. There are times at the microphone I'm like, ugh.
Yep.
So,
Yeah.
but walking across the room right now, that's going to be a big chore for me.
Yeah.
So meet people where they are is basically ask them where they are and ask them what they need.
I think the rule of thumb, Pamela, for everything that we kind of touched today, which has been a fantastic conversation. I love you. I just love you. The bottom line is respect. If you wouldn't talk to your mama or to your grandma or to your lover the very words that you're about to tell me, then don't use them. Like I don't know, like even with the fat phobia, like when I say sometimes like oh, I feel so pretty, when I say I'm fat.
Oh, no, you're not. And I say, oh, you're blind? Because
people will say, I will say I'm fat, and people will say, but you're so pretty. Like, I didn't say I was ugly. I'm just fat. Like, you are tall. Like, another person is short. Like, another person is thin. It's just a way of being. And it's not a consequence of anything. It's not a symptom of anything. It's not a consequence of anything. I don't owe anybody any explanations. I'm fat. And guess what? I'm vegan. Yes, I'm vegan and I'm fat. We exist. I'm a unicorn.
I also have a very strict diet, and I have to stick to it, and I'm fat. And oh my gosh, this is a whole other conversation that you and I need to have for other people. It is not cool when when I say I'm fat and somebody says, no, you're not. You are minimizing, you're validating my experience. You're invalidating who I am by telling me one thing that I am is not acceptable to you.
Yeah.
That's
And-
what that's one area that you and I.
And I hope, like, I am confident that people who are watching this are people who respect the ways of life, and they're pagans and they are understanding of diversity. But there might be people that are feeling certain kind of way for whatever, any of the many things that we talk about, right? That they might be feeling some kind of reaction.
Mhm.
What you do with that reaction is you go deep within yourself.
Shadow work.
And you ask yourself, why am I having a visceral reaction to this woman saying blah, blah, blah? What is it that is being pointed at me? Why am I feeling attacked? Why am I feeling uneasy about it? And then you do that work, because all of us is gonna mess up. All of us are gonna say something wrong, are gonna act the wrong way, are gonna touch somebody inadvertently. One of my dearest friends, and I love her to death, and we were goofing around, and then we were goofing around, and I smacked her in the butt, and she turned around and she told me we're not kind of friends. God, did I feel bad? I felt so bad, Pam. I felt so guilty. I profusely apologized to her, and she told me, "No, no, no, it's okay. I'm just letting you know we're not that kind of. Our friendship is not
very
that
intense, very.
Yeah."
And
And she said, "I'm just letting you know that's not how we're friends." And I'm like, you know what? Noted. And I learned right quick that I could see that person being smacked in the butt by other person, and it's a playful, friendly thing that they have, but she didn't have that with me.
right.
And I felt terrible. I felt like trash. I felt like I was a roach that's been stepped on. And then I'm like, you know what? It's not about my discomfort. It's about how I disrespected myself and I disrespected them by acting in a way that was not welcomed. And I'm telling you this so we understand that we all are going to mess up. All of us are going to mess up at one time or another. And also, people who have been on the receiving end of oppression have a harder time setting up boundaries.
Yeah.
So for us to set up a boundary, it takes 3 times as much work as it takes a non-minority person to set up a boundary. So when we set up a boundary, please be respectful of it, because it takes us, it's as hard of a job for us to keep the boundary than for you to respect it. It really
Right.
is. Yeah.
And on the other end of the spectrum is when somebody like me who's short has a baby face. I have Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. Baby face is part of it. I am closer to 60 than I am to 50. Just put it there. I am closer to 60 than I am to 50. And people want to discount because of how I present myself, my authority, my power. All your power. All your power. I just one last analogy. I love crystals. Quartz crystals are my favorite, and I love when you look at them and there's like that rainbow inside. It's beautiful. I get lost in those rainbows. I think that is the most beautiful part of a crystal, and they're caused by flaws and breaks.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
So sometimes it's the wounds in us that makes us the most beautiful.
Hey, I want to say to the people behind this space, obviously to you, because I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you. Thank you so much for inviting me to be part of this noble cause. I hope I get to see every single one of the people who is behind this. What is it? The Telethon? The Telethon?
The road to Parliament. The road to the Parliament.
the road to the parliament, so that we might all converge in a good. And I know I said I will open my home to everybody here in Chicago, but my apartment is about this big. So we might not meet here, but let us meet. I am, this is dangerous to say, I'm 10 minutes away from the McCormick place. I'm literally 10 minutes away from where it's going to be. So, you know, it's, it feels almost like if I'm welcoming you home here in Chicago. And by then, I would have been in Chicago longer than I have lived in Mexico, which is some sort of milestone that is bittersweet, but more sweet. I'm so looking forward for August 11th because I will be longer here in Chicago. Um, and when people ask me where you're from, I just say I'm from Chicago. I love the city. There's a meme that says I wasn't born here, but I got here as soon as I could. And I am definitely convinced that I was born to be from Chicago. So it is my pleasure to welcome you all to my wonderful city. On top of everything, it's such a beautiful city. Give yourself time and give yourself a chance to also look at the city, not just the inside of the McCormick Place, but if possible, go walk by the pier. One of the very many beaches that we have. 31st Beach is very close to the McCormick Place, the museums, etc. And there are piers all over the place that you can walk. And there's nothing most beautiful than the skyline of the city of Chicago at night. I just love her. I'm so in love. I love Mexico City, don't get me wrong. But Chicago has, I mean, it's the birthplace of the skyscraper. Like, what else do you need? You know, it's a wonderful city. And I hope we have good weather. By August, we should have not too hot, not too cold. And hit me up. If you see me around, just stop me and hey, like I saw you at the Correllian thing, and I'm like, hey, yeah, and you're the one that went. That's my answer. When somebody says I saw you on Instagram or I follow you on Facebook, I'm like, oh, you're the one. You know. Thank you for inviting me. This has been so much fun.
I love you so much. I and everything you've done is you. I'm proud to be part uh, of that's we have to lift each other up. It all comes to lifting each other up. And thank you for welcoming us to your town. My mother is Turkish. She spent more of her life here in the United States, so I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. So, and we're all inhabitants of this earth, so we have to love each other and love the earth and honor and respect.
Yeah. And please hire me. Please hire me. Please come to my online classes. Please donate, if you will, Blue Witch and Venmo, so I can continue doing the work that don't pay, like Parliament and podcasting and classes. And of course, the coffee break. Of course, the coffee break. I forgot. Coffee break with her by Laura, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday-ish on my Facebook. And I pull cards at random 2 to 3 times a week. And those are absolutely free. So, you know, let's lift each other, like you say, amplify each other's voices, and keep the good work. Keep talking the talk and walking the walk. Being the pagans that we say we are, loving our earth and loving each other. You know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You're watching the 2023 Correllians Live Telethon. The team here would like to thank you for all of your support in assisting us in bringing a contingent of paladins to the Parliament of the World's Religions in Chicago, Illinois, August of this year. We are trying to raise $10,000 to assist with the basic needs of housing, food, and travel expenses. Here are some words from the members of the event team on why it is important that we reach that goal.
Hi, I'm Reverend Mary Hawk, and I am a member of the Sacred Order of the Paladins. Why are we going to the 2023 Parliament of World's Religions because representation matters. It's important that pagans be there to show that we are a growing tradition, that we are a viable religion, and we need to take our seat among other world religions.
Hello, everybody. I am Reverend Sir Richard Donahue, also known as Cloud the Pagan Rapper, and I am a member of the Order of Paladins. Now, to help us send a contingent to the Parliament of World's Religions, to me, means one thing: community. It's the idea of coming together with multiple faiths for common goals. And it is paramount for the pagan community to have a seat at that table. And I, for one, am very, very proud that we are afforded this opportunity to do so. But to do that, we do need your help. We're trying to raise $10,000 so that we can feed and house the contingency of paladins that will be going to the Parliament. And it's through your help that we're going to be able to get there and represent the community in the best possible way that we can. So please, smash that donate button, all right? Smash that donate button. You can go to Correllians.live to donate. And I want to thank you guys for taking part in the telethon, okay? Check out our auction. Get yourself a reading from Divinationality. Do all of the things that we have provided for you throughout these 3 days, and let us come together in community and achieve our goal and allow us paladins to go and represent us at Parliament. Thank you very much. May you all blessed be.
Hello, I'm Right Reverend Sir Elizabeth, Program Director of the 2023 Correllians Live Telethon. Thank you so much for tuning in to our weekend-long event as we raise $10,000 to bring a contingent of paladins to the Parliament of the World's Religions coming up in August. We need to house and feed about 20 of us over in Chicago for 7 days. And to do that, we're going to need at least 10 grand. So here's our ask. Go to Correllians.live/donate and make us a monetary donation to our cause. Every dollar helps. We also have psychic readers and an auction you can participate in too. If you can't make a monetary donation, then do us another very big favor and share the event with your friends over social media. You can find us on the Pagan World TV app on Roku, Correllians Live and Magic TV via YouTube, and Correllians.live via any web browser. Thank you so much for your help and enjoy the show.
At the Parliament of World Religions in 2023, I'm personally looking forward to broad exposure and deep engagement with various wisdom traditions from around the world, particularly as regards pressing issues from today and future goals for our human journey. I expect that I'll be able to incorporate much of the learning back into my own personal path, as well as share tangible insights back into the metaphysical and spiritual community that I work within.
From all of us here at the 2023 Correllians Live Telethon, we want to thank you again for your support. Please be sure to check out Divination Alley and get yourself a reading. Or check out our online auction that is overflowing with wonderful craft items, books, and services for sale. Remember, our goal is to raise $10,000, so please help us spread the word about the event, our cause, and be sure to stay tuned for more. So thank you all again, and may you all blessed be. Enjoy the telethon.
Hello, this is Cosmo again. This is Crossing the Rubicon, and I'm just going to do a sound check here real quick. Testing. Perfect. So last night, if you were with me, we had a couple of hours on metaphysics, and I talked about space and the overview effect and how I kind of incorporate that into my metaphysical practice, particularly of late. And I supplemented that with some really great videos from Reverend Don Lewis of the Correllian tradition, packaging up some deep dives on metaphysics. So tonight I thought we would go a bit more into the ritual and practice and being a little more tactile and hands-on to balance out some of the philosophical discussions we had last night. I'm just going to go in here right now and add this video that I'm going to show in just a second. Okay, I think that's ready. So this first hour, I have a video of Alan Salmi as interviewed by Liz Hamilton. And you saw him last night, hopefully. He did just a fantastic discussion about the overview of comparing world religions. And it was a great foundation to look for commonalities across different perspectives as a means when we engage with the Parliament of World Religions. And so I think this is a great follow-up. In this particular video, he's going to deep dive into the 4 elements. And so this is a great supplement. You'll get to hear more of his expert views. And then in the second hour, I'll this time add some Reverend Don Lewis videos to honor him some more with his knowledge, particularly around ritual and practice, self-initiation, raising an eclectic family, and if we have time, wands and tools, and stage fright. So I hope you enjoy this content, and hopefully it resonates with you as much as it has for me.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for continuing to watch the 2023 Correllians Live Telethon, bringing you another 50 hours of magic and community. I am here for Finding Your Element and Other Elements Too with Lord Alan Salmi. Lord Alan is a mostly retired psychotherapist, an astrologer, and a collector of religions and too many books. He lives currently in the wilds of the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, and he's a very good friend of mine. Welcome to our program, Alan. How are you?
Doing okay. Doing all right. We've had a brief moment of spring, but we're going to get some more snow.
Oh,
So we'll see
dear.
what happens. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well,
It's
I
been
hope that you
interesting.
survive second winter.
Well, the thing is, I grew up here, and there are some things that have changed, and a lot of things that haven't. And the weather is interesting. My hometown gets over 200 inches of snow a year.
Wow.
And yeah, and it's considered the snowiest spot, I think, east of the Rockies, something like that. But the local university, a very good place, Michigan Tech University, has this wonderful winter carnival. And so they make lemonade out of lemons. They have snow statue building contests for the students, and usually a theme. The one that won had this wonderful rendition of Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory.
Oh, how lovely.
So it was quite amazing.
That's
But
great.
in any case, it is a place that is very close to nature. And I am finding a surprising number of like-minded people up here.
Oh, good. Excellent.
Yeah. So we'll see. I don't think they know about Correllianism, but I'll see what I could do to teach them about it.
You could definitely start your own shrine up there, and
Yeah.
auxiliary unit of the Order of Paladins, maybe, or something.
Or a temple of the Church of the Latter Day Dude or something. I don't
Right,
know.
of course, because dudism is cool too, right? I just learned
Right.
about that, I think, this past week.
It's funny. I just found somebody with a bumper sticker about
Oh,
a block
that's
away
so
from me.
cool. Oh my gosh, that's funny.
Ordained Dudist priest. Which
Oh,
of course,
wow.
if you're on the internet, you just fill out the form and you print it out yourself.
Of course. And there you go. Voila. Right.
Yeah.
Awesome. So, you like astrology, I hear. And you also like finding people's elements. So explain to me this concept. And for those of you who are listening at home, here we go.
Yeah, here's the thing. A lot of times people are working their magic and, they know about earth, fire, water and air, and they're working with this stuff, but how well do they really know it? And how well do we know the tradition that it came from and the modern uses? So what I want to talk about is a little bit about the Greeks, a little bit about astrology, a little bit about how this stuff is even being used by corporations and they don't
Oh.
know. And even some fundamentalist Christians are embracing some of this under a different guise. And I could even mention briefly the strange connection between Timothy Leary and Wonder Woman with this.
Really?
And for some
Wonder
of our
Woman.
for some of our
Okay.
viewers who don't know the name Timothy Leary, if you're my age or older, you would have known he was called the most dangerous man in America by President Nixon.
Oh.
And he was a professor at Harvard University who had done a groundbreaking study with people using magic mushrooms. And
Okay.
then he discovered LSD and became a counterculture hero, basically.
Right.
And in any case, there's some interesting connections between him and Wonder Woman, if you
Okay.
believe that. So we'll wait.
Wow.
We'll wait that for later, so that people can be, sitting there wondering how in the world is he going to bring this thing together, including the ancient Greeks,
Right. So
But
yeah, that makes perfect sense to me. I can't wait to see how this path winds down to Timothy Leary and Wonder Woman. So
well,
let's
and
start
what's
then.
really nice. What's
at-
nice is it also gives you a way of kind of psyching people out.
Yeah. Sure.
People have all heard about being introverted or extroverted.
Mhm.
Okay. Introverts have a tendency to be by themselves. The main clue is if you're social and you get tired from being social,
Mhm.
you're an introvert generally.
Okay.
If you're an extrovert, you get fired up from being around people and everything. Okay. And most people know those two. They were started by Carl Jung, actually.
Mhm.
And, it gives you a rough idea of what's up with the person. Many people think that one or the other is a judgment call. I remember
Right.
hearing about a teacher saying to some parents, well, your daughter is an introvert, and they went, no, she's not. She's a good girl.
Right. As if it was like some part of character that is like some
Right.
flaw, some giant
Matter of
flaw
fact,
that
yeah. There's been a new book out on the amazing power of introverts. If anybody feels that, they're being dissed on for it. I myself am an introvert, and I found that out because lunchtime, I got away from everybody and read a book. I didn't want to meet with people and jabber with them. I've been
Right.
doing that all day.
Right.
You know?
Of course.
Yeah.
I was much the same.
Yeah. Now, here's the thing about that. That gives you only 2. I'm going to double that. I'm going to give you 4.
4. Yay.
All right. And these 4 are related to ancient Greek medicine.
Mhm.
They're related to herbalism. They're related to the zodiac. Okay. And they're related to modern methods of working with people in like human relations and management.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Alan, you were saying about corporations using elemental stuff without knowing.
Yeah. What happens is they have been using some of this stuff for ages.
Mhm.
And it gives you a basic rundown of what your employee is like
Mhm.
and how best to utilize them, which, of course, in a capitalist society is paramount. Now, let me give you the real basics, and then we can expand from there and show you just how enriching our own elemental system is.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yes, let's go.
For instance, most people, they know earth, air, fire, water.
Mhm.
Okay. But do you know what those are made out of? Or that there is a way of breaking them down even more?
I did not know this.
Here's the thing. Earth, air, fire, and water are made in the West of 4 different processes. There's a slightly different version if you're looking at Asian use of the elements. But in the West, we have 4 things coming together to create each of the elements and their different processes.
Okay.
For instance, we have hot, okay, which is an upward spreading kind of force because heat goes up.
Right.
And it disperses things, okay, because things are hot, they're vibrating fast. We know that now from chemistry. But yeah, it's moving really quickly. So we have cold, the opposite of that, which of course is on a continuum. It's kind of like gender, okay? It's not one or the other. But hot and cold brings things together. It shrinks things. It solidifies things. Then we have wet and dry, okay? All right, wet and dry have 2 other dimensions. Wet makes connections. If you think of water in sand, it spreads throughout the sand.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
That is the wet principle. It finds connections, it spreads, it brings things together, it dissolves, for instance. And then dry. Dry breaks things up, it makes things into smaller pieces. Okay. You could think of clay that gets super dry, crumbles and falls apart.
Right.
Okay.
Right. And crumbles to dust. Okay.
Right. Now, those different principles work in different ways, but when they combine, they form the elements.
Okay.
So let's take cold. Cold is made of dry, or rather earth. Earth is made of dryness, and it's made of cold.
Okay.
Okay. When you combine those 2 things together, you get earth, something solid because the cold made it solid. Okay. And something dry. And so it crumbles. Like I said, things can happen to. Now, what happens is, the other thing is, earth also is a downward principle.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Before the idea of gravity was invented, it was thought that earth naturally attracts things to it. Okay.
Well,
so
not quite wrong, is it? I mean,
no, I mean, it's kind of like the young astronomer who was listening to a lecture or talking to some other astronomers and said, yeah, it was so stupid of them to think that the earth was the center of the universe. And the older astronomer goes, yes, what would the universe have to look like to someone in order to get them to that conclusion? Well, that's what it looked like to them. Okay. So it made sense from their empirical observations.
Right.
So
Right.
that's okay. Now we'll get into some other particulars, but now if we look at water is another principle that is a downward motion. Okay. And it is cold. And what happens with this is, yeah, it's not steam, it's not whatever, but the water will flow downwards. We know rivers and lakes and all the rest. Water seeks its own level is an old saying, so that's a combination of cold and wet. Okay. Extreme wet in that case. Okay. Now, what else do we have to put together? Well, we've got hot and dry.
Right.
Okay.
Fire.
Hot, dry. Yeah, it makes fire. Okay.
Right. Yes.
And fire comes up, and fire also winds up making things go faster. Right. And it is an energetic principle. It's much higher than earth or water. All right. Now, when we put hot and moist or water, hot water together, we get air. Air
Okay.
has an amount of moisture in it. Okay. But we get this air is the principles of heat and moisture.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And heat heat and wetness. Okay.
Right.
Now you get those, and what we have now is a really handy little diagram, and I'd like you
Oh,
to see
yes.
to that
The
to show
diagram.
our viewers.
One moment. Can you see it?
I can't.
Hold on. There we
Oh,
are.
wait, coming up. There we go. This is my wonderful, beautiful diagram. Okay.
Yes.
So here's another thing that is going to be handy for all of you magicians and witches, whatnot, is these 4 symbols. And I'll explain to you how they are the shorthand for the 4 elements.
Yes.
All right. Now, above the line are all of the elements that are really active and have the upward force to them.
Right.
Okay. Below the line are all the elements that are more passive. They adapt to things instead of making things adapt to them.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And they have the downward principle.
Right.
Now, part of the neat thing about this is, in order to remember which of these symbols is which, take a look at the upper left. It's an
Yes.
upward pointed triangle. So you know that it's an energetic element. It's
Mm-hmm.
going up, its force, and it's going to be on the hotter side.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it looks like a campfire. Okay.
Oh, okay.
So it's real easy to think of that as fire.
All right.
All right. Okay.
So what about
Yeah.
this one?
Yeah. In the upper right, we have a horizon line. Okay.
Okay.
And upward is up into the air.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So
And
what's above the horizon? Air. Got it. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
right.
Right.
Now, the thing is, these both are above the line, and it means that they are commanding. Okay.
Mhm.
They get things to adapt to them. Okay.
Mhm.
And they're energetic.
Right.
Right. Now, below the line, in the lower left hand, there's that horizon line. Now, if it's pointing down from the horizon, what's it pointing to? The earth.
Earth. Okay.
Okay. So pointing down with the line, it's the earth. All right. Now over to the right, pointing down, and you don't have the horizon line. Well, maybe it looks into the ocean, or maybe you
Right.
could think of, like, in the water cooler, the really cheap little cups that they have that are like little
Oh,
cones.
yeah. Oh, those little cone cup things. Ah,
Yeah.
I like that. Okay.
Which water. So
Right.
there's your mnemonic for it.
Excellent.
Okay.
I like that. I like that a lot.
Now,
Okay.
so
we have
pretty easy. And you can actually look in ancient texts, and the alchemists used these symbols all the time.
Yeah.
And you will see some astrologers using them, although it's not as frequent in astrology. Okay.
Right. Okay.
But let's talk a little bit about left and right.
Okay.
Okay.
Do we still want
What-
to leave this up?
Yeah, just for
Okay.
a little bit.
For a little demonstration. All right. So
Over
on the
to-
left.
Are those are fire and earth? Are they dry or wet?
Dry.
They're dry. Okay. So on the left is the dry principle. On the right is the wet
The wet
principle.
principle. Okay. Okay.
So
Uh-huh.
wet and hot is air. Okay. And wet and cold is water.
Right.
Okay. Now, here's the neat thing about this.
Mm-hmm.
People can be divided into 4 sections.
Okay.
Okay. And the 4 sections are how they adapt to and deal with the world. And also included in this is the way that they deal with other people.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the neat thing about it. Above the line, you get all those people who are in charge, commanding. Okay. They're the ones that, an emergency happens and they're the ones that jump into things.
Right.
Okay. They are the ones when, oh no, I've got to do this. I'm under a timeline, and you get energy to get that task done.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now below the line, it's adapting to. All right.
Okay.
And what are you adapting to? You're adapting to the circumstances of whatever it is. You're adjusting, or like they say for the Borg, you will adapt.
Right.
Okay.
Assimilate.
Yeah. That assimilation is above the line, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what are the Borg taking action for? They're in the upper left-hand corner because they're fierce and dramatic, and they are going to be in charge, damn it.
Okay.
So they're fiery. Okay.
Right.
On the other hand, okay, you go to Risa, okay,
Okay.
and that planet that everybody vacations to.
Oh, right.
I
Okay.
know we're losing the people that don't know Star Trek, but
Well,
but you go there and you take it easy, okay,
right.
and you don't have to have things adapted. It's all set. You are in the wonderland, okay, and so you can just hang out and take it easy, and you're in the watery area, okay.
Right.
Now, here's the thing. The left is dry, the right is wet. So what does that tell us? Well, dry takes things apart, right?
Okay.
Okay. If you talk about something that's really dry in the writing of it, okay, or a dry wit, it's oftentimes kind of pulling things apart, looking at elements. You get the kind of thing where you are absolutely analyzing something, like somebody with a real dictionary brain or a computer person would be really good at picking things apart, finding this process and finding all the little bits in between.
Okay.
And that's a dry process.
All right.
Okay. On the other hand, the wet process is finding the interconnections, or like Cicero said, everything is connected to everything else. Okay. The really good thing about the wet process is you find the connections. You can play the game of how many degrees of separation am I from so and so. What you're doing is a wet process. You're finding out what are my connections.
Right.
Okay. Like I think I told you once, I'm 2 degrees of separation from the Pope.
Oh,
in the
yes, you did. You did tell me that fascinating
right,
story.
which is a fun thing. It's like, okay, I know a guy who can walk down the hallway. He runs the Vatican Observatory.
Right.
But those kinds of connection games and that kind of research is a wet process. What are the things connecting us together? And they found that basically between two people in the world, it's something like, I think, 6 connections.
Right. Right. Yes, I think yes, we have talked about that a lot before.
4 or 5 connections to the US,
Right.
And they've actually done this with social inquiry and social psychology and such. Right. So the wet process brings things together. So now that we've got that, okay, let's find out, what are these people like?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
So
what did the ancients call them? Okay.
Okay.
Now, up in the upper left is the fiery type. Okay. This type of person takes charge, okay, because they're above the line, and they break things down. Okay. They look at the little pieces of things. All right.
Okay.
And what they can do is they can be extremely critical, but very strong leaders. So let's say you get, okay, there was the movie where it was called where the Meryl Streep was the publisher and everybody was scared of her. I forget the name of that one, but she played this really strong woman, and people would clean up their desks and everything if they knew she was coming through, and people would, they were literally scared of her. Okay. And what happens is that type of personality in ancient days was known as choleric. C-H.
Okay.
Uh,
C-H-O-L-E-R-I-C.
O-L-R-E-I-C, the choleric type. Okay.
Right.
Now, the choleric type, okay, is that all bad? No, if you're
No.
in an emergency, you want somebody who's got a lot of energy and tells people what to do in order to be in charge. You get people
Right.
who are generals, okay,
Right.
or leaders in industry and that kind of thing,
Mhm.
okay.
Mhm.
You get, unfortunately, the surgeon who's been
Ah.
trained. You are in charge. You can't make mistakes. And a lot of surgeons have personalities that are really choleric. I know I worked in medicine for 20 years, medical social work, and a lot of them are like, you know, the student says, you know, oh, I don't know that yet. I didn't know we were supposed to read that chapter. Well, you'll have read it by tomorrow, won't you? You know, in a very angry.
Yes.
That's the choleric type.
Okay. Okay.
And they can take things apart and find out just what's wrong. And they will be the one to tell you what your job is and what his job is and what they need to do and all the rest. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And it's a fiery type.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Now, if we think about politicians, okay, what kind of politicians would there be? They would be the ones that are take charge and I will lead you to places and there's nasty stuff out there and I'll take care of you. You know, the politician who is maybe a former general, or the politician who kind of scares people a little bit, or for instance, George Bush was kind of this way when he was on the campaign trail. There are evil people out there and save you from them. Okay.
Right. Right.
We'll get into a little bit about the line, the horizontal line, and how important that is in a little while. But in the upper right, we have somebody who's in charge. Okay. And it's the air. Okay. So they look for connections, right? Okay. And they're trying to find connections between people, but they are in charge and they're trying to get people rounded up, and they are the kind of leader who people like to follow. They are the ones that goes, look, we're all in this together. All right. And we all have to do our part, and your part is really important. Well, yeah. And that kind of person is known as the sanguine type. Okay. That's your, Jimmy Carter was kind of that way. And Ronald Reagan actually got elected that way because Ronald Reagan was kind of your kindly Irish grandfather. Okay. And he could connect with people. And why? Because he was an actor and he knew how to change his voice tone and that sort of thing. And so, and the Jimmy Carter was seen as very unassuming. He's got this big smile. He was a leader in his church. He was a peanut farmer, you know, all of that kind of thing. So he was the sanguine type. Barack Obama had this down to a T. Okay. He had, we're all in it together kind of thing. And people followed him because of that. Okay. This is known as the sanguine type. Okay.
All right. There we go. Got some notes over there.
Yeah. And in ancient times, well, we'll get to that in a little bit, but there's a reason. Okay. Now, over on the left, we know it's the left, so we know it's dry.
Dry, right.
Okay. And we also know that they're adapting to things.
Okay.
They are below the line and they don't have that much power, or they think they don't, or they think that they have to adapt to things, and they're more used to adapting to stuff than to being in charge.
Right.
So this type, okay, is known as the melancholic type.
Okay.
All right.
Melancholic.
And
one second. Let me go ahead.
Yeah. And there's a reason for this. Oftentimes the kind of mood is in that kind of area.
Okay.
Now, what is going on with this type? Well, I don't have much power, okay, but I can sure pick things apart because I'm dry. So you get someone who is really good here is your professor or your rabbi, for instance, who knows 6 different meanings for that Hebrew word in this phrase in the Torah and can tell you why all of those apply and why and the spiritual principles behind it, and go on for 2 hours just from those 6 words.
Right.
Okay. They're also the proofreader, okay, the professor, the person who is really good at business because they can pull things apart and see what's necessary to build the structure up. Okay.
Okay.
So that's the earthy type, and they're called the melancholic.
All right.
Now, lower right, we're below the line, so they're adapting to the world.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And they are working with the interconnections with things. So they're on the wet side. Okay. So this is called the phlegmatic, Phlegmatic.
Okay.
Because it does, if it reminds you of the word phlegm,
Phlegm, it's for
real-
a reason.
yeah, for it. And this type is the archetype of it is a kitten. Okay. They don't have much power, but they're going to make you love them because they love everybody, because they're wet and they connect with everybody. And the kitten just wants to play, and everybody is going to be nice to the kitten because there's no problem with it. Who would be threatened by this kitten? Okay? As a
All
matter of
right.
fact, interesting story about that for in I had heard that there was a guy in a psychotic rage in a mental hospital, and they had thrown him in the padded cell, and he was banging against it and everything. And somebody, just to prove a point, took a kitten and slid it into this slot where you feed them their dinner. What happened? Absolutely nothing. He got down on his knees and started petting the kitten.
Oh.
Why? Because who's going to be threatened by the kitten?
Right.
The kitten
Nobody.
out there, and there's no danger from this little kitten.
Right.
And he was way up in the choleric spot, thinking that it was something that he had to defend against. And all of a sudden, he gets put into this spot down here with the kitten.
Right.
And one of the things to mention
Okay.
is that none of these are exclusive to, nobody stays here. Okay.
Right. Right. Right.
You can be in these different phases depending on your circumstances.
Mhm.
There's the person that may rise up and become choleric if there's an emergency, but most of the time they are your accountant who's down in the left-hand corner picking things apart. Okay. Or you can get the Obama type in the upper right-hand corner, or the Ronald Reagan type, okay, who's your grandfather or your best buddy, and he's going to take care of us and all the rest. But if they need to kick butt, they can move over to the other side.
Right.
You know,
Right.
or in certain circumstances, when they're in bed with their wife, maybe they're on the bottom side in several senses of the term.
Uh-huh.
You know, and they could be the sweet, loving type that connects up.
Right.
You
Right.
know?
Right. Are we
So-
can I close this out for ourselves? Because I don't think that we can see ourselves really when we're
No, you
sharing
can
this.
back to the rest.
Here
and
we go.
Screenshot maybe later or something if
Oh
they
yeah,
want.
sure. Absolutely. Yeah, this
Yeah.
will be recorded. It's going on YouTube and everywhere else, so that'll
Oh,
be fun.
you're going to make me famous.
Yes,
Okay.
I'm gonna make you famous, darn it.
Okay.
Famous in our own little world. Okay.
Right.
Let me just
So-
readjust my seat here. There we go.
Yes. What were with these terms, okay, and why did they come up? Well, in ancient times, disease was seen as an imbalance in these forces.
Right.
Okay? If you had a fever, guess where you were? You were in the fire area.
Mhm.
Okay. All right.
Right.
If you had congestion in your lungs, okay, you were down in the lower right hand, the phlegmatic, phlegm. Okay. All right. If your blood was seen as being hot, okay, one of the things they would do is bleed you, which was the upper right hand corner.
Right.
Okay, because you were thought to have too much air in your system, and it interacted with the blood, which is why that type is called sanguine.
Sanguine, right? Okay, for the blood. Yeah.
Okay, and in the lower left hand side, well, they had something else that you would be full of. Okay. And
we
you
can
could,
only imagine.
well, yeah, you see it every time you use your toilet paper.
Right.
And that was the melancholic type. Okay.
All right.
Moods oftentimes went along with these things too.
Right.
You know, the choleric was hot, feverish, you know, temper tantrums. Upper right, sanguine, your friendly guy that or girl that everybody loved, you know, the popular cheerleader in school. And, you know, everybody would be willing to do stuff for them because they were so cool and they loved to be hung around. The melancholic type is your scholar alone in the library, you know,
right.
or the person you go to with who will help you with your homework.
Oh, okay. Right.
Yeah.
So the
and maybe
the know-it-all that you just happen to,
Yeah.
see there in the corner of the cafeteria all by
Or
themselves, like we were talking
program
about.
good at finding the errors in your programming. It goes, oh, you know, you got that piece of code wrong there because that loop should have been over here to do this, you know.
Right.
That type of thing. And in the lower right-hand corner is the person that everybody loves. You wouldn't expect them to take charge in an emergency, but they're the ones that make sure that if you're having a potluck at lunch at your workplace, that they bring the favorite dish that everybody liked and mentioned 3 years ago, and they remember, you know.
That sounds familiar.
Yeah. It's that type of person. Okay. So in ancient times, you were known to have these 4 different humors. And it gives you an idea of chronically what kinds of problems you might have with your health, but also, interestingly enough, what kind of herbs you should have.
Oh, okay.
Let's take it in a real simple instance.
Okay.
A few years ago, people were saying, oh, take this herb. I forget what it was. Cayenne, I think. Cayenne pepper.
Okay.
If you have cold. Okay. And a lot of people took cayenne pepper. People got better.
Yeah.
But some of them didn't. And why is that?
Because they were already too hot to begin with?
Because it was a hot and not a cold. Okay. There are 2 types of colds. I was telling somebody this just today. There's the cold with a fever where you're feeling miserable, okay, but it's really hot, but you're running the fever and your snot is on the green side,
right?
Okay. Well, actually, the snot on the green side is an actual bacterial infection too, to let you know. But you don't give cayenne pepper to somebody like that.
No, gosh, no. Goodness, no.
Yeah. What you would do is you would give them cold mint tea.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. Okay.
Because mint is a cooling herb. Okay. And their stomach upset, okay, which oftentimes goes along with this, is that grumbling and all the rest is also a hot symptom.
Right.
Okay. And mint tea cools your tummy down.
Cools the tummy down. It sure does.
Okay.
Don't I know it?
Yeah. So these kinds of things were known and used to prescribe things too, depending on the conditions. Okay. Your herbs fall into these categories also. Okay. And so one of the things, if you're going to get better at herbalism, is to learn these properties of the elements and to get an idea of what did the ancients think these herbs were connected to. Now, most of the time, they will say this is an herb of Mars or Saturn or whatever. But guess what? Those planets are hot, cold, wet, and dry.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense. Sure.
Yeah. For instance, if we go from the outer part in, the furthest planet away was Saturn.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
It was the furthest from the sun.
Okay.
It was cold.
Right.
Okay. I'm
Obviously. Yeah. Of
expose my hot shirt here. This
course.
is a Phoenix shirt.
I love it. It's a great shirt.
Yeah, that's especially appropriate for me because in 2015 I rose from the ashes. For those
There
people,
you go.
I damn near died of 6 different things. I was in the ICU for a month, and a lot of people in the craft prayed for me.
Yeah.
I also had Lutherans praying and Medicine Buddha chants being done, and it helps to know a lot of people. So I covered all my bases.
It does. Every god, right?
Yeah. Well, even I was very touched. My friend Lon Milo Duquette actually did a whole Gnostic mass for me to the Archangel Raphael too.
Wow.
And I was that he did some of that for me. And there's another very pagan friendly church called the Apostolic Johnite Church. They're all not, and they did, some of those folks did some masses for me too. So, you know, lots of different ways to look at healing. But in any case, rose from the ashes, and this shirt is a reminder to me of that, and that we can all do that. But, you know, look at this is fiery. And what's the legend of the Phoenix? He came from the ashes, which are the cold, dead, earthy part from the fire that consumed it, okay?
Right.
And constituted it again, and then became a bird in the air, okay?
Wow.
Yeah. Anyway, if we look at the planets, to get back on track, Saturn is cold and dry because it's way out in the orbit, okay? So what does Saturn do? Why is Saturn such a big baddie in people's, you know, oh, it's my Saturn return? Well, because Saturn sets boundaries.
Right. Big ones.
Okay. The melancholic planet.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
But what is Saturn also in the human body? It's your bones. You better have your bones in shape. Okay. Okay. Now, what happens if you're born during the daytime? In a little tiny astrology lesson here, Saturn is going to be more friendly because it gets warmed up by the sun.
Oh, well, that's good news for me.
So if
I
you're
was born during the day.
those people who are born during the daytime and they have their Saturn return, oftentimes it's a time in their life where they could, let's say, really consolidate their feces. Okay.
Right. Right.
And,
yes.
And because of the connection with Saturn and the melancholic type and everything, that's an appropriate statement.
Sure. Yeah. Definitely.
Okay. All right. So what about Jupiter? Okay. Jupiter is a gift giver. He's like Santa Claus.
Okay.
What does that mean? Well, he's giving things, he's distributing. So he's wet. Okay.
So he's water.
He's hot.
Oh, he's hot. Okay.
Okay.
Well, air then.
Yeah, he's kind of airy.
Okay.
So there's a little bit of that there. And so it's an expansive kind of pattern. Okay. Then we get to Mars. Mars starts to get warmer. It's red. It's hot and red. Okay. So a Martian herb would be something you would give to somebody who would have the chills.
Okay.
Okay. Then we get to the moon, which is thought of as changeable and moist. Okay.
Okay.
So lunar herbs you would give for somebody with a fever.
Okay.
Venus is hot and moist because it's close to the sun.
Right.
Okay.
Right. That makes sense.
All right. Yeah. So Venusian herbs you would give for, let me see now. Maybe somebody who is just getting over a cold and you need them to warm up a little bit. Okay. From that, to recover from from a hot cold.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
And you would start to make the step down, you know. Solar herbs are ones that make you more sunny and more hot, which is what St. John's wort is actually by studies proven to be an antidepressant.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, little thing though, with a lot of these herbs, I tell people, if you're going to start dipping into herbalism, realize that if it's a tea, use 2 or 3 tea bags. But one of your best forms is an alcohol tincture, where the herb has been sitting in alcohol and the medicinal stuff extracted out. And if you can get your hold of a spagyric tincture, that's even better. That's where the plant has been burnt and made into ashes and put back into the tincture. That's an old alchemy process. And those are particularly powerful.
Excellent.
But a lot of these things worked by the planets, which were seen as having these attributes for the 4 elements.
Very good.
Now, let's say I walk into a party.
Okay.
And there's somebody who's the wallflower off on the edge, and they're just, dipping into the chips in the corner. Okay. Are they hot or cold?
They're cold.
Probably. Okay. Not moving much.
No.
They're in the corner surveying things. Are they wet or dry?
Probably. Well, I don't know. You would probably have to talk to him to find that out more.
Yeah, but the fact that they're not up and out and talking to everybody means that at least for that moment, they're on the dry side.
Okay.
You wonder why party.
Right.
Okay. Okay. But the sociable one who's running into the kitchen and getting more drinks for people and saying, is there anything else you want? Is there, is up above. They're taking charge and they're noticing the connections. So they're the same. Okay. That wallflower off in the corner eating the chips may be the melancholic type who's studying everybody and seeing who's worthy of talking to here.
Oh, okay. Selective talkers.
Right.
Right.
And the one who's sitting there kind of scared of everything, but, figures out, okay, maybe I'll go help them in the kitchen. Okay.
Kitten.
Is the lower right-hand corner. They're the phlegmatic type. They're the ones that are trying to adapt as best as they can, and they will probably leave the party early. Okay.
Right.
Whereas the guy who's running around, sticking his hand out and saying hi to everybody and making sure that, they know that he's running for city council next week.
Yep. Fire.
Okay.
Big old bonfire.
Might be fiery. He could be sanguine, depending on his thing, depending on what he's talking about. Okay.
Okay.
But here's one of the things, and this is the real magic to all of this. If people could look at this at that form again, can you bring that up for just a second?
I sure can. Hold on.
There's magic across that horizontal line.
Okay, hold on. We're gonna look at my cat for just a minute. His name is Opie.
Oh, hi, Opie.
And he's not alive anymore, but now we have our line. Okay, so line. Here we go.
So here's the thing. I also want to mention that this line has another meaning.
Okay.
And it's a reflexive meaning.
Ooh.
The ones on the top bring out the reaction that's exactly opposite. So the person who's sanguine and really nice to people will bring about the reaction of people being in the lower right-hand corner. The upper right-hand corner will produce people that are followers. That's the lower right-hand corner. Okay. So that friendly Obama, who's we're all in this together, we can do it, brings out enthusiastic followers.
Okay.
Okay.
That makes sense.
All right. The one in the upper left-hand corner. In other words, someone like the 6'4" 300-pound bouncer at the big club downtown. If we look at that line and he brings out the reflexive, people are going to adapt to him and make sure that they don't cross him, right?
Right.
Okay. They're going to be put into that lower left-hand corner by him.
Okay.
Just by intimidating presence, or maybe if he's tossing them out, you know.
Well, right. There's not much more in contact with the earth that you can get when you're not, than when you're bouncing on your bottom in the street
Right.
by being tossed out of a club.
Yeah. And the funny thing is, you notice once people are tossed out, they stay up.
Well, yeah.
They realize the game here, and they're not going to force. I've never seen anybody force them in.
No.
I had a roommate who was a bouncer in one of the biggest clubs in Chicago. He said, yeah, they always stayed out once I tossed them out. I said, yeah, that doesn't make any sense. They could have tried to get back in. I said, yeah, nobody had ever tried that with me. You know?
Wow.
But here's the thing. Remember that kitten and
Yes.
the guy in the psychotic rage?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that kitten is way down in the right-hand corner.
Mm-hmm.
And what does it bring out in him?
His sweetness.
The upper part.
The upper part, which is, this is
The
air?
same part. So he suddenly goes from raging to being, oh, wait, what's this kitten need? What's it doing here?
Right.
Is there enough food for it? Does it have a box? Why is it here? I've got to take care of it.
Aww.
Okay. And the melancholic, the lower left-hand corner, we use a cat metaphor.
Mm-hmm.
That's the alley cat that's slinking around that people throw.
Aww.
Okay. And what does it do? It brings out the choleric in people above. That damn cat again. I'll throw a boot at it or something. And it brings out the choleric, I'm in charge here and I'm going to be in charge of you.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah.
Now, how many people have you known who you just wanted to strangle? That person, that little brother that's driving the person crazy.
I plead the fifth, Your Honor.
Right. Or whatever. They are in that lower left-hand side.
Right.
Okay.
The slinking alley cat side.
Do things in order to get to you. Okay.
Right.
That melancholic process can also be that wonderful descriptor called passive aggressive.
Oh, I know a few of those.
Okay. Right.
That makes much more sense.
Yeah. But why are they passive aggressive? Because they don't think that they have power.
Right.
Okay. If you start listening to them, if you pay attention to what they need and do nice soothing sounds, they move over to the other side of the chart.
To be the kitten?
Maybe to be the kitten, or at least somewhat better than where they were.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
This also explains sometimes how people will suddenly change when they're matched, you know. I had somebody this is a story from my time as a medical social worker.
Okay.
And it's an example of using these humors and this knowledge. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I was told, Alan, you need to go into this room. This guy is scaring all the nurses.
Oh.
And I'm like, what's he doing? Oh, he's really angry and everything. I said, okay. So I walked in, said, hey, I'm the social worker here.
Mm-hmm.
What's going on? What's happening? And he says, well, this and blah, blah, blah. And he starts complaining about stuff. Mm-hmm. And I said, yeah. And you've probably had to deal with public aid too, haven't you? And he says, yeah, blah, 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 blah. But I've gotten a group of people together and I'm kind of coaching them how to deal with all of this crap. And I said, that's smart. There's strength in numbers, you know? But here's the thing. You're in a tough situation here. You know, being in the hospital, you're helpless. You know, they steal your pants. You can't get out, you know. I said, but let's see what I want to do. One of the things that I want to do with you, especially being on this floor, and he knew it was the cancer floor. Okay. I said, I want to make sure you get your rights.
Mm-hmm.
And he was like, well, that's good. And I said, yeah, there's this thing called a durable power of attorney for healthcare, which,
Right.
by the way, if any of you have that's the title in your state, you should fill one of those out.
Yeah.
What it does is, and I explained to him, this thing, if something happens, somebody else can make decisions for you. Okay. You can tell them what you want, you know. And I said, the handy thing about this is when you croak, they can also be the ones to decide what your funeral is going to have if you have a different faith than the rest of your family.
Right.
And he looked at me and he went, well, croak. Huh. That's a good way of putting it. I was matching his voice tone and the anger at public aid and everything else. So I was getting into the choleric phase.
Mm-hmm. So you matched him in order to bring him down.
Right, because the next thing that I said to him is, I said, look it, I would hate to be in your situation and I'd be scared shitless.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't know what's coming up with you. This is a scary disease, man.
Yeah.
Make sure you get absolutely what you want, even if the worst happens.
Yeah.
And he started to cry. And I said, I'm your ally here.
Oh.
Let's work together.
Man, that's something. So
Yeah.
we have just a few minutes left.
Yeah.
This has been very informational, but what does all this have to do with the two people that you were talking about? Remember in the alchemy lab before we went poof?
Okay. If you take that chart, okay,
yeah,
and cut it into 4 pieces for each of those sections.
Okay. Yeah.
One of a pie piece will be closer to the line and another one will be further away, but it'll be more on the dry side. You get 16 different personality types.
Oh, yes. Okay.
And the 16 personality types.
Myers-Briggs.
Nope.
No.
They are the different types that Timothy Leary came up with in his interpersonal diagnosis of personality study, which made him a professor at Harvard.
Holy cow.
Right. But if you divide it into 4 parts and keep it simple, like how I gave it to you, you get something from a book called Emotions of Normal People, something like that. And the guy who wrote that book was one of the fathers of the lie detector. Okay. And that became the DISC system, DISC, which they market all over the place to businesses. And he was the original writer of Wonder Woman.
Oh, wow.
And by the way, he had a polyamorous marriage relationship too. His name was William Moulton Marston. And there's actually a movie that's out. You could check your Netflix and stuff. Dr. Marston and the Ladies or something like that. So there's the connection between that. And of course, all of these elements are reflected then in your zodiac signs that are all of that. So you get another part of astrology. So now you can understand if you're a Pisces, it's watery, etc.
Right. Wow. Alan, you are just chock full of information. I sincerely hope that we can have you on again. Thank you so much. This has been such a we can go on for days. We know Alan's good for days about astrology, right my friend?
But the takeaways from this, check out the people that you know, look at the circumstances you know, see how much of this shows up just in your real life or at a party or anything. And you will start to see how people operate through all of these.
Right on. Well,
thank you. And it gives you a better sense than when you're working with those elements magically too.
Right. And then you can figure out like, okay, where is this person at? Are they loud or are they kind of weepy or are they standoffish or are they something else? Man, oh man, this is going to be helpful for me too, because sometimes I work in customer service on phone calls and it can be a little dicey, I gotta say.
Sure.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you so much, Alan. And to our viewers, I want to say that we're going to go into about a 10-minute break here, and then our next folks will be coming up right after we get back from that break. Stay tuned. Thank you all so very much. Blessed be.
For watching.
You're watching the 2023 Correllians Live Telethon. The team here would like to thank you for all of your support in assisting us in bringing a contingent of paladins to the Parliament of the World's Religions in Chicago, Illinois, August of this year. We are trying to raise $10,000 to assist with the basic needs of housing, food, and travel expenses. Here are some words from the members of the event team on why it is important that we reach that goal.
I'm Pam Kelly. I am a member of the Sacred Order of Paladins, and I am here to tell you about why are we doing a telethon and how you can help us. Well, let me show you. Let me show you what's in the future. This weekend, Friday, 5 p.m. on Eastern Time, all the way till the 7th of May, which is Sunday at 7. We'll be doing 50 hours of magic and community, lots of shows, lots of guests. But what is it all for? Well, I'd love to show you about it rather than just tell you about it. We are planning to go to Chicago, the Parliament of the World's Religions. It's happening this August, and there's going to be leaders from all sorts of faiths there, as well as leaders from both the Correllian tradition. Circle Sanctuary will be there, and it's the place to be. And it's a place for us to be part of the conversation. This year, it's going to be a call to conscience, defending freedom and human rights, something that's very important to the pagan community, and also part of why we're paladins. We want to defend people, we want to protect people, and we want to be there to show a positive part of what we do as pagans. So please help us. This is happening in August, and we're trying to do what we can to raise money. And our biggest part of the campaign is this weekend. It is the road to the Parliament. So like I said, we'll be around all weekend long with lots of entertainment and shows and ways for community. So you're invited to be part of that. But also don't forget to donate if you can. The best way to donate, there's two ways, is to go to correllians.live/donate. And here are chances for you just to give an amount. And you can give credit to one of our paladins here, or none, just give it to all of us. We don't get the money, but it makes us feel nice. You know, we don't have a competition going on yet, but who knows? But it'll be friendly, obviously. The other way to do it is givebutter.com, givebutter.com/C/Correllians Live. And here, not only can you donate, but you can get some more information on why we're doing this. Also, where you can watch this on Pagan World TV, on Roku, Magic TV on YouTube, or streaming live on the web at Correllians.live. And you can share this. This is a good thing too. You can share this link with other people. Not only does it give you the opportunity to donate, but here's where we have the option. We're going to have plenty of items to bid upon, and you can start the bidding on Friday. It's going to be fun. There's all sorts of things. A 15-minute tarot reading with First Priest, Most Reverend Phoenix Coffin Williams. That's great. All these different readings here. Look at that chainmail pentacle wall hanging. Who would want that? I see a bidding war unrolling, unveiling, becoming a thing this weekend. A numerology chart. You know, I don't know if I should look at this right now. I can't bid yet, but we will be bidding all during the event. So please join us and please donate. We really would like to be at the Parliament here, manifesting vibes and support the paladins on our road to the Parliament. Thank you so much for listening and being part of this monumental effort and historical effort. So thank you. Blessings.
Hi, I'm Reverend Mary Hawk, and I am a member of the Sacred Order of the Paladins. Why are we going to the 2023 Parliament of World's Religions? Because representation matters. It's important that pagans be there to show that we are a growing tradition, that we are a viable religion, and we need to take our seat among other world religions.
From all of us here at the 2023 Correllians Live Telethon, we want to thank you again for your support. Please be sure to check out Divination Alley and get yourself a reading. Or check out our online auction that is overflowing with wonderful craft items, books, and services for sale. Remember, our goal is to raise $10,000, so please help us spread the word about the event, our cause, and be sure to stay tuned for more. So thank you all again, and may you all blessed be. Enjoy the telethon.
Hello, this is Reverend Don Lewis coming to you from beautiful Florida. And today our question comes to us from Roberto S. Medina. And Roberto has this question. Roberto tells us that he recently saw a video from what he describes as a prominent group. And in the video they were discussing self-initiation, and they took the point of view that self-initiation is not legitimate, and unless a witch comes out of a coven, they are simply play acting. And Roberto was confused by this, I assume because it's not the background that Roberto comes from, and wanted to know my opinion. And to give you my opinion, we must first start by defining our terms. Witchcraft is the practice of magic. You find it all around the world. You find it in pretty much every religion there is, sometimes approved of, sometimes disapproved of, but culturally pretty much always present. And some of those traditions feature initiation and some do not. In European backgrounds, there are all kinds of different traditions of witchcraft, some of which feature initiation and some of which do not. Now, some people want to take a narrower and more idiosyncratic definition of the word witch, but frankly, that and $5 will buy you a cup of coffee at Starbucks, but you'd better remember the $5. In actual practice, witchcraft is the practice of magic. Now, if we're talking about witchcraft, no one can say that one must or must not be initiated because there are all kinds of traditions that don't feature that. All kinds of people historically have practiced witchcraft who were not initiates of any particular organization. It was a folk practice in many cases. Now, the late Margaret Murray felt that that folk practice reflected a highly organized religion that had survived for hundreds of years in Christian Europe. And although I have a higher opinion of Dr. Murray than some people do, I'd have to say that she was wrong about that. If you look at European traditions of witchcraft, they mostly appear to be folk practice. And while they may come from ancient things, they were not that highly organized. And I have to say that if we're talking witchcraft, some witches involve initiation, some do not. Now, if we're talking more narrowly, any organization has the right to say that you must meet certain criteria to be part of that organization. Every order of priesthood has that right as well. And there are orders of priesthood who might be termed witches, and part of that larger movement of witchcraft, who are more narrow in their needs, and they have every right to say you must be initiated to be part of their order. And if that's what's being discussed, well, that's perfectly fine. I had the Correllian tradition, you must be initiated to be one of our priesthood. But I don't regard that as having anything to do with other traditions and their legitimacy. That's our custom. And again, when we're talking witchcraft, the term is not that narrow. And it certainly does not absolutely require initiation because historically, again, most witchcraft practices were on the level of folk magic and did not feature initiation. Most of them today are on that level. So that's my first answer. Now, I'm assuming that we're actually talking about Wicca. not necessarily witchcraft. People sometimes use these terms interchangeably, and to a point that's fine, but Wicca is something much more specific. And many people will tell you that Wicca is a religion. I will tell you it is a movement composed of several religions, which are related but different. They have different origins, they have different ideas. Dianic Wicca is not like Gardnerian Wicca. Gardnerian Wicca is not like Correllian Wicca. And we simply have to disagree about the way we go about things. And I think that we can agree to disagree, and I believe that for the most part, that is the position pretty much everyone is taking now, as opposed to the era of the identity wars when we all fought about these things and did tremendous damage to our movement. So, as a Correllian Wiccan, I will tell you that I am completely fine with self-initiation, both in the sense of solitaries who are connected to their own personal path, and in the sense that for Correllian initiation, you don't necessarily have to be at a temple or involve any person other than yourself, because the initiation itself is coming from Goddess, not from the priesthood who are performing it. They merely facilitate it. And Goddess will take who she chooses. So I have no problem with self-initiation in that sense, although again, to be considered Correllian clergy, you would have to be initiated, but it can be a solitary ritual. Now, coming back to the word Wicca, it's important to bear in mind that there are two words pronounced Wicca. One has one C, W-I-C-A, one has two C's, W-I-C-C-A, and they are not the same. Wicca with one C comes from Gerald Gardner. There's room to discuss whether he created it or merely adapted it from something older, but it definitely does come from Gerald Gardner. The plural is Wiccae. And from that background, I believe they absolutely require initiation. They have every right to do that. They are a specific order. Wicca with two C's is a term that comes from Charles Cardell, who led a group that worshiped the god Atho, and in many ways I think more closely resembled the writings of Margaret Murray, and he meant the word for a much wider group of people, particularly because he himself was not part of that Gardnerian matrix, nor were his people. Obviously, he did not coin the term to refer only to them, but to, again, a wider group. And a number of groups today still use the term in that way, though others have tried to narrow it. And I will again point out Dianic Wicca and Correllian Wicca as major traditions that do not come from the Gardnerian matrix. And all of these different traditions, whether they are witchcraft or Wicca or they call themselves something else, they have the right, if they are organizations, to have requirements, and initiation may be one of these. But if we're talking about witchcraft in a generalized sense, and in my opinion, even if we're talking about Wicca in the generalized eclectic sense, it's an entirely different matter. It's an individual path, and for the most part, most of the people following it are not part of groups and could not have that kind of initiation. And they are the larger part of the movement. I, again, as the head of the Correllian tradition, have no issue with self-initiation. I will take people as I find them, as my mother used to say, and I will evaluate whether they are real or play acting based on what they do and how they perform, and not on what someone else says. And so I have no trouble with it, and my tradition has no trouble with it, and that is both in the sense of initiation as a solitary ritual and practicing witchcraft without a particular initiation. So those would be my opinions. They are, of course, from a distinctly Correllian point of view, and others may give you different answers, but you're asking me, so you're getting my answer. And I hope you find it helpful, and until next time, may you blessed be. Hello, this is Reverend Don Lewis coming to you from the beautiful metaverse, and this is Reverend Don's Vlog. And tonight our question comes to us from Michael of Jedite's Pagan Vlog, and the question is about my feelings on raising children in pagan religions and what should be taken into account when doing so. And my feeling, first of course, is that this is an individual decision and there are many things that influence it. And It's not the easiest path for a child in a culture where their religion is not the dominant religion, but that's true for any child from any non-dominant religion. And there are lessons to be learned in that as well. But some of the things you need to consider if you're going to raise your child in pagan religion really have to do with the influences that will be around that child. And you also have to consider this if you're not going to raise your child in what I would assume would be your religion. I was raised as Correllian. I became a first-degree Correllian priest at 13, which is very young, but not necessarily within the context of being raised in a tradition. And I have an idea of what that life is like and what does have to be considered. One of the things you have to consider, which wasn't really an issue for me, but might be for you, is the behavior of other family members. Are both parents or all parents who are involved all of the same religious point of view, or are there several? If your spouse is not pagan, are they supportive? Are your family members supportive? What kind of area do you live in? All of these are things you need to think about in terms of making the decision of whether you will or will not raise your children in the pagan faiths. If you want my opinion of whether you should, I think absolutely. A lot of people in the pagan movement really don't want to raise their children in a way that, quote, forces their views upon them, end quote. My attitude is that that's not what you are doing when you're raising a child necessarily. Now, I do know that for those people, it's usually how they felt about their own parents. But you have to consider the religion that those parents came from. In my experience, when you are raising a child in certainly the kind of pagan faith that I come from, you're going to expose them to all kinds of different ideas, and ultimately you will let them make their own decision. But if you're not raising them with the religion, then you're not going to be exposing them to your ideas. And they will be exposed to everyone else's. I think that if your pagan faith is an important part of your life, of course you should share it with your children. You should teach them about energy. You should teach them about spirit. You should teach them about reincarnation. Some of the earliest memories I have to do with metaphysical teachings from my parents. My parents had different points of view in metaphysics. And to some extent, I got both of these, although my mother's was dominant. But that's okay. When a child gets different religious points of view, what it tells them is that people can have different points of view. And that's very important. I also certainly was taught that ours was not the dominant point of view. And one of the things that can be difficult is that depending on where you live and what the influences are, it may not really be possible for your child to share their spiritual ideas that they're learning from you with other people without negative reactions. That can be a hard thing to live with. But as I say, it's not necessarily any harder than for any other child from a minority religion. And if you don't raise them to know what your beliefs are, there are plenty of other people who are going to share their beliefs with them, and you may not like those beliefs. For a lot of people in the pagan movement, they, by no means all, I don't know that I'd even say most, but a lot came from a certain kind of Christian background that very much forced ideas upon them and upon everyone else in a very intolerant manner. And that's what they're hoping to avoid. And you should avoid that. That's not how you should share spirituality with a child at all. But teaching your child what you believe, letting them know that they can, in the fullness of time, decide what they believe for themselves, but this is what you believe, that's not forcing your views on them. That's sharing your views with them, a very different thing. And that's what I recommend. And yes, I think you should involve them in ceremonies. And yes, if you have ancestor altars, you should bring them to the ancestors. And yes, you should share mythology and magic and meditation with them. I think all of these things are great for children. And I think that you do them a disservice if you don't. You also potentially do yourself a major disservice, because if you don't give your child some spiritual grounding, often they will end up choosing no path, or they may find themselves in a path that is the very one that you're wanting them to avoid. The narrow, intolerant kind of path that will turn them against you because you did not let them know what you believed in the first place. I knew a particular lady. She came to Correllianism later in life. But her child was still a child at the time, but she didn't want to force anything on him, which ultimately meant she didn't share anything with him. And he ended up not understanding her spirituality at all, not understanding her at all when he became an adult, because it was so alien to what he actually had experienced and what had been shared with him. So I think it's very important that we share what we believe, what we stand for with our children. And I don't think that's forcing it on them at all. And I think if you don't give your children some kind of spiritual background, that you're doing them a disservice. Now, as I say, when I came to adolescence, I was allowed to make my own decision of what path I was going to go in, and I could have changed it a dozen times if I'd chosen to. I ended up choosing my mother's path, and I've been on it all this time since, and very happy with it. But I believe that had I made a different decision, she would have been fine with that. But had she never shared her views with me, I would not have had the option of choosing her path. And I have to say, if you think your child is going to suddenly discover spirituality at 30, that's probably not going to happen. It might. But I think that you really need to share your views when they are young and open to ideas. And let them know other people think differently. There's nothing wrong with their knowing that. Just as there's nothing wrong with their sharing what you believe. And when they get older, they're actually going to make their own choice anyway, whether you intend for them to or not. People come to the pagan movement for many reasons. The one I've heard most is because in the spiritual background of their family where they started, either it was very intolerant, or they had questions that the spiritual authorities could not answer and reacted with hostility toward the child asking the questions. So I think it's very important to answer children's questions, to share your beliefs with them, and I think to raise them in your faith with the understanding that it may not be where they choose to remain. But I can't imagine not having been taught about mythology and deities and ghosts and reincarnation and the soul, and how much different my life would have been without that. I think you do your child a disservice if you don't share your views. So these are basically my thoughts on the matter from a personal level. But I would also say that from the level of being a movement, the children are the future. And if we don't raise our children with at least the possibility of carrying on our faith, then our faith won't be carried on. And I think that we need to keep that in mind as well. To be a healthy movement, we really need people of all ages. And children, I don't think, I think as long as children understand, as adults also should understand, that there are many different views, then I think that sharing your views with them is very much the right thing to do. And I have seen a lot of people who chose not to, who were not really happy with the outcome, or were very surprised by the outcome. So I've also known people who raised their children in the faith, and the children eventually wandered away from it, as many will. Because the thing is, we're all individual. We all will make our own choices. And the fact that you do or do not share your spiritual beliefs with your children does not change the fact they will eventually pick their own. A lot of people who are pagan would not be pagan if that were not true. So my attitude is that yes, we absolutely should. Now it's now 8:40 Eastern. At 9 p.m. Eastern, I do my chat room. Hopefully we will perhaps talk a bit more about this subject there. And if you've never come to Chancellor's Chat, it's every Monday at 8. Been going on since 1998, which is a very long time to do a chat room. Started out on about.com. And now it's a video chat, which is a very wonderful evolution. I find the video chat to be the most engaging form of the chat room that we have done. The worst one was the 3D chat at least a decade ago that gave everyone vertigo. But the video is the best so far. Of course, it's probably soon enough going to become a VR chat as technology continues forward, but we'll deal with that when we get there. So feel free to stop by chat. We don't have set topics. We talk about whatever we choose to talk about. It's a get-together of friends. And if you like the vlog, please consider hitting like, subscribe, or share according to the platform you're seeing it on. And feel free to give me more questions in the comments. I have a few more I'll be doing in the upcoming days. And the order for third degree books is going out, and they should be in relatively soon. I'll be making further announcements about that. Medium 365 should be going out soon as well. And then Ritual and Theory and Practice. So it's a busy time. And thank you very much for being part of this time and part of my life. And thank you for watching the vlog. I hope you enjoy it. And until next time, may you blessed be. Hello, this is Reverend Don Lewis coming to you from the beautiful metaverse. And this is Reverend Don's vlog. And tonight our question comes to us from Eric Hebert. And Eric Hebert has this question. How do I feel about the idea of ritual with no ritual tools at all, or with improvised ritual tools? And I think it will probably not be a surprise to anyone who has followed my vlog for any length of time that actually I think this is a very important thing. I am a believer in ritual tools. You can see my altar behind me and some of the things that are on it. But I am not a believer in the idea that ritual tools are necessary, only that they're helpful. So the idea of doing ritual without ritual tools, I think, is a valuable experience for any practitioner, and is actually the way I most commonly would probably be doing ritual if you were to see me doing ritual out of a public context. And the reason is that ritual tools are not necessary. Everything you need is inside. People often put a great deal of reliance on these external things, which only serves to hold them back. It doesn't actually help them. And I always try to caution against that. I want to say hello to Mary. Hi, Mary. And so I'm a great believer in the idea of having ritual tools when you want them, but not being dependent upon them. You know, I like to say that if your magic isn't going to work for you when your car is skidding off the road, then what good is it? And in fact, I've been in that position. Some years ago, I was in a car accident where I was hit by another car. And in the couple of seconds just before the impact, I had just enough time for an act of magic. And, you know, people will tell you in that kind of situation, time seems to slow down. Well, it certainly did. And I felt very much that I had stepped outside of time, and I did a working for a positive outcome, which is to say not dying. And in fact, I was uninjured. But had that impact been only slightly different, I certainly would have been injured and possibly even killed because it was a much larger vehicle. But I was able to use magic in that moment. And the reason is that I know how to do magic without any external aspects. And I think that if you're going to study magic, you must learn how to do that. And I want to say hello to Sheila Saint-Pierre, who is watching at the moment. Hello. And to everyone else who is watching. I do think that ritual tools have an important place. They can be very helpful to what you're doing in a number of ways. One is as a key to help in the shift of consciousness. Another is in terms of the materials they're made of. Sometimes these can be very helpful to what you're doing. Hello to Sean Shed Quintus. Howdy, howdy. And this can be very helpful to a person. And hello to Noreen Sullivan. But you must not be dependent upon it. So if you were to be wandering around my office here, you would see a couple of different athames that I use. One is currently on the altar. It was a gift from my Uncle Edward when I was very, very young, at the very beginning of my metaphysical career. It's apparently quite collectible. I had a conversation with my son not long ago about the origins of this knife, and it is a traditional Finnish knife, but they apparently are quite desirable at this time. But you'll also see one over here on the bookcase, which is in its origin a bone letter opener, but it works very nicely as an athame. I have a number of others. At one time I had many others. And they all have their different values. The things that they're made of contribute, the emotional connections to them contribute, the beauty of the artwork contributes. And I'm a great believer in having beautiful things in what you're doing. Beautiful altars, beautiful altar pieces, beautiful altar tools, but not being dependent upon them. And I want to say hello to Melissa Anderson. Wonderful to see you watching. So in asking how I feel about the idea of doing ritual with no tools, I 100% think that this is a valuable experience to anyone, even if it isn't your preferred way to do ritual. And for me, it mostly is my preferred way. Not always, it depends. Well, you know, I'm a Gemini. I don't know that I have one preferred way. I have a number of them. But I often do ritual with no external anything. And I found it works very, very well. And I think it's very valuable to understand and to know how to do that. And very limiting to not know. So I strongly support the idea. Now, the second part of the question, how do I feel about improvised ritual materials? And Eric and Arlene were in my chat room on Monday night. We were talking about these subjects. And one of the examples was picking up a stick to use as a wand. And hello to Heather Mount, welcome. And, you know, I think that also is a wonderful thing to do. I think that would be a very spontaneous type of energy. And I would highly recommend it to people. If you were to do either of these things, ritual with no tools or ritual with improvised tools, I think you'd find them both to be perfectly effective. And if you've not done it before, to be liberating and expanding to your practice. Now, one of my favorite photos, I'm currently editing a number of books for republication. One of them is the Common Book of Wicca and Witchcraft, which has a number of articles by the late Abby Willowroot. And hello to Kazane Burn, I'm not entirely sure how to pronounce that. I apologize if I got it wrong. But one of my favorite photos of the beloved Abby was taken in her office in San Francisco. If you don't remember Abby Willowroot, she was a world-class artist. She has jewelry in the permanent collections of the Smithsonian Museum, which is quite a thing. Hello to Christy Vaccarelli, who says that she loves Abby, as I certainly do. I was very honored to have her as a Correllian high priestess among her other priesthoods. But she's very well known for the Goddess 2000 project, which was a gigantic art project in the last years of um, the 20th century and the first year of the 21st, and also for Willow Root's magic wands. And if you are not familiar with Willow Root's magic wands, they're beautiful works of art. They're done in various metals, including silver. I believe they're even available in gold plate. They have many beautiful stones involved, beautiful designs. They are works of art in their own right, leaving aside all magical aspects. But when I was interviewing in her office, she showed me her wand, and I got a photo, and it was a stick. It was a stick about yay long, and that was her personal preference, very simple. And I always thought that was very interesting. And speaking of improvised magical materials, I think it's a really good example of how even a very advanced person can enjoy that spontaneity, that whimsy, if you would, that comes from this. And Christy tells us that they have one of Abby's wands. I do as well. They are magnificent. I highly recommend them to anyone. And some of them would be very formidable for self-defense because they're not all small. So in terms of improvised magical tools, found objects have a value of their own metaphysically. A lot of people have found stones, found shells that they have acquired that are part of their ritual tools, part of their altar setup. And using these on the spur of a moment in ritual, I think, is a wonderful thing to learn. It may not be what you want to do every time. It may not be something you ever want to do again, but doing it once, I think, is valuable for all people. So my answer to the question is I think these are great things. And one of the things I most often caution people against is being bound by things that don't need to bind you. And this is an example. Ritual tools are great. They can be very helpful. They can be very beautiful. But you can work without them. And you must never forget that. The power is within and around, but it's not based on whether you have an object or not. And in the same way, it's very helpful to attune to the energies of the universe, to the season, to the moon cycle, etc., to the astrological signs and aspects, but your magic has to help you when you need it. And if that is going against the prevailing energy, well, sometimes you just need to do that. And you need to know how to do that. You cannot be bound by these considerations. I want to say hello to Peggy Deas. Thank you for being here. And these basically are the things that I would say on the subject of doing ritual without ritual tools or with improvised tools. I think it's great. And with all things magical, though those external things can sometimes be helpful, they are never necessary. And it's a good thing, because when you really need that magic, you may not have any of that. And those are my thoughts. I hope you find them helpful. And until next time, may you blessed be. And please remember to like, subscribe, or share if you enjoy the vlog on whatever platform you may be seeing it on. Thank you for watching and have a lovely night. Hello, this is Reverend Don Lewis coming to you from the beautiful metaverse. And tonight we're going to talk about wands. And this is in response to a question from Margarita Brown. And Margarita, actually a comment from Margarita Brown. And the comment was, in response to my recent vlog on magical tools, Margarita made the comment, shouldn't your wand be made from your tree? And I thought this was a very interesting comment. And I've known people who did that. So I wanted to talk about this a little bit and talk about magic wands in general. And, wands are an interesting subject because they're one of the first things people think about in terms of magical practice because of the ideas of the wider community. But in actual magical practice, they're not really all that common. And I want to say hello to Michael and to Karen, and to Eric, and to Sir Ed, and everyone who is watching. Hello, hello. I have a number of magic wands, and I use them on occasion. In the Correllian tradition, we particularly use wands in connection with the four quarters, and also for certain things like healing to help direct energy, and that's what a wand is about, directing energy. But they really are more important in, for example, ceremonial magic. They were important in the magic of the ancient world, more so than contemporary magic. And hello to Gwendolyn Olympia Adams. And I wanted to show you a couple of the wands I have here in my office. And this is probably my favorite wand. And you can see why, because it has both a dark and a light polarity. I brought this back from Africa when I visited in year 13 Aquarius. And it's made of wood and crystal, but also some sort of clay that is used to join the crystals to the wood, but I can't say that I know exactly what. I never had a chance to meet the artisan who created the wand. This is another wand, which was the gift of my beloved friend, Pete Pathfinder Davis, the founder of the Aquarian Tabernacle Church. And you'll notice that this is a very simple wand by comparison. And that's going to be part of what we're talking about in this vlog. So Margarita brought up the idea that your wand should be made from your tree. And I have known wand makers who had specific trees that they had just for that purpose. In some cases, they had grown the tree for that purpose, and others they had found them. Rhianna Marie, who used to make wands for witch school, Correllian High Priestess, Lady of the Enchanted Realm, lovely person. She made wands that were, hello to Sean Shed Quintus. She made wands that were basically lengths of wood with crystal and sometimes feathers and other things attached. They were very beautiful, but she often got them from particular trees under the hill, which is the old homestead of the High Correll family. And I believe she had some other trees she used for this purpose as well. Lady Bitterwind liked to patronize those same trees. I've known other people who had trees that they grew for this purpose, and one of my staves, and I have a wide range of staves, which are currently mostly in my storage space, but one of them was made from a piece of twisted wood that was grown that way using grapevines to cause it to take that shape. It was a gift from my father. And that's another way that a wand can be made. In that case, it's a staff, which is basically a big wand, but a small wand can be done that way too. When you're using wood, you can train it into a certain shape if you desire to do so. Historically speaking, wands have taken a number of forms, but wood is probably the most common one. In the ancient world, and historically also, they were also often made of metal. And in everyday society, the wand, or another word for it is a scepter, was a symbol of command. It was a symbol of the ability to enforce your will, which is part of why it's used in magic, and part of the idea of directing that energy. The scepter and the wand are the same thing. And if you look at historical scepters, they look very much like magical wands because, in a manner of speaking, they are. When I was young and first moving out into the metaphysical world, the most common kind of wand I was encountering was wood, but with a length of copper wire, either coming up through the middle or wound around the outside. And at that time, there was a lot of feeling that there needed to be an element of copper involved because copper conducted energy and also was the metal of Venus. And for a number of years, copper was very common in magic wands in the English-speaking world. As I got a little older, it became common for people to make wands out of copper tubing. And very often, the hollow tubing would be filled with crystals or stones of a nature appropriate to the person who was going to use it. There'd be a crystal point at one end, and either another crystal point or a different kind of stone or some other cap at the other end. They were often wrapped in colored cloth or leather. It was not uncommon for them to have elaborate stonework on the outside as well. They could be very beautiful. They were usually only, not more than a foot long, but occasionally they were longer. And for a long time, this was the dominant form of wand that you would see. I haven't seen one of them now for a very long time, but then my youth was rather a long time ago. But for example, my late wife used to make this kind of wand, and she would sell them in various metaphysical venues. Then we had Abby Willowroot, who did wands in silver and pewter and other metals, which made the metal wand come back into fashion very, very strongly in a sculptural kind of way. As opposed to the hollow tubing that was often filled with things, these were solid wands. They're very beautiful. They're still around. And Abby Willowroot, of course, was a famous artist, and so her wands were artworks in and of themselves, even if you didn't want them as a wand. They stood up as art in their own right. Then Harry Potter became very popular, and the wooden wand came back into popularity and has been popular ever since. It was never entirely gone. None of these is ever entirely gone. And I mention them to show that not only are there many ways to make a wand, but they come in and out of fashion. Another kind of wand that was very popular, and you still see, are crystal wands, where you will have a long crystal point that is used as a wand. And at one time, selenite was very popular for this, and those wands could be quite large. Were also often wire wrapped with other stones. And so there's this huge variety of possible ways that wands could be made. Another way that I've seen wands made is with a wooden base and clay to add features, similar to the wand I was showing earlier. So to go back to that original comment about making your wand from your tree, that's one way. And many people do that. A lot of people will look for a fallen stick that will be appropriate for a wand because they want to find a found object. Others will make their wands as incredible works of art. Others will look for just the right one to buy, and these are all good. There are people who will tell you there's just one way. I am not that person. I will tell you that people are different, and therefore the way that you want to make or acquire a wand or any other magical tool is also going to be different. It's going to be individual, because what works for you may not be what will work for your neighbor. And this attitude is partly because I'm Correllian. This is the official Correllian attitude, but partly probably because I'm a Gemini. And I like variety. And I love the fact there are so many different kinds of wands that you can make. And if you look at my artwork, for example, shameless plug, the Third Degree book, which has just come out, there are a number of pictures in here that involve wands, and many of them are very different. And that is because I like that difference. By the way, anyone who's following the Third Degree book, as I just showed, the shipment came in, it's also been sent out, and I'm having people already tell me they're receiving them. So if you're waiting for a Third Degree book, it is in the mail and on its way to you, and you may already have it. Now, you can't see behind me. Well, maybe you can see that there's a little box in the back here. Not such a little box, but it's full of medium 365s, which have also come in and will be in the mail this week. So books are going out, and we have a new book to get today, the Spanish language version of the First Degree lessons. And this has been translated for us by our Spanish language translators. And it's a lovely book, the most lavishly illustrated book we've ever brought out. And it's available in several different forms with different price points for that reason. And I'm hoping that we will soon move on to additional Spanish language books. Watch for the Greek language version coming soon as well. I'm also working on bringing back the Common Book of Witchcraft and Wicca. And I'm also working on Ritual and Theory and Practice, both of which will come out in March. And so Correllian Publishing is very busy. But to get back to wands, for me, this is still the same message as my vlog on ritual tools. They can be great, they can be helpful, they can be beautiful, but you don't actually need them because you can direct the energy just fine by yourself. But a beautiful wand that touches your soul can also help you to be in the right state to do magic, to shift your consciousness to do magic. And that's also very important. So ritual tools have their uses. So I'm not saying they don't, I'm just saying you must never be bound by the idea that you must have them. And for example, the crystals, the woods, the other materials that might be involved in making a wand, they also have their own energy, which can add to what you're doing. But again, it adds. It's not an absolute necessity to have it. So thank you everyone for watching. I hope you've enjoyed the vlog. We have Chancellor's Chat at the top of the hour for those who wish to attend. I will look forward to seeing at least some of you there. And I hope you have a lovely, lovely night. And until next time, may you blessed be.
You're watching the 2023 Correllians Live Telethon. The team here would like to thank you for all of your support in assisting us in bringing a contingent of paladins to the Parliament of the World's Religions in Chicago, Illinois, August of this year. We are trying to raise $10,000 to assist with the basic needs of housing, food, and travel expenses. Here are some words from the members of the event team on why it is important that we reach that goal.
I'm Pam Kelly. I am a member of the Sacred Order of Paladins, and I am here to tell you about why are we doing a telethon and how you can help us. Well, let me show you. Let me show you what's in the future. This weekend, Friday, 5 p.m. on Eastern Time, all the way till the 7th of May, which is Sunday at 7. We'll be doing 50 hours of magic and community, lots of shows, lots of guests. But what is it all for? Well, I'd love to show you about it rather than just tell you about it. We are planning to go to Chicago, the Parliament of the World's Religions. It's happening this August, and there's going to be leaders from all sorts of faiths there, as well as leaders from both the Correllian tradition. Circle Sanctuary will be there, and it's the place to be. And it's a place for us to be part of the conversation. This year, it's going to be a call to conscience, defending freedom and human rights, something that's very important to the pagan community, and also part of why we're paladins. We want to defend people, we want to protect people, and we want to be there to show a positive part of what we do as pagans. So please help us. This is happening in August, and we're trying to do what we can to raise money. And our biggest part of the campaign is this weekend. It is the road to the Parliament. So like I said, we'll be around all weekend long with lots of entertainment and shows and ways for community. So you're invited to be part of that. But also don't forget to donate if you can. The best way to donate, there's two ways, is to go to correllians.live/donate. And here are chances for you just to give an amount. And you can give credit to one of our paladins here, or none, just give it to all of us. We don't get the money, but it makes us feel nice. You know, we don't have a competition going on yet, but who knows? But it'll be friendly, obviously. The other way to do it is givebutter.com, givebutter.com/C/Correllians Live. And here, not only can you donate, but you can get some more information on why we're doing this. Also, where you can watch this on Pagan World TV, on Roku, Magic TV on YouTube, or streaming live on the web at Correllians.live. And you can share this. This is a good thing too. You can share this link with other people. Not only does it give you the opportunity to donate, but here's where we have the option. We're going to have plenty of items to bid upon, and you can start the bidding on Friday. It's going to be fun. There's all sorts of things. A 15-minute tarot reading with First Priest, Most Reverend Felix Coffin Williams. That's great. all these different readings here. Look at that chainmail pentacle wall hanging. Who would want that? I see a bidding war unrolling, unveiling, becoming a thing this weekend. Oh, a numerology chart. You know, I don't know if I should look at this right now. I can't bid yet, but we will be bidding all during the all during the event. So please join us and please donate. We really would like to be at the Parliament here, manifesting vibes and support the Paladins on our road to the Parliament. Thank you so much for listening and being part of this monumental effort and historical effort. So thank you. Blessings.
Hi, I'm Reverend Mary Hawk, and I am a member of the Sacred Order of the Paladins. Why are we going to the 2023 Parliament of World's Religions? Because representation matters. It's important that pagans be there to show that we are a growing tradition, that we are a viable religion, and we need to take our seat among other world religions.
From all of us here at the 2023 Correllians Live Telethon, we want to thank you again for your support. Please be sure to check out Divination Alley and get yourself a reading. Or check out our online auction that is overflowing with wonderful craft items, books, and services for sale. Remember, our goal is to raise $10,000, so please help us spread the word about the event, our cause, and be sure to stay tuned for more. So thank you all again, and may you all blessed be. Enjoy the telethon.
And good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone. This is Apo Adnan.
Ang Lakay, Magbayagama. Hello.
And welcome to Pinoy Witch Talk right here at Correllians Live Telethon, late night and early morning vlog. So what are we going to do right now, Lakay? Yeah, we are connected. So first of all, thank you, Sir Cosmo, for having a wonderful segment and welcoming us in this time of the hour. So I hope you may have a very, very good sleep. And I can promise if we could have much time during the parliament, me and Lakay will give you a healing session. So that's it, no? So today, no, we have set a program for from 4 a.m. to 5 a.m. We are going to look back on what we have done yesterday. Then by 5 p.m. to 6 p.m., we are going to talk about Mother's Day. So today is already Sunday, and happy Mother's Day to all. And by 6 to 7, no, we are going to discuss about the babaylan, no? And the status of babaylan in the Philippines and worldwide. Because right now, Lakay, di ba, parang there are many people who want to claim themselves as babaylan. But how can a certain person become a babaylan? No, it is similar on witchcraft. How can you become a witchcraft or witch or a Wiccan, no? And lastly, by 7 to 8 p.m. in the evening, in the morning, so it's because it's evening time here, afternoon here, no? So by afternoon or by 7 to 8 a.m. Eastern time, so we are going to discuss Hilot and we will join by our co-trainer, Miss Nora Columuchu. So if you are watching this telethon, kindly share give us a heart emoji, no, or thumbs up if you are watching here via YouTube. or either Facebook, no? And honestly, we are seen through Correllians.live and Magic TV and Vegas World TV that is aired over Roku.
And of course, if there have their questions or if you have your own personal topic that you want to discuss us or with us, so you can comment it down below.
Oh, we will
So we
respond
can
that now. So if you have any questions or any suggestions or any topic that you want to discuss about right here at this time of the morning, so in a few hours, sunrise will come there and sunrise here, sunshine will come down. No? So anyway, so Lakay, how are you yesterday?
uh,
So
and
what seems the problem that we encountered?
uh, so the problem that I encountered, of course, my running nose. So it's still here. So, but I'm taking up some medicines for that. Yun. So the show must go on. So no one can block us in joining to Correllians Live Telethon and to share with you guys our experiences and knowledge in terms of our traditional spirituality and practices. Ayun.
You know, and
And to
the,
our two viewers, hello sa inyo. Good
And
evening.
the other problem that we have encountered, aside from the running nose of Lakay, no, is the technical difficulties that we experienced yesterday. No, so I know that we have done this before last year, but it seems our technology is getting low and outdated. So probably we need a new device, no? But don't worry, no? It's still functioning, no? According to Sir Cosmo, it says give precision to life from the Philippines of China. And thank you very much,
Thank you
Sir
so much,
Cosmo, and salute
sir.
to you. No? And I really hope that on on August, no, we will see each other. So now, aside from the technical difficulties, no, so far I see it smoothly, no. Although once in a while during the ritual, we really have some fun. No? So it's not clearly parang it's not all the time we are serious. So during the ritual moment, no, we have been teach by the spirit to laugh along. No? So speaking of laugh, no, why we need to laugh? And how do people see back if we are conducting ritual? So, Lakay, can you, what are your expectations in conducting ritual?
My before the expectation, my experiences. So I attended all of the different kinds or different types of spiritual practices and rituals. So most of them, it's more on solemn approach. So parang you need to avoid the distraction or don't distract each other while you are in the ritual. And some are parang they treat it as a super sacred action so that no one can talk. So parang talking to someone is not allowed or sharing your experiences is not allowed. But the good thing here in Lutian, in our ways,
And Correllian
and
tradition.
of course in the Correllian tradition, you are free to express your emotions, your true emotions. So based on my observation and experience kasi before na sometimes you will get some weird emotions na sometimes you will feel happy even though na the ritual is solemn but you feel na you want to laugh. So I discovered and I learned na during the ritual this is a open parang you are opening to the spirit realm. So it's automatically na you can absorb their emotions if they are happy or if they are mad or angry. Yeah. So that's my observation. So for me, it's a good types or technique or method of during the ritual be free to show your emotions and to entertain them.
Actually, that is correct, Lakay. No? I've been also introduced or was raised in the Catholic rituals. No? And most of the time, in the Catholic rituals, they have very solemn, and they have these order of services, such as what we have also in the Correllian tradition, and it should be followed solemnly, no? In the right manner, and everyone should. Oh, when I was in the Bible Baptist Church, no, when I was in, ano, Lakay? When I was in the Bible Baptist Church, no, parang I've been taught of silence, no, of solemnity during the service, church service. Although in the Protestant or in the evangelicals, no, there is no much, so there is no such as ritualistic, no. Although what I observe, I they are teaching, no, preaching, no. They are telling the word of God and always rebuking the bad behavior and attitude of the people, no, through their sermons. And although there are times of praise and worship, there people will sing, dance, shout, no. And on the healing sessions, no, when I say on the evangelical, that is the time that the spirit will flow. Comparingly to a pagan ritual, no, even at the beginning of the ritual, the spirit can move as long as we have called the spirit. No? So this is the difference between the pagan and the evangelical and the Catholic rituals. No? So on my part, Lakay, no, as a chief priest of the Agama, I really value the role of the spirits during our services or our ritual services. And if you notice in Lumpiang Agama, we call it as a ritual study. So we always combine the ritual aspect and the study aspect because during the ritual, this is the time that we are feeding our souls. And do you know, ladies and gentlemen, my brothers and sisters, in the pagan path, or even if you are not a pagan, no, we know that there is what they call this food for the soul, no, or what they call the bread of life, and that is in the Christian tradition. That is the what you call this the sharing of the gospel, or reading the word of God to the people. And and when you see and when you notice that when you read the Bible or the scriptures, what is being invoked there? So when you read, how do you read?
Loud.
So you read it through voice. And when you read it through voice, verbally, so it means the people will hear it and inculcate it into their mind. No? And the pastors would insert, or even the church will insert their own theories and teachings about the Word of God, thus, what do you call that? Thus, changing the mind of the individual. And for us here, no, because we are a young nation that been colonized, and that is what I've heard, no, according to my students in Hilot, who is French national, he said to us, now we are very lucky because we are still a young nation. We still remember who we are prior to the colonization. And the reason why we have been colonized is because of the word of God that been indoctrinated to us. And I might use the poisoning of the mind or brainstorming of the mind is because of that doctrine. And through that doctrine, our soul has been captured. No? Our soul has been captured modern religion and made us believe that the old religion of our ancestors, the belief in the Diwata, Anito, and Encanto, is a form of devil worshipping. Such as yesterday, Lakay, di ba, we have discussed na about offering to the devils or to the busaw. What is the main reason why we do offer?
So it's a way or it's an action of transformation. So once you give some specific offering, so it means you're giving your love to that to that spirit to transform the negative into positive one. So it's like the uh, away,
Fighting.
like the fighting of the bad or like the battle of the bad and good wolf.
So we have talked about this transformation or making offering. So do you think, Lakay, na you have been taught to make offering? And through offering, to making offering, you will receive what you wish for. But what is the condition, what is the real condition of giving an offering? So should it be na because it is required to make offering, I should give it, and in return of giving offering, I will receive what I want. Is that a good condition or good motivation?
For me, in magical or in spiritual things or technique, if you do some or if you give some offering, it must be it comes from your heart, not in your mind. So based on my ano din, my learning, the most powerful energy vibration is the emotions or the heart. So that's why emotion is energy emotions. So it radiates a lot of ano of space a lot of it's like a kilometers eh. So
Distance.
yung distance yun, it takes a lot of distance and then the emotions can travel from the past, present to future. So for me, your real emotions while you are doing some offering is the most important. So if you want or if you feel na to give more, so it doesn't matter if you have only parang if you offer a small amount, but parang yun yung that's the
Sincerity.
sincerity aspect. Yun. So it's not the bigger or the smaller amount will ano will or the most important there, but your sincerity, your pure intentions.
Actually, it is just like this, Lakay. If you notice, our culture here in the Philippines, we celebrate Fiesta. It is the same thing as in Mexico, no? So Philippines and Mexico has very has common denominator. We are very similar in terms of our state religion and our spiritual practices and culture and tradition. No? And in terms of here in celebrating Fiesta, many people, because of their thought or thinking that a Diwata, that an angel might come and visit them, that is the reason why they prepare so many foods. No? Even though that they don't have money, they will go ask for usury or they will lend money in order to buy food to prepare during the Fiesta celebration. No? But the thing here is on that kind of offering that we serve, no? Um, I think it's not a right behavior. It's not a right attitude that a people or a certain worshiper of the water or God should have, no? Because it is quite ano, parang enslaving, no? I feel that you are enslaved because of the customs and tradition of giving, of preparing food just to make an offering to the gods. No, I think that is not the right behavior. No, even on for example,
So you
two
need to
people.
take a credit
Yes, you lend or you make a loan or you have a credit just
to
to
prepare.
prepare, no? And then at the end of the celebration, you are indebted with so much money, and you are pushed down because of that customs of preparing for fiesta celebration, no? And then I have a two example, no, which will be more acceptable of in terms of offering. The offering of 1 million pesos or $1 million, or in terms of dollar, an offering of $1 million, or an offering of the poor of 1 penny or 1 cent. Who, what kind, on which offering would you accept if you are a guy?
For me, it depends on the sincerity, like what we have talked earlier. Na if you give a million or a dollar, but you are not sincere on doing that, so for me, I will not accept it. Compared to the 1 peso or 1 penny, but you are sincerely or heartedly
Wholeheartedly.
full-heartedly na you are willing or giving this to that to that person or to that God. So that's the more favorable.
Because for me, Lakay, what I see here, if you give $1 million, it means you still have more money to give. Whereas if you give the one penny, it means that is all. No, that is all that you have. It seems like that when you give you a penny or a peso to the service, or as an offering, it seems that you are giving all your life, because that penny is very important to that person compared to the person that giving 1 million, because he has the ability and he has more money that is left, no?
But sometimes based on the reality, so we will bring the offering into the real world. Sometimes it's dangerous if you hear someone that they are willing to give you or to give some offering to you that super expensive, like a dollars, or sometimes they offer house and lot or lot, because if they do that, the next question there is what's what's the catch or what's next, because if they give a lot, so it means that they are expecting much more compared to their offering, diba? So I guess for me, so to be safe,
It's just like, I don't know, parang
so
like a pyramiding scam.
yeah.
If you give this one, I'll double it up.
Mm.
Parang, and that's the problem with the people who worship and that is giving something as an offering,
Mm.
because they expect some benefit, more benefit than is required.
So maybe that's the reason why then why the spirit give their favor most of the time to the offering that is not too much expensive. And maybe that's the reason why then some of the spirit they only want rum, like cigarettes. So it's not luxurious item, because they know or they just sense na they need the sincerity who is full-heartedly willingly to work with them. Yeah.
Yeah. Yun nga, no? Pero how do we define ba these offerings, no? And what kind of offerings we give to different kind of spirits? Like what I've said yesterday, as a review, that there are many spirits that we need to give an offering, no? We offer to the Supreme Divine Creator. We offer to the Duwata or the angels. We give offering to the nature spirits or Encanto. And we give offering to the uh,
Ancestor.
Anito or ancestors. So, what kind of offering, if we are talking about the ancestors, especially our dearly beloved ones that has been departed already or crossed the veil, what kind of offerings should we give to them? Do you have any idea? If you have any idea, kindly make a comment below. So, I think we have 4 viewers. So, I want to greet you. Can you comment down your name so that I could read your names here? So while waiting for Lakay, his nose is still running. He's trying to catch up with his nose. Hey, beautiful people, Katrina Logan, kamusta, kamusta, kamusta? And I think, I don't know if this is the recent one, no? But yeah, no? So what is my question again?
But offering.
Oh, what kind of offering should we give to our dead ancestors or to our dearly uh, beloved ancestors that have already crossed the veil? So, Lakay, what do you think?
For me, your good deeds, your actions, being who you are, because you are also connected to the ancestor. So it means the ancestor, or let's say, or we can use the lineage or the family, will also reflect to you. If you are a bad person, or if you are doing most of the time is bad, and the society, ano yung kinilala?
recognize.
recognize you as a bad person. So it means it will reflect to all of your lineage or all of your ancestor. So for me, it's more on be careful on your actions or on your doings.
Yeah. Actually, now when it comes to offering to the ancestors, it is a means of remembering them. You know, because we believe as a Filipino, Filipino Agama, we believe that even a dead person still has an influence over her life. You know, and our grandfathers and grandmother believe that they could give you punishment or give you blessings. So giving an offering to the ancestors is also a form of establishing our connection to them even they are dead, no? They have crossed over the veil. So most of the time we prepare food for them, no? We prepare food, their favorite food, and then at the same time, no, we eat that, and especially when we are gathering with our family members, no, existing family members like brothers and sisters or siblings, or even with their uncles and aunties, or even your lola, no, that is also a form of offering, no, and making connection to your relative are strengthening your bond to your ancestors, especially here in Correllian tradition. No? So this is what I have learned, that ancestral worship is very central faith of the Correllian tradition, no? And it doesn't mean we are worshiping or we are working with the Correllian ancestors alone. Although the Correllian ancestors are giving us inspiration, through that inspiration, we apply it to our own family lineage. Because each one of us has our own parents, has our own mother, has our own father, and their mother and father has their own mother that connect us to the great ancestors. And if you are going to learn Philibansa, if you are going to learn Philibansa, elemental name, energetic balance analysis, or the Philibansa healing method, it teaches us that all of us belongs to the circle of life. And that circle of life make us related to one another. Even though that we have our mother and father's lineage, there is a gate here, which is the northwest, gate of the northwest, which is the gate or the portal to our ancestral lineage, not to our great ancestors, which will fall to our divinity, the Creator, the Supreme Divine Creator, that we call as Makala or Umli, or either Tuhan, or either Mabaya, Kabundihan, depending on which tribal group or ethno-linguistic tribal group you belong to in the Philippines. No? So that is how we see, and having a good relationship with your siblings, having a good relationship with your cousins, having a good relationship with your uncle and auntie is a sign of a strong connection with your ancestors. And honestly, here, we have here that terminology as kinakapatid. No, we have ninong and nina. No, although we are not blood related, but we are just neighbor and we grow up together at the same time. We call that person not only as a friend, but we consider them as kinakapatid. Have you heard that term? No. So that kinakapatid teaches us that we are related to one another.
Parang anak siya ng mag-best friend,
Yeah.
the parents.
So it means we are not related. We are just best friends. But Lakay have a son, and I have a son as well. No, that makes, even though we are not connected to one another, that makes the relationship of our children to be siblings through best friends. No, so yun tinatawag namin kinakapatid. No, and what else? So that is also a form of ancestral worship, no? Being good to our neighbors because our neighbors is related to us. But when we talk about ancestors, How do we trace our ancestors back?
How to?
Who are our ancestors? Is our ancestor limited to our bloodline?
For me, if we said ancestor, this is the your compositions or your ingredients, why you exist here on the physical plane. So for me, one of the ancestor that we can count is our family, our mother, our father, and then the grandmother and the grandfather. And then we can also acknowledge the elementals or the nature spirit because we as a human being also composed of the elements. So ancestor, they are the one who will born or who will exist first before you. Yun. So that's why in some religion or some spiritual practices, one of their ancestor is the rock, the tree, the mountain, the sea, the river, like that, because they exist first before us. Yeah.
So guys, I open up the chat box. So if you want to your names to be read and to be shown on air, kindly make comment. No. So with regards to the ancestor, know who are our ancestors? Indeed, Lakay, that our ancestors are our bloodlines. That includes our family. But in our tradition, we also consider a communal ancestor. So it means the community, our community is also part of our ancestry.
The tribe.
The tribe. That's why when we go to, ayun, Katrina Logan, it's nice to know, no, how do I properly connect and communicate with our ancestors. So it's nice that you have asked, no. So let me just finish my statement. Now, the communal ancestors, no, the communal ancestor is part of our community. That's why as Filipino, when we see ourselves abroad, uy, kabayan, we call us kabayan or fellow citizen, no. They will ask you from where you are. Oh, I am from Taguig or I am from Bulacan. And most of the time, we relate ourselves, our ancestors, now we are on the same path, we are on the same place, no? So answering about Katrina Logan, no? I'm I'm all about living positive relationship with others. So how do I properly connect and communicate with my ancestors? No? So personally with your ancestors, actually there is many other questions with that. No? So if you can identify who are your siblings, who are your mother and fathers, try to have a dinner with them, talk with them. No, that is a best way of communicating with your ancestors. But when it comes, if you are referring to adult ancestors, no, you can make an offering if you know what kind of food that they like to eat, no, just offer that food. Such as if you have, no, I am offering this drink to my great ancestors, to the Common and to the Gomez clan, and may this cup of wine be pleasing into you and bless us. No? So when it comes to that, no, it is nice if we can identify who are our ancestors. So usually we recognize our ancestors from the one that we are born with, such as our mother and father. So it means our biological parents, no? Now we could easily trace. But there is a problem here, no? That is always people always ask me about. What if they are adopted, no? They are born and left in an orphanage, and there is no detail who is their parents. So who now will be their parents and who will be their ancestors? No. So usually those people or those children that been placed in orphanage is has been adopted, no? So their adopted parents will become their ancestors. So how does it work? No, how does it work? Because in terms of having a family, no, how can we define a family? Family is a place or is an organization where you are supported, in terms of growth, in terms of everything, so you can find love. So for us, we define family as the one that you are receiving love and support. No? But what kind of love? Does it mean na, because there is many situation here. Son, please forgive me because I do not have time for you because I am working. So I'm giving you this money. Would you consider that as love? No. But in terms of love, what is the requirement in terms of love? For you, Lakay, can you give me a requirement of love for you,
For me,
especially in
it's
having a relationship?
for me, in general, the love is unconditional. So like the parents or our mom, they are carrying you for how many months? Eight,
Nine.
9 months. Ako kasi 8 months. Just kidding. Yun, for the 9 months without questioning how they feel hurt or how they sacrifice a lot within that 9 months. So for me, that's kind of love na they are willing to sacrifice themselves for you. But if you don't, let's say na, ano, some part of your life you sacrifice it and some part are not. So we can consider it also a love, but maybe it's different. Because there's a lot of energy vibration or frequency regarding to the love. But the most powerful is the unconditional love that sometimes or most of the time we can get it to our parents. Yun. And then in my answers to your questions about the properly how do I properly connect and communicate with my ancestor, this one is if the ancestor is still alive, so like the parents, so we need to set or to have a time to know them more. So for example, their favorite color, favorite food, their birthday, their special events or special day. So through that, we are starting to connect their energies or our energies to them. But if the ancestor is already in the other sphere or in the spirit world, so most of the time is we can do the remembering of their birthday, their special day, and sometimes if you feel na you want to make some ritual or offering, so you do that. Based on based on my in my experiences, sometimes the ancestor they are trying to communicate us through by popping. It's like parang out of the blue you remember their names or you remember them. So it means na the ancestor is trying to communicate to you. So most of the time I do is response to that and to that pop messages na ask them why, what they need, or what's wrong, what happened, are you okay? So sometimes they will use your emotions and your mind in communicating. Sometimes you will remember na, I forgot it's almost your birth month, like that. So it's a form of communication. But if you feel na you are totally disconnected, so you can offer a light, white candle and a glass of water. Yun. Most of the time, the spiritual practices, we are starting on that simple ritual na every night offer or give them candles or candles and a glass of water. And then sometimes while you are doing that, there's a messages na okay, I need flowers, I need cigarettes, I need food. So it means you are ano making or you are you are having a good a good connections na. No? Because you are getting their messages na okay, they want this kind of offering. So just follow that scenario or that situation. Ayun.
I I remember a certain group na kayo, no? Such as your former group, the Philippine Benevolent Missionary Association. No, the way how they remember the ancestor is they separate a table, a long table. So all of those who, the masters, no, the masters of that organization, they prepare a table for them. And every time that there is a gathering, they place plate, special plate on that, gold plates and golden spoon, and they place the food on them, even though there, it is just an empty chair, no, but they have the names of them, no. So one another way, best way of communicating
Okay.
or making connection with the ancestor is during your meal, place one plate to each ancestors that you are working with, no? And give also food for them. But the food that you are going to give them is you have to consume. Now, aside from having a glass of water on your bedside, you can have this form of, you can have this form of what we call that offering. No? So by doing that, you are making a strong connection with your ancestor, especially especially no, you can do that special thing of cooking, preparing their favorite meal. No? Actually, the most powerful part is the cooking instead of buying, because on my part, no, I cook. No, the reason why I cook is because I want the people whom I serve with cooking will feel the love. It's not just the taste. It's not the taste. Because in cooking, you are giving out and you are exerting effort in preparing the food, you know, and you want it to taste good, you know. And if you notice in putting seasoning like salt and pepper, you are carefully measuring it and not just okay, put it all. Of course, it will have bad taste, no, very salty taste. So it means in making an offering to your ancestors, you can also can you leave this offering
If you don't have
if you don't
an
have
altar.
an altar. When it comes to leave, no, for us in Lumpiang Agaman, we do not allow, we do not recommend leaving it somewhere place, because aside from the relative ancestors, no, the encanto or the elementals is also part of our ancestors, because they are part of our body, and they are the one that give this body into have a form. They use our ancestors, our human ancestors, to deliver us. So yes, yes. No. So leaving an offering on the street is not what they call that, is not advisable. Of course, you can live if you have so much food, you can spare some food to the animals. Although they are also our ally, they are also our friend, they are also our ancestors, or one of our ancestral spirit. No, it is part of the communal spirit. No, communal spirit that I am talking about. No, so we can leave a part of it, and that must be consumed. Because if we just leave it somewhere, if we just leave that offering somewhere, we might be attracting other spirits. No? But the question is, it is okay to attract spirits, but the question is, what kind of spirits are we attracting? No? So if we leave some food offering somewhere outside our house, probably rats will come in, cockroaches will come in, snakes will come in. Do you think na actually I won't tell them that they are bad spirits, but do you think that it will be pleasing in your eyes to have many cockroaches in your area? So it means our actions attracted different forms of spirits. So let us be careful with our actions, because our action is a form of magic that manifesting the reality in our life. Anything that you want to add?
So like what Apo said, if you are working with the nature, with the ancestor spirit, so it means you need to eat the offering or you need to share it to someone else. You know, like a friend or best friend. Yeah, because here in the Philippines, our traditional ways on or methods on offering after for example, you are cooking rice. So before you give it to someone, so get a small amount of that rice and offer it to the ancestor. And then 15 minutes, if you are ready for ano na, for giving it to the guest. So the rice that you get is you will put it back to the rice cooker or rice pot, and then you will mix it so that you can offer it to the guest. So it's like that. But if you leave the offering, so it means you are working with the nature spirits. So you are not working to your ancestor spirit. Ancestor, it means to your lineage as a human being. So it
Dead
means,
relative.
or dead relatives or dead loved ones. So it means you are offering and working with the different energy vibrations of the ancestor. Because like what we have said, we have a lot of ancestor. So we need to have a clear what kind or what type of spirit that we need to working on.
Yeah, I remember also the Chinese have it is on the Chinese spiritual practices. No? They used to leave food offering on the altar. But the priests, they used to feed that to people because they believe that those food offering left on the altar can be a healing or can be a medicine. So, and probably many Filipino I have known, before, I won't mention her name. We have a lady friend, um, she went into an, she went to a church with an offering or Chinese temple, and there is an offering of the candy, and she grabbed a handful of candy and put it in her pocket. And I feel dizzy and I feel parang something bad to myself. I forgot if I had headache or feel dizzy or about to vomit. And she said, she offered me a piece of candy and she said, Apple, take this. This is medicine. I get this in on the Chinese temple. So there is a belief that when you offer something, and if you let it in a holy place and get it, it becomes a holy or become a medicine that could help you. And also, I remember some tradition in northern province of Ifugao in the Philippines. Na they are making a slaughtering, slaughter a pig, and they put it on a stick. It's like a kebab or I don't know on a skewer stick, on a skewer stick, and they get those pork meat and put it on a skewer stick and place it over their fence. And that offering, meat offering, is for the spirit of the fence be fed and it will become a protection. But when it is already dry, they can put those dried meat in their pocket as a sign of prosperity to attract prosperity in their life. So there is many belief in Asian practices, spirituality, especially in the Philippines, that that uses their offerings, their food offering, as an amulet or talisman. So it's already 4:50 in the afternoon or in the morning. So before we proceed to our next topic or next in terms of ancestral worship or making offering, let's have a short break for our donation.
You're watching the 2023 live telethon. The team here would like to thank you for all of your support in assisting us in bringing a contingent of paladins to the Parliament of the World's Religions in Chicago, Illinois, August of this year. We are trying to raise $10,000 to assist with the basic needs of housing, food, and travel expenses. Here are some words from the members of the event team on why it is important that we reach that goal.
Pam Kelly. I am a member of the Sacred Order of Paladins, and I am here to tell you about why are we doing a telethon and how you can help us. Well, let me show you. Let me show you what's in the future. This weekend, Friday, 5 p.m. on Eastern Time, all the way till the 7th of May, which is Sunday at 7. We'll be doing 50 hours of magic and community, lots of shows, lots of guests. But what is it all for? Well, I'd love to show you about it rather than just tell you about it. We are planning to go to Chicago, the Parliament of the World's Religions. It's happening this August, and there's going to be leaders from all sorts of faiths there, as well as leaders from both the Correllian tradition. Circle Sanctuary will be there, and it's the place to be. And it's a place for us to be part of the conversation. This year, it's going to be a call to conscience, defending freedom and human rights, something that's very important to the pagan community, and also part of why we're paladins. We want to defend people, we want to protect people, and we want to be there to show a positive part of what we do as pagans. So please help us. This is happening in August, and we're trying to do what we can to raise money. And our biggest part of the campaign is this weekend. It is the road to the Parliament. So like I said, we'll be around all weekend long with lots of entertainment and shows and ways for community. So you're invited to be part of that. But also don't forget to donate if you can. The best way to donate, there's two ways, is to go to Correllians.live/donate. And here are chances for you just to give an amount. And you can give credit to one of our paladins here, or none, just give it to all of us. We don't get the money, but it makes us feel nice. You know, we don't have a competition going on yet, but who knows? But it'll be friendly, obviously. The other way to do it is givebutter.com, givebutter.com/C/Correllians live. And here, not only can you donate, but you can get some more information on why we're doing this. Also, where you can watch this on Pagan World TV, on Roku, Magic TV on YouTube, or streaming live on the web at Correllians.live. And you can share this. This is a good thing too. You can share this link with other people. Not only does it give you the opportunity to donate, but here's where we have the option. We're going to have plenty of items to bid upon, and you can start the bidding on Friday. It's going to be fun. There's all sorts of things. A 15-minute tarot reading with First Priest, Most Reverend Felix Coffin Williams. That's great. All these different readings here. Look at that chainmail pentacle wall hanging. Who would want that? I see a bidding war unrolling, unveiling, becoming a thing this weekend. A numerology chart. You know, I don't know if I should look at this right now. I can't bid yet, but we will be bidding all during the during the event. So please join us and please donate. We really would like to be at the Parliament here, manifesting vibes and support the paladins on our road to the Parliament. Thank you so much for listening and being part of this monumental effort and historical effort. So thank you. Blessings.
Hi, I'm Reverend Mary Hawk, and I am a member of the Sacred Order of the Paladins. Why are we going to the 2023 Parliament of World's Religions? Because representation matters. It's important that pagans be there to show that we are a growing tradition, that we are a viable religion, and we need to take our seat among other world religions.
From all of us here at the 2023 Correllians Live Telethon, we want to thank you again for your support. Please be sure to check out Divination Alley and get yourself a reading. Or check out our online auction that is overflowing with wonderful craft items, books, and services for sale. Remember, our goal is to raise $10,000, so please help us spread the word about the event, our cause, and be sure to stay tuned for more. So thank you all again, and may you all blessed be. Enjoy the telethon. You're watching the 2023 Correllians Live Telethon. The team here would like to thank you for all of your support in assisting us in bringing a contingent of paladins to the Parliament of the World's Religions in Chicago, Illinois, August of this year. We are trying to raise $10,000 to assist with the basic needs of housing, food, and travel expenses. Here are some words from the members of the event team on why it is important that we reach that goal.
I'm Pam Kelly. I am a member of the Sacred Order of Paladins, and I am here to tell you about why are we doing a telethon and how you can help us. Well, let me show you. Let me show you what's in the future. This weekend, Friday, 5 p.m. on Eastern Time, all the way till the 7th of May, which is Sunday at 7. We'll be doing 50 hours of magic and community, lots of shows, lots of guests. But what is it all for? Well, I'd love to show you about it rather than just tell you about it. We are planning to go to Chicago, the Parliament of the World's Religions. It's happening this August, and there's going to be leaders from all sorts of faiths there, as well as leaders from both the Correllian tradition. Circle Sanctuary will be there, and it's the place to be. And it's a place for us to be part of the conversation. This year, it's going to be a call to conscience, defending freedom and human rights, something that's very important to the pagan community, and also part of why we're paladins. We want to defend people, we want to protect people, and we want to be there to show a positive part of what we do as pagans. So please help us. This is happening in August, and we're trying to do what we can to raise money. And our biggest part of the campaign is this weekend. It is the road to the Parliament. So like I said, we'll be around all weekend long with lots of entertainment and shows and ways for community. So you're invited to be part of that. But also don't forget to donate if you can. The best way to donate, there's two ways, is to go to correllians.live/donate. And here are chances for you just to give an amount. And you can give credit to one of our paladins here, or none, just give it to all of us. We don't get the money, but it makes us feel nice. You know, we don't have a competition going on yet, but who knows? But it'll be friendly, obviously. The other way to do it is givebutter.com, givebutter.com/C/Correllians Live. And here, not only can you donate, but you can get some more information on why we're doing this. Also, where you can watch this on Pagan World TV, on Roku, Magic TV on YouTube, or streaming live on the web at Correllians.live. And you can share this. This is a good thing too. You can share this link with other people. Not only does it give you the opportunity to donate, but here's where we have the option. We're going to have plenty of items to bid upon, and you can start the bidding on Friday. It's going to be fun. There's all sorts of things. A 15-minute tarot reading with First Priest, Most Reverend Felix Coffin Williams. That's great. All these different readings here. Look at that chainmail pentacle wall hanging. Who would want that? I see a bidding war unrolling, unveiling, becoming a thing this weekend. A numerology chart. You know, I don't know if I should look at this right now. I can't bid yet, but we will be bidding all during the event. So please join us and please donate. We really would like to be at the Parliament here, manifesting vibes and support the paladins on our road to the Parliament. Thank you so much for listening and being part of this monumental effort and historical effort. So thank you. Blessings.
Hi, I'm Reverend Mary Hawk, and I am a member of the Sacred Order of the Paladins. Why are we going to the 2023 Parliament of World's Religions? Because representation matters. It's important that pagans be there to show that we are a growing tradition, that we are a viable religion, and we need to take our seat among other world religions.
From all of us here at the 2023 Correllians Live Telethon, we want to thank you again for your support. Please be sure to check out Divination Alley and get yourself a reading. Or check out our online auction that is overflowing with wonderful craft items, books, and services for sale. Remember, our goal is to raise $10,000, so please help us spread the word about the event, our cause, and be sure to stay tuned for more. So thank you all again, and may you all blessed be. Enjoy the telethon.
And welcome back. Hello, hello, hello. This is Man, and I am with nasan ang mikropono natin na Carl.
And I'm
Iyan
Rev
mo lang.
Alvin Senti.
Para makita ko. Ayan, para makita ko kung tama lang mo. Yan, yan. So, dyan ko nakikita yung dyan ko nakikita yung
Hello sa ating mga viewers.
hello to our 5 viewers again, and welcome back to our program Pinoy Stop. And a while ago, we are discussing about offering to the ancestral spirit, no? So, who are our ancestors? We are answering the questions. So the question would be, because this is the one that we often receive questions from our student in Pilibansa, na what if we do not have a parent, no? We do not know who is our parent. So who will be our ancestors? Lakay, do you have any idea?
The one who gives you love and the one who accept you as a family or as a part of the family.
Indeed, no? So the one who adopt you, your adopted parents, no? So that will become your own ancestors. But there is an instances, no? Out of charity, out of what do you call that? They said now show off that they are helping. They adopt children, but when they brought the foster or what they call that, the child, the abandoned child to their home, uh, they neglect the child, you know, and most of the time the child is receiving abuses, harassment, no? But most of the time then those child that they adopt, no, they give it to yaya or to nanny, to a caretaker, and the caretaker is the one that is giving love and care. So would you consider, if we define the person who gives love to a child is the one people consider a family?
For example, the yaya.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess we can consider it also as a family. Because here in the Philippines, the yaya or the nanny, we treat them as a part of the family also. Yeah. So I guess if someone gives you a love like as a family member, so it means that you can work on their ancestor or you will become a part of their ancestry, yun, or part of their clan or tribe. Yun. But it's more on ano, parang the one who will give you comfort, love, protections. So that's the for me, that's the signs or that's the clue for the right family.
Indeed, no? Especially, no, parang there are instances of a broken family or a single parent, no, or a single mother, no, and most of the time the single mother is the one who cares for the child. And actually, parang since today our time is 5:08 in the morning, and we are talking now about modeling our ancestors, ancestors. So we have also our living ancestors, and they have our parents. So in case of having a single parent, which is the father served as a vessel of the divine lineage that your family inherited from the Creator. So each one of us is a vessel of the divine power. No? And when a woman carry a child and raise a child, the mother is transferring the love and care or the energy of the ancestors to the children. If you are going to face a mirror, can you image of your parent who you look like? Or even on the adopted parents, no? On the adopted child or parents. No? Sometimes when the child grew up, the child would have a resemblance of the one who adopted them. Uh, am I talking right?
Yes, yeah, you are talking right.
Because you are
Hindi. And, and sometimes, if the situation is, for example, your father's side is not that good to you, so the safest way there is work on the spiritual aspect of your ancestry. So just through you, so you can offer uh, food or some offering, and you are the one who will take that offering. So it means that you are invoking or you are calling the other lineage or the other ancestry. Because based on my experiences, if the parents is not good to you, it doesn't mean that all of the ancestry is against to you. So we can seek or we can ask their guidance all as well. Yeah. So for me, we need to maintain the connections to to our personal ancestor by working it on the different kinds of method, like working with a physical representation of the ancestor, which is the family, the mother, the father, the grandparents, or the other method is through you. So call your personal ancestor, the spirit of your ancestor, and work with them spiritually. So it will help us, especially if we are suffering to the situations of you feel you are alone in this world. So the ancestor or the spirit has a parang ability to help you to realize something, to realize on how to love yourself, how to put the priority. So it's like that.
would you consider, Lakay, that you are morally upright or spiritually upright in making of the spirits of your ancestors, but you are neglecting your responsibility as a child to yourself, or you are just neglecting your own parents alone, leaving them home care instead of you taking care of your parents, you allow other people to take care of them.
For me, that's the difference. Sometimes we experience the contradicting of our spiritual practices and the reality on how we take an actions to the specific situations in the present time. But for me, you must be careful on the inner intentions. So sometimes we sacrifice, let's say you need to leave your house or your home to uh, to look or to have a good opportunity outside like that. Because most of the daughter or son here in the Philippines, they go abroad for work so that they can provide the needs of the family, of the parents. So that's why parang the most important there is your connections emotionally, mentally. So you need to maintain the connections on calling them, checking them if they are doing fine or not.
Actually, because family, parang we have this
States
economic, no, we have economic status. No, aside from our physical health, we also need to take care of our economy, not our in terms of social standing, financial status, our financial health. Because nowadays, no, our life depends on money. It depends upon on buying and selling. No, it's a trade, no, of an exchange. It seems that this modern world have transformed us totally, no? That we become reliant on the power of money. Although this is the situation that Filipinos is facing
So,
right
how
now.
about the ano? How about the situations na your mom let you to give you to someone because your mother cannot have the ability to to pagpapalaki sa'yo.
Actually, that is still a form of abandonment. It is a form of abandonment. Once you give your child to other person, it is a form of abandonment. I think that is the definition of the law. But on my part, as an ordinary citizen, I also see that as an abandonment.
So it means
Although,
they are cutting their connections as a ancestor.
yes, they are, yeah, that's true, no? You are cutting your connection because your connection is strengthened if you work out, no? You work out. This is the same thing in terms of having a relationship with the spirit. Diba? We perform our daily prayers. We pray. We perform our lightning or lighting candle ceremony, no? In offering or in making connection to our deity. Once you stop doing that, don't expect that you are connected properly. And in terms of relationship, like having a boyfriend and girlfriend, diba? Parang yung communication, constant communication, and your activity together strengthen your relationship together. Once that activity has stopped, has ceased, no, you will see the changes that is happening. Your heart will cease to separate from one another. Before, when you are at the height of your love to one another, you don't need to speak. You don't need to talk because you can understand each other's action and emotion. But when you start shouting to one another, the reason because of shouting, even that Lakay is just here, no, because your heart is closed, no, even though how much word that will you say, the person will not receive it, will not understand it, and will just consider you as nagger. No, you are just nagging. And the reason why you are nagging because your heart is crying out loud. Where is the love? Where is the love that we had before? No?
Where's
So,
the love by Black Eyed
a
Peas?
black eyed peas pa yun. So,
Where is the love?
where is the love? Kaya mo kanta. Kanta na lang tayo mga kalay. So, uh, so the love that we have to one another strengthen our bond. So when a mother who gave birth to a child and willingly offer the child to other person because she is not able to what to call that, to feed the child by herself, then it means that person is cutting their responsibility in connection. It's not only that person's connection, but also the ancestral tie that has been uh, uh, that been what we call that been formed within the child. But those people, let us try to understand. You know? The reason why some parents or some mother are giving their child out is because sometimes they were not ready. So what happened? Probably they were victim of rape, forced sex, sexual intercourse. So they are a victim of violence. So can we, what do you think about that?
For me, this is my personal point of view. Uh, I guess that's the reason why, as a mother, you are carrying your baby within 9 months, so that's your ano, time frame. Now, what do you want to do after giving birth? So maybe within the 9 months, you are already prepared and you have solid reason why you are doing that. Because for me, if you are not interested or if you are not happily willing to have a sacrifices regarding to the baby, so I guess the first day that you found out that you are pregnant. So I guess you need to stop it. Yun. But if you are still uh, pursuing to carry it in your belly, in your ovary or what. So I guess ano eh, you need also to be prepared na you need to mold or transform the negative emotions that you have done into positive one. You know? Because one of the parang sayings here in the Philippines, if the baby produced by some situations that you are not favorable, it doesn't mean that that's the uh, true wants of that baby. So they are also the victim like you, like that.
Actually, Lakay, the reason I might go on to the situation of the mother because what happened in rape is unexpected pregnancy. It is right na you suggested about the emotion to remove the baby. But the problem is in our society, I don't know, but here in the Philippines, abortion is it is being stated by the law. That it is illegal. But the problem now with the law that our law is not based on the constitution or by the will of the people. It is under the will of the church that dominates us, that colonizes us. So it is there is a pressure to that person who is carrying unwanted pregnancy to follow the law of the land because it has been dictated by the law of the church. No? But in ancient tradition or in the pre-colonial times, abortion is allowed in the Philippines. No? It is the right of female to choose if that baby should be delivered alive. No? So we have a choice. And sometimes, no, and sometimes um, there are certain countries, if you have been raped, no, especially on Middle East, like what I've heard. I don't know if that is correct. No? The woman who has been raped will also be punished because of seduction. That person will not be raped if she does not seduce. So there is unfairness.
But for me, the big help there, if you are in that kind of situations, at least you are well papaligiran. Supported. You are supported by the loving family. No? So that you can also receive the healing, the transformation of the negative situations or traumas into a positive one. Yun. Because for me, ano eh, parang there's some situations na let's say the baby is produced by rape, but after they are getting birth, they transform automatically. No, so parang the uh, motherhood will parang take charge of the situations. So there's a situations pa rin, and I guess there's a hope na parang even na you are suffering of traumas and negative situations, if there's a power of love, the secret of the love, so it's automatically na you will be transformed. And for me kasi, parang it's a matter of choice din eh. Na parang let the love transform the negative situations. So don't fight it based on our mind na this is what we wanted. But use the emotions, feel it if you are satisfied, if it is fine with you that situations or not. Yeah. Because one of the problem there is they are not true to their self, to their emotions.
Actually, Lakay, there is so much issues that we as Correllians and as we can should deal with. So, I don't know if we are best to have many members to follow up, but as a Filipino, we have the social responsibility of helping even those who are non-Correllers or non-multi we have to stand up for those people. it doesn't mean that we do not have any membership in the Shrine of Container Dam. We have no work to do. Doesn't mean that we are Correllians, we just concerned about ourselves. We are concerned about the society we're living. Because as Correllian, like our ancestor, the Correllian ancestor have told us, we are the caregiver. We are the midwife of the coming generation. We are the one who will mold this world to become a better place to live in, no? To live. But,
So, uh, so hello to our for viewers. So if you have a questions or if you have a specific topic that you want to discuss with us, so you can type your topic or your questions to the message below.
yeah, so going back, like what I said, no? As Correllian, as believer, we have this responsibility of molding the world for accordingly. No? We do not push. Actually, we do not push people or force people to believe onto the compartments. Our duty is to remind them so that they themselves might remember who they are and what is their responsibility. So for us, we are just caretaker of this world. No? And we don't intend to destroy, but to assist people in their life. And in that fact, no, Lakay, in terms of motherhood, of course, motherhood, actually, um, the problem that I have seen, no, there are only few that spend in doing right. And and right now, the behavior of the people is more than on mundane. No? There are many people, especially on YouTube, on TikTok, on Instagram, on Facebook, and all other channels. They are suggesting sex. And sex has become a source of income. And we are using our body to feed the pleasure of lust towards one another. And we forgot the values of our ancestors, the courtship method. I don't know if it's still trending or it's still preserved, but right now, if you see someone, you just message the person, and if they respond, you will set an eyeball or what you call it, meet up, and then have sex.
That's why that's the reason why the social media, for me, it's like a power that you need to control. So don't let the power or the social media control you. So it's a different stories. So for me, that's how the universe works. So every action has a opposite or same reactions. So one of the technique there is being aware on what our actions will be result or what's the result of our action if it is good or bad if we if the action is beneficial to us or not. Yun. So kasi sometimes di ba parang they are asking about the power that they want to parang overrule some situations or some groups. Honestly, having a great power has a great responsibility. So it's a heavy duty. You know? So that kaya parang bakit yung iba need or nag nagde-desire ng power samantalang ano kala walang support.
Continue what you're telling me. And speaking in English, support.
Support. Wala yung post
Yeah.
natin.
I'm just listening to you. So what you want to tell is, yeah, please ask
Hello,
us
sa
questions so that we may feedback or we may remove or recharge our language.
Hello to our three viewers.
So ano na?
So about the power, And so all of us has a free will, and we have the choice. So it's up to you if you want to stay or to maintain your choices, or if you want to change your choices. Depends on the result. So, kasi that's one of the problem, na you feel that you have no rights to make another choices. So based on my experiences and on my studies, so we have, all of us has a free will. So you can use it anytime or anywhere. So just don't lose your hope.
Actually, everyone has a free will. Everyone has a choice. But the problem right now, like you have mentioned about social media suggests is a powerful tool that gives a multiple suggestion, and that suggestion as being fed to the mind of the public. That's why people have this confusion of what to choose, and probably they develop desires in themselves. Oh, I want this one, and I want this one. But why do you want to have this one? Because it is trending. People will love me. People will like me. No? Such as in doing this. For example, on my part, no? Honestly, I might fall on being a pagan here in the Philippines is very difficult. Honestly, so very difficult. It's not difficult in terms of having, because you are facing people of different religion, especially the majority speech. It is much better to become a Catholic, not a Catholic, because living as a Catholic priest, they are supported by their seminary, they have income, they could send money to their parents, or they could have this pleasure of what they want. But as long as they fulfill their duties and roles as a parish priest, they are okay. But here, as a pagan in the Philippines, or as a shrine keeper in temple in the Philippines, diba, yeah, our tradition is supporting us, they're promoting us, but in terms of doing the activities of the church, we are alone. Or we feel that we need to work hard compared to other religions such as the Catholic Church and the Western Christian, the other churches. There are the other churches to support them. We have members to support them. But for me, even though we are not receiving anyone, I support anyone, and I refuse to have, because we need to work it out. No? We will, because this is what I already experienced on the modern religion. The leaders of the religion rely on the donations, on the tithes, on the offerings of the members monetarily, so that they will have comfortable life. And I don't want that to happen to any of our members. I don't ask any money to our members except to the one that I have worked for. And the works that we do, diba, we give them readings, we give them rituals, private rituals or healing. That's the time that you could give money or support. So later on, it is
But
a
of
part
course, in the
of,
Correllian Life Telethon, you need your donations
and
to
of
help
course,
us.
yes, yes. Here, the reason why we are running 50 hours of telethon during the Correllians, no, because many of us, for example, us, no, me and Lakay, is going to the Parliament for the Cleveland, Michigan. And we need your help, because honestly, our money will not be sufficient enough to go to America. No? I even want to give back of going to the US, because I know that Norton is sick, but Norton said no, Abu, he encouraged us to continue, because our presence is really we are to the Correllians tradition. But for the sake of this, no, I honestly I really want to see everyone. I really want to have London, Lady Stephanie, Lady
all of
this
the Correllians.
and all of the Correllian brothers and sisters all around the world. It's been too long that I've been just watching everyone here at YouTube, Magic TV, and on Facebook and YouTube, and chatting with them with person.
Honestly, that's the difference between the online and the face-to-face. Because you will feel it in the physical world that it's real. Unlike in the cyber type of meetup. So parang you are like parang dreaming.
Yeah, but actually, this is what I noticed also the behavior of people in terms of using the social media. Some people will consider it, oh, you're just online icon or you are not real person. But through the Correllian tradition, the Correllian membership, I've seen that all those people within the Correllian membership and within the Correllian tradition are a real person that we could communicate. Although there are so many Correllians already that I have get in touch with, there are Correllians in Australia, in America. I think what I'm using is Reverend Barbara Acquire, Lady Catherine Aga, and I forgot someone in in Australia. And there are so many Correllians that I have seen. So let us just pause for a moment and have a conversation.
You're watching the 20. Correllians Live Telethon. The team here would like to thank you for all of your support in assisting us in bringing a contingent of paladins to the Parliament of the World's Religions in Chicago, Illinois, August of this year. We are trying to raise $10,000 to assist with the basic needs of housing, food, and travel expenses. Here are some words from the members of the event team on why it is important that we reach that goal.
Pam Kelly. I am a member of the Sacred Order of Paladins, and I am here to tell you about why are we doing a telethon and how you can help us. Well, let me show you. Let me show you what's in the future. This weekend, Friday, 5 p.m. on Eastern Time, all the way till the 7th of May, which is Sunday at 7. We'll be doing 50 hours of magic and community, lots of shows, lots of guests. But what is it all for? Well, I'd love to show you about it rather than just tell you about it. We are planning to go to Chicago, the Parliament of the World's Religions. It's happening this August, and there's going to be leaders from all sorts of faiths there, as well as leaders from both the Correllian tradition. Circle Sanctuary will be there, and it's the place to be. And it's a place for us to be part of the conversation. This year, it's going to be a call to conscience, defending freedom and human rights, something that's very important to the pagan community, and also part of why we're paladins. We want to defend people, we want to protect people, and we want to be there to show a positive part of what we do as pagans. So please help us. This is happening in August, and we're trying to do what we can to raise money. And our biggest part of the campaign is this weekend. It is the road to the Parliament. So like I said, we'll be around all weekend long with lots of entertainment and shows and ways for community. So you're invited to be part of that. But also don't forget to donate if you can. The best way to donate, there's two ways, is to go to correllians.live/donate. And here are chances for you just to give an amount. And you can give credit to one of our paladins here, or none, just give it to all of us. We don't get the money, but it makes us feel nice. You know, we don't have a competition going on yet, but who knows? But it'll be friendly, obviously. The other way to do it is givebutter.com, givebutter.com/C/Correllians Live. And here, not only can you donate, but you can get some more information on why we're doing this. Also, where you can watch this on Pagan World TV, on Roku, Magic TV on YouTube, or streaming live on the web at Correllians.live. And you can share this. This is a good thing too. You can share this link with other people. Not only does it give you the opportunity to donate, but here's where we have the option. We're going to have plenty of items to bid upon, and you can start the bidding on Friday. It's going to be fun. There's all sorts of things. A 15-minute tarot reading with First Priest, Most Reverend Felix Coffin Williams. That's great. All these different readings here. Look at that chainmail pentacle wall hanging. Who would want that? I see a bidding war unrolling, unveiling, becoming a thing this weekend. A numerology chart. I don't know if I should look at this right now. I can't bid yet, but we will be bidding all during the event. So please join us and please donate. We really would like to be at the Parliament here, manifesting vibes and support the Paladins on our road to the Parliament. Thank you so much for listening and being part of this monumental effort and historical effort. So thank you. Blessings.
Hi, I'm Reverend Mary Hawk, and I am a member of the Sacred Order of the Paladins. Why are we going to the 2023 Parliament of World's Religions? Because representation matters. It's important that pagans be there to show that we are a growing tradition, that we are a viable religion, and we need to take our seat among other world religions.
From all of us here at the 2023 Correllians Live Telethon, we want to thank you again for your support. Please be sure to check out Divination Alley and get yourself a reading. Or check out our online auction that is overflowing with wonderful craft items, books, and services for sale. Remember, our goal is to raise $10,000, so please help us spread the word about the event, our cause, and be sure to stay tuned for more. So thank you all again, and may you all blessed be. Enjoy the telethon. You're watching the 2023 Correllians Live Telethon. The team here would like to thank you for all of your support in us in bringing a contingent of paladins to the Parliament of the World's Religions in Chicago, Illinois, August of this year. We are trying to raise 10.
So thank you for tuning in, and time is 5:42 in the evening. So how are you? Wake up wherever you are, and thank you for our good viewers. I know where it's going now. So let us continue our discussion. No? So we have talked about uh, our ancestor offering to our ancestor. So it is nice if we could give offering of food, especially the one that we have we cook, no? We have made. So what kind of offering that we could give to our ancestors? So it's either food offering or we could give them burning the dress. But honestly, we could just leave the dress and wear it to us, you know? And it could be a sign of protection and charisma if we give that offering. And usually we leave that on an altar. No? So going back, if there is no altar, you don't always have an altar because our body is the altar itself. No? It is our altar. Probably we might discuss that on different day, but as of now, let us continue. No? So the ancestors can be the one who gives you love. And I have Nora. Later on, Nora, if you're watching this later, we are going to bring it up here. So, like what I said now, as I have mentioned a while ago, with regards to the ancestors, we are considering also our pets to be one of our communal ancestors, especially if we inherit the pet from our parents and they what we call that they give birth, not they multiply, and those pets and animals could be one of our guides, then also ancestral guides. And aside from that, we also consider the plants, to be one of our ancestors. They are our ancestors because before we exist, they already existed before us. The plants and the animals, they are the ones that help us live. No? So they become our food, they become our shelter, they become our medicine. So the plants and the animals will help us. Aside from that, we consider also the place, especially our community, the land that where we stand. They are also our ancestors, the mountain and everything. And so as also the ancestral land, even our country. That's why we work with the land as well. No? So we cannot just take care of this current generation, but we are also a steward of the earth because our earth is our ancestors. Without the earth, we won't exist here in this planet existence. And when we die, the earth will also transform us, and through the transformation, we will return to life. Speaking of that, no, as a Correllian tradition, we believe in reincarnation. Do you believe in reincarnation?
Yes.
Yes, because
Although
yes, actually yes, no, it is written on our declaration. This would you like me to read our declaration? No? So it was written in our declaration of faith that we are reincarnated. And because of that reincarnation, no, we should be also be very careful, or we should be caring towards our children. You know, if you give birth, you might give birth to your ancestors because we are the vessels, and we do not reincarnate to other humans or to other tribes or to other animals. We reincarnate to where we belong, and usually our reincarnation or incarnation is our family. And that is the reason why that we should take care of our children as parents, because probably one of our children is an incarnation of our ancestors. And for you as a children who are taking care of your parents, you are also respecting and honoring your parents, and it creates fun. That's why have you heard that whatever you do to me, you experience that with your children.
yes.
And so we commonly hear that. I don't know if that is also common to you in your area. So kindly type in your location or your place in your country.
Most of the time that they said it to the daughter, uh, because they will experience same as the experiences of their mother. So that's why they are parang say, saying that that uh, motto about that words to remember or to sink in on the daughter's mind that she needs to respect her mother, because sooner or later she will become a mother also. So if that happens, so it's automatically na if she's doing bad to her mother, so expect that the outcome also is same. Yeah. So it's more on para for me it's a form of you need to cut the bad actions or bad situations as soon as possible by analyzing the present situations or the present interactions between two people or two persons.
Actually, yes.
What is it?
Lakay is taking meditation. That's why he looks like he's taking. So I might send you Lakay up and go to sleep. So, just So if there is anyone who is willing, just message me on Facebook and bring you up so that we could kick off the night. Yes, no, actually it was said. No, the reason why most of the daughter the one that thought that whatever you do to me, you experience to your children, is because every female is the same. They are the ones that are carrying the child. They have the capability of consumption. That's why in pre-colonial Philippine tradition, no, we are looking high, or we are giving uh, so much value to all of our siblings, as well as to our female relatives, because they are the vessels of power. But talking about power of consumption, no, there is an equal role of male and female, because a female won't be conceived without the implantation of male energy. And both of us, whether we are male or female, we are both inside. Each one of us came from our mother, so it means we have our female aspect, and the reason why we are conceived because there is a male energy. So in terms of God, divinity, God is not just masculine, but it is also feminine. So in order for God to create, if, if we if we compare God as a human, no, God created male and female. So it means that personality of male and female are inside God, which is one. And to be honest, the reason why we are able to create not just honor and conception is because we have God within us. There is the divinity within us. And like what I told you a while ago or yesterday, no? If you have watched our segment yesterday, the Diwata, no? The reason why we embrace the Diwata very much is because the Diwata empowers us and they are within us. And the Diwata means diwa ng tao means the mind of man. And combining the mind of man, it becomes a divine. It is a divinity that is within us all, the power of God. And our power is not just on creation, it depends on our intention and our action. So let us be very mindful of our action. Because in every action that we do, we might either creating or destroying. So in terms of that, no, let us look at how naman, how can we make offering to the elemental spirits? So mostly see people are burning incense, making giving flower to the altar, and also lighting candles. Diba? So what else do you think?
So for me, if you are offering with the nature spirits, so at least you have a basic ideas on what kind of spirit are you working with. Because for me, for example, the earth type or the nature type of the, so you need to offer some water, some incense, but if you offer them uh, fire or more on heat, so it's contradicting to their uh, qualities or to their uh, energies. So it's more on parang we can also use our acquired knowledge on how the elements of fire reacts to the water or how the elements of water reacts to the air. So it's like that. But most of the time, if you are working with the nature spirit, it's more on taking care of the nature itself by planting and not putting any pollution of it.
Actually, that's right. No? The reason when we give, when we light, what we call it, when we light an incense and light a candle and put a flower on the altar, it is not a form of offering. It is a form of gratitude. It is a no, symbolical, symbolical representation of the elements. Now, through their presence in our altar, we are absorbing the energies to empower the elements that is within us. And that is not fun. So the form of offering that we could give to the elemental, to the nature spirit, is like what Lakay said. When you plant a seed and you take care of it, you are honoring, you are making offering to the nature spirits. When you clean up the seashore, the picking up the garbage, you are working out with the sea elements, the water elements, the sea elements. No? If you are trying to, if, and then at the same time, no, when you plant a tree, diba? So the tree absorbs carbon dioxide, you are honoring the air spirits. No? And at the same time, it gives shade, no? The fire element. So those are the things that we can do in strengthening our connection with the elemental spirit. And at the same time, no, by just spending time with the nature and knowing them and protecting them, even the wild animals, no, it will uh, it will strengthen our connection with the nature spirit. Remember, we ourselves is part of nature. So bonding together with other human beings, you know, enjoying the scenery of the people, or knowing, in terms of, for example, there are an accident that happened or a calamity that happened, we respond to it. It is a form of honoring the nature that is within us and within the person that is involved. You know? So that is a form. That's why in making donation, again, in giving donation and financial support will also benefit your soul in connecting with our elemental or nature spirits. So aside from the nature spirits, um, like what I've said, no? Yesterday, the Tibuli people, we have mentioned that they are making a live animal sacrifices, such as slaughtering chicken, slaughtering pig, or what we call as padugo, no? Padugo, or bleeding. Why do we do that?
And one of the reason our why our ancestor do the blood, it's more on to offer the spirit of the land so that it will give protections. Uh, it produce a good harvest. Yeah, because one of our job or work of the ancestor is they are farmers, so they fix the negative encantos so that they cannot give blockages or disturbance to the land so that they will harvest continuously and become a fruitful land or soil. So that's one of the reason why our ancestors offer bloods.
Actually, kasi, if we are going to discuss about the elementals, the nature spirits, they are um, actually those in mythology are personification, such as the Sikh Minotaur, it's like um, uh, Carabao, and human form of mix. So most likely those elementals are a combination of human and animal, or combination of the elements. And usually they are humanoids. They look like humans, but they are not humans. The reason why, because one, they are lacking of the elements. As a human being, we are complete element, earth, water. But to the elementals, the nature spirits, they are just either stand alone or probably a combination of each other element. But it's not a complete element, such as in human, we have the earth, air, fire, water, and spirit. No? So the reason why we are making offering of blood, because most of the encanto feeds on blood. No? Most of the demon feed on blood. The reason why is because the blood offering makes them complete or feed their humanity, or they feed on being or their form as a human or as a human. Because if you are going to beat them with the element, it means they are going to be paid. Although the reason, no, this is what I found. Encantos are not harmful. They just ignore us. No? They are busy doing their job. No? But the reason why our ancestors have this custom of tabi-tabi po or can I pass is because we do not see them. No? So if we pass without permission, we might harm them. And for example, if an encanto, we give them a visual representation. If an encanto looks like a cobra and we step on the cobra, what will happen? Do you think that the cobra will say, it's okay? No, naturally it will bite you. So the reason why we are making a gesture saying tabi tabi po, set aside, I will pass, can I pass? It means that you are giving them a warning that you are going to pass. It is a form of respect to them that you wait for their approval on passing. And this is the same custom that modern magical practitioners are doing. If they are going to get leaves from trees, you need to ask permission from the trees. But then, but but yun nga, no, we need to ask permission. But how does it happen? How will you know that the tree allows you to pick up its leaves? On the
For me, through your emotions, if you are sensitive enough, you can get their response or you can understand how they communicate to us. But if you are a normal person, one of the signs is you will not getting sick. So it means the spirit of that tree is letting you to get some of their parts or like their fruits or their leaves. Because one of the signs here in the Philippines, if you get some branches or fruits without the permission of that spirit, automatically, na after you're getting that leaves or that part or even the fruits, so automatically na you will get sick. So some are parang they feel fever. Sometimes parang they are like blind person na their sight will automatically gone. So that's how the nature spirit here in the Philippines work. So automatically they will consult to the spiritual healer or to the albularyo or to the babaylan, which is they are the priest that mediate between the spirit and to the physical, to the uh, person or to the people. So they will do the healing or the atang. The atang, this is a form of offering na you need to pay respect, ask their forgiveness so that they will heal you. So that's how so that's how we can get or we can know if the spirit is giving you permission or not. So sometimes it's like yung goosebumps. So if you feel a goosebump, in some tradition or in some places, they will say na there's a ghost in that place. But sometimes you can also use that sign when you are communicating with the spirit or with the nature spirit. So if you feel someone is touching you, so you can use that sensation if they are giving you permission or not. So it depends on the touch or it depends on how you feel them. Yun. Because parang that's how our emotions or how the power of sensation works. So we can use the emotions or the sensations not only in the physical realm, but also it is also connected to the spiritual realm. On it depends on how you feel it or how you absorb that emotions. So you can interpret that as a good or bad response. So to our three viewers. So if you have any questions or specific topic, you can type to the message below your topic or your concern so that we can discuss it during our live session here in Correllian Live Telethon. Yeah. So our approach or our technique in Luteang Agama. So we combine the physical approach and to the spiritual approach. So we don't focus on one aspect or on one side. So every time we will encounter some specific situations, first is we will check it first to the physical realm if they experiencing it as a normal, because sometimes it's a normal situations or normal cases. So it means there's no spiritual or encantos involved. So we will treat that as a normal then. For example, if you feel pain because your hands are broken or you have the uh, dislocation of bones, so we will do the specific manipulation for that. But if you feel pain, but the physical body is okay, so it means that there's a possibility na there's a spiritual connections on the pain situations or cases. So we will do some spiritual diagnostic for confirmation on what kind of spirit or encanto is involved. So that's how we use or how we apply the physical and then the spiritual method of magic.
Ayan. Hello to Mary, Sir Medical Cavalcante. Good morning to you. This is Aparmat and I am with Lakay. So
If
I
you
will
have
just
questions,
I'll just reinforce my question regarding how would you know that the spirit of the faith allows you to pick the leaves. Actually, it's nice that you have mentioned about the diagnostic tools or divinatory tools, because we believe that plants do communicate. So the communication of plant or trees to us is different from human communication, because as human we use languages, languages and words. So it is the same thing how you talk to your dogs, your puppies, or your fur babies. Um, they understand you to they understand you. We know that our fur puppies or babies will understand us through their actions, through our actions. So how about what about how can we understand the messages in the plants and the trees? So we could understand them through their actions as well. So do the plants act? Do the plants move? I think I could say yes. No? There is a form of divination that our ancestors is seeing.
and then scientifically proven, they use the technologies to sukat, to measure the vibrations of each plant, and through that technologies they observe and they learn that each plants has their own ways on how to interact with each other.
Indeed, not actually because in Italy that they have invented this device. They will attach the device like an ECG on the root and on the leaves. Then they will hear that the plant are producing sounds. They are producing harmony. So it is one evidence that the plants will speak. But aside from that, you could hear or you could smell their scent. So we are going to recognize our licenses. As an individual, we have a sense of sight, we have a sense of hearing, we have a sense of smell, we have a sense of touch, taste, and even touch. So we have to touch the plant, and we could find in touch. So what are we going to find out if we touch the plant? We can find if the plant is smooth, especially on this other part, or it is aside from that, if it is soft or hard. No? So that is how we interpret it with touch. And sometimes on the smell, we could see bad odor or pleasant. So So I don't know what kind of plant odor is for everyone. So it depends upon your consumption. I think different people from different countries has different conception of smell, of uh, what is what is fragrant and what is bad odor. And sometimes, like what we have said, no, you could hear the sound of it. You could try to squeeze the plant and check on the squeeziness of the something like that. No? And of course, how will you see? Is the tree is what is the color? No? And each different color have a meaning. And at the same time, you taste what kind of taste. So sometimes many people are afraid to put it in their mouth. Although they are all safe, but what you will notice is if you get a large amount of it and you consume it, that will become poisonous. So as a tip, no, you just pinch a little and taste it. Don't eat too much. So even a little piece is good enough to determine what is the message of the plants to you. So that is the way how our ancestors communicate, no? And that is the reason, the, uh, the, the, the ways how our ancestors know our plant as medicine and what kind of plant is appropriate for a certain disease. So having a good relationship with these plants could help us develop relationship with the nature spirits. So as just I am talking about plant, no? So knowledge about the plant will empower you as well. No? Empower you in giving your food, in giving your in giving you medicine, in giving you what we call this clothes, no? Because even our clothes is made from halaman or from plants. It is plant based. No? So it is nice if we could connect ourselves to these forces of nature. And really, nature is giving us a lot. But as human being, it is our behavior just to take, and not to give back. So with that, no, we are giving the Correllians Live Telethon is giving you opportunity to give back to nature by making a donation to us at the at Correllian that live/donate, or you may also choose to have a reading with our psychics, no, by going to Correllians.live/readers. Me and Lakay is performing our divination, and I'm going to do Tawas, and Lakay is going to do Nasibulan and Nautala in the no? So our time now is 6:12 in the evening, so we still have 2 hours more, no? And we have just done demonstrating, discussing why we offer blood to the nature spirit, because they are humans, and the blood will feed them and will maintain a source of humanity within them. And just like what I said, we have mentioned yesterday, you know, giving an offering, feeding these encantos will transform them to become a good person. So as when you are good spirit, to become a good spirit. No? Actually, there is no good and bad. It is only in the state of mind. The reason why we call it bad because we don't benefit from that. And the reason why we call them good because we greatly benefit from the people. And if I ignore you, you will say, oh, Apu is sluggish. He is a bad person. But he always say, hi, hi. So you will just say another one, but that I'm company or whatever. Have attention deficit. No?
So that's the reason why then. So that's the reason why then, if you want to work with them and to have a benefit to the Encanto, so automatically we do the offering technique.
Yeah, because offering, giving an offering will draw you closer. It means that you are making connection. Remember when you, I don't know if people still do courting. So when you are courting, you are giving gift to a person that you do not know. And when they accept, so the people like to be kind, okay, let's talk and what we want to know, we talk about each other. But the secret is the offering is just like a jump start of having a good relationship. No? Parang if you give someone a gift, no, it is a sign of kindness.
If they accept it.
Ano?
If they accept it, it it's a good sign for the communications as well.
Yeah. And if they accept it, it is a good sign of communication. And actually, that is like key in opening up the door. And what I noticed with I will not mention the name, with the former secretary of police, parang, and even with Tita, parang one way of having is to make a feast, no? Parang, oh, we will eat out at the restaurant and make a deal. Parang it was a trend of negotiating, of having a transaction, or having a strong relationship with, with either the community, with the company, or whatever. So even with the students, we are making an opening so that we could develop what we call it, develop relationship with the students. But why do we need to have a good relationship with the student? Anyone who would like to answer? So it seems that I am not rushing, no? So the reason why we need to develop a good relationship with the student, because once before this incarnation, we are also part of the spirit. And when we die, when our spirit left our body, no, we are in the spirit world. The reason why we need to make offering to the spirit is to prepare ourselves in the spiritual realms. Aside from preparing ourselves to the spiritual realms, while we are still here on earth, we need the blessings, the guidance, and the protection of the spiritual realms to come before us. Why is that so? Anything that we want are dwelling on the spiritual realms, such as this technology right now. Before it happened this generation, it was in the mind of the person who invents it. Diba? Whatever that we want, it started in the spiritual realms. And the spiritual realms are the caregiver, the nurses, who are taking care of our dreams. And on the right time, if we have supplied the the right amount or the right nutrients or the right nourishing of prayers to our dream, the spiritual realms will open up to bring it out. And, and bringing out of our dreams is the reason why we are conducting rituals, the reason why we are making prayers, the reason why we are doing devotions is that we are feeding up or we are creating our desires so that it may manifest here on earth in the right time. So whenever you feel lonely and you might want to give up on your spirituality, no? So don't give up. Don't give up. Just continue. Continue doing meditations, continue doing devotions, continue doing rituals, continue doing prayer, and then you can you can receive what you want to happen, no? And it could be enough. Because it is good naman if we just continue. You know, one example that I have this prayer that I usually constantly use for 30 days. I always pray that certain prayer. And honestly, most people think of prayer as making petition. No, you can use that prayer even though you don't have petition. You can use that as a fuel. No? It's just like filling up your gas. No, and you do not make it empty. So when you are going to use it, it will lead you to where you want to go. And the prayers that you have said, it will just stack up. It will just like it's just like a money that you put in the bank. So while you are putting your prayer, giving a prayer, your money is added up. It's added up. And then at the time when you need it, now you will withdraw that money. So a prayer is a form of like like creating good karma. It is a good actions that you could do so that in terms of need, you could have it, withdraw it, so that you could use it in order to manifest whatever you wish. Anything else?
Uh, so hello sa ating two viewers. So you are right, Apo. The repetitive prayer is a good practice, especially for self-empowerment, because we are uh, programming ourselves physically, mentally, and emotionally based on the prayer that we recite every time. And the prayer also has the ability to transform any situations or any energy vibrations or frequency, especially if you are doing a positive prayer or mantra, like if you are keep on telling to yourself that you are beautiful and powerful, so you absorb that and you become the beauty and you become the power itself. So that's how, or that's the secrets of prayer. And then of course, don't let someone ano, to block or to stop you doing that, because based on my experiences, uh, the problem is not only comes within but also to the environment or to the circle. So stay aware or be conscious on what kind of vibrations or what kind of energy that the people is carrying towards you, so that you can cut yourself automatically as soon as possible, so that you cannot be polluted.
Yes, it's already 6:51 in the morning. So morning, good afternoon, and good evening. But for now, let us have our donation.
So yung for ano natin,
$1,000 to assist with the basic needs of housing, food, and travel expenses. Here are some words from the members of the event team on why it is important that we reach that goal.
I'm Pam Kelly. I am a member of the Sacred Order of Paladins, and I am here to tell you about why are we doing a telethon and how you can help us. Well, let me show you. Let me show you what's in the future. This weekend, Friday, 5 p.m. on Eastern Time, all the way till the 7th of May, which is Sunday at 7. We'll be doing 50 hours of magic and community, lots of shows, lots of guests. But what is it all for? Well, I'd love to show you about it rather than just tell you about it. We are planning to go to Chicago, the Parliament of the World's Religions. It's happening this August, and there's going to be leaders from all sorts of faiths there, as well as leaders from both the Correllian tradition. Circle Sanctuary will be there, and it's the place to be. And it's a place for us to be part of the conversation. This year, it's going to be a call to conscience, defending freedom and human rights, something that's very important to the pagan community, and also part of why we're paladins. We want to defend people, we want to protect people, and we want to be there to show a positive part of what we do as pagans. So please help us. This is happening in August, and we're trying to do what we can to raise money. And our biggest part of the campaign is this weekend. It is the road to the Parliament. So like I said, we'll be around all weekend long with lots of entertainment and shows and ways for community. So you're invited to be part of that. But also don't forget to donate if you can. The best way to donate, there's two ways, is to go to Correllians.live/donate. And here are chances for you just to give an amount. And you can give credit to one of our paladins here, or none, just give it to all of us. We don't get the money, but it makes us feel nice. You know, we don't have a competition going on yet, but who knows? But it'll be friendly, obviously. The other way to do it is givebutter.com. Give peanutbutter.com/c/Correllians live. And here, not only can you donate, but you can get some more information on why we're doing this. Also, where you can watch this on Pagan World TV, on Roku, Magic TV on YouTube, or streaming live on the web at Correllians.live. And you can share this. This is a good thing too. You can share this link with other people. Not only does it give you the opportunity to donate, but here's where we have the option. We're going to have plenty of items to bid upon, and you can start the bidding on Friday. It's going to be fun. There's all sorts of things. A 15-minute tarot reading with First Priest, Most Reverend Felix Coffin Williams. That's great. All these different readings here. Look at that chainmail pentacle wall hanging. Who would want that? I see a bidding war unrolling, unveiling, becoming a thing this weekend. A numerology chart. I don't know if I should look at this right now. I can't bid yet, but we will be bidding all during the event. So please join us and please donate. We really would like to be at the Parliament here, manifesting vibes and support the Paladins on our road to the Parliament. Thank you so much for listening and being part of this monumental effort and historical effort. So thank you. Blessings.
Hi, I'm Reverend Mary Hawk, and I am a member of the Sacred Order of the Paladins. Why are we going to the 2023 Parliament of World's Religions? Because representation matters. It's important that pagans be there to show that we are a growing tradition, that we are a viable religion, and we need to take our seat among other world religions.
From all of us here at the 2023 Correllians Live Telethon, we want to thank you again for your support. Please be sure to check out Divination Alley and get yourself a reading. Or check out our online auction that is overflowing with wonderful craft items, books, and services for sale. Remember, our goal is to raise $10,000, so please help us spread the word about the event, our cause, and be sure to stay tuned for more. So thank you all again, and may you all blessed be. Enjoy the telethon. You're watching the 2023 Correllians Live Telethon.
Yes, welcome back again. And welcome back again. This is Apartment,
And this is where Adilas representing. So I'm also the Lakay Magbayan.
and so it's already
Welcome.
6:57 in the evening or in the morning. So good morning, good morning, good morning.
Morning.
Have your coffee. I don't know if it is Sunday morning over there. So how are you doing, everyone? So who is already with us? I know by 7 p.m. 7 p.m. Lady, I think Lady Liz is going to come back. For now, we are waiting for Nora for women too. Hey, Ma'am Nora, if you are watching, please come in already. So let us start about it. So a while ago, we talked about the duties of the actually making an offering. No? So we have enumerated the ways of how we offer on different spirits. But what if, what if Yes,
Yes,
Mary, it's night time
yes.
here. It's already 6:28 in the evening. So morning. Have a cup of coffee, Mary. So just enjoy. No. Anyway, going back na kay. Yeah. What if, because it is common here in the Philippines, that there is a person, an evangelical, bring a Bible and will preach the word of God and will ask money to the people. Now there you go. We have Nora Kaluna, so just stay tuned, Nora. Let us just finish for a while. So what do you think about that? Those people who are asking money.
About the
And they said that they are asking money for the work of God.
for me, it's fine na you are asking money or donations and you will use the name of God. But maybe uh, it will cause problem or issues depend on the situations or in the locations. So if you are, for me, if you are disturbing someone, especially in the bus or in the jeepney, na you're disturbing their activities because they are trying to get rest while on the jeepney or in the bus, and some are they are talking to someone, and you disturb their activities just for the sake of asking donations. So for me, maybe that is a wrong way or wrong method.
Actually, when you ask money to parang it's inappropriate because those in the bus are not your members. So when you ask their members. But like what I said now, when you give money, you are giving to the person. It is not on the word of God. Because the word God is meant for their own things, no? But as of this moment, we want to welcome our fellow trainer of Onhilot Academy of Pinabaylan. Pasok, teka lang. Iba pasok. Ma'am Nora, nasan ka? I think we have Nora. Wait. We have visitors here. Mary, please come in. Kindly, we have an emergency situation here. So I'll just show you. There are so many pests that comes in. Yeah. So we might end our live because there are what they call this moth. We have to end and this come in early.
So it's like raining,
This is not a mosquito.
raining ants.
Sure. Raining ants. Um, um, can we yeah, this is so crazy. Probably rain will come. So can you turn off the lights? But when we turn off the light, please turn off. Turn off, turn off, turn off. I'm turning off the light, but it's full. Burn a candle. Yeah, but we have to manage first this one. Actually, we still have 1.5 hours to go. What can we not apply? We have to leave here. So at least outside the house, no, there is no. We just went out because we've been attacked with, I don't know, gamo-gamo. Wait. This is termite. I think that is termite.
It's a form of power.
It's not a form of barang. I don't know if this is a magical attack, but it's where.
Pabalik na sila dyan.
Okay nga. Papupuntahin lang muna natin sila dito, no? Ay, ang dami. See. Okay. That's how this. Let's manage. How can we manage this? Come. Bakit hindi ka ng kandila? I know it's too early for everyone, but I think we just managed with this. What we call this? I could not see. Yes, Mary. Can we play some video? I don't have any video here. But the solution here is to turn off the lights. So it's totally dark now. At least through darkness, it will get off those insects out of the house. And the problem is I could not see my, yeah, it's look like a snow, but they are, it's not a firefly, but it's just a form of fly. Okay. Candle ba? No. Wait. So for a moment, we are going to stay outside the house. So, yeah, they bite and it's annoying as well. But yeah, we are outside. So this is the sky in Bulacan. So it's getting dark. Pero Makati pa rin. It's annoying. Can you hear me?
Wait, they will go into your inside to your ear.
Wait, it's under my armpit. Hawakan mo nga. Come, because the guy is sleeping.
They, so this is our place. Uh, yes, but it's also already night. It's already ano,
Wait lang
deep.
po.
Diyan si Ma'am Nora. Naririnig mo? Ayun. Yung ba parang queen, gumati.
Chuti alis.
Ma'am Laura, narinig ako.
Opo. Medyo mahina lang.
Pumasok na daming gamot-gamot din. Ano ba sa English ng gamot-gamot?
Ha?
Ano sa English ng gamot-gamot?
Ano sa English ang alin?
Gamot-gamot. Aray po.
Gamu-gamu.
Yeah, it looks better outside. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen.
Hala, hindi ko alam.
Miss Nora Termite. No,
Hello everyone.
hindi naman.
Mahina po. Good evening.
Mahina. Actually, mahina talaga. Asan yung ano?
Mahina talaga. O sige.
Pero ito. Okay. Hindi, gamit ko ang isang monitor.
Oh.
Pero ito, naririnig mo ako ng Nora.
Mahina talaga, sir.
Mahina ka?
Mahina. O yung maingay. Ano yung maingay?
Ay. Kutsara. Hello?
Okay na yan, sir. Wait lang. Wait lang po, wait lang.
Okay, go ahead. Actually, that is a good sign. That moth fly is a good sign that rain is coming. Yeah, it looks like a snow. It bites and it's annoying, but it's look like better. And now Lakay is going to burn some incense to drive off. It's so itchy. Grabe Lakay. Anyway, how are you,
Hello.
Nora?
Hello po.
Can you hear me?
Sir, hello.
How are you?
I'm good, sir.
Happy Mother's Day.
Happy rest day? Rest day nino.
Happy Mother's Day. It's not rest day.
Ay, happy Mother's Day. Am I a mother? Joke
Ay,
lang.
Wow naman. That's why you see. Nora, can you
Yeah.
ganyan? Pwedeng merong option na nakapatayo or pahalang. Kasi ang lit ng mukha mo.
Sir, ano?
Ma'am.
Ano ulit?
Merong options na na naka-portrait.
Hala, paano to?
Yung camera mo.
Wait lang.
Dapat mo sa labas. Teka lang, itong mga gamugamo ito, nakakatinis.
Ayan.
Hindi pa.
Paano ba? Paano ko bangga?
Magpalit ka muna. Palitin mo muna. Yan. Tapos
meron sa ilalim niya.
Di ba nakikita mo yung mukha mo?
Opo.
Merong parang maliit na monitor dyan.
Opo, nakikita ko.
Na choices. Teka nga, papakita ko screen ko.
Wait. Mga dot. Hindi. Hindi eh.
Hindi. Kasi ang liit na picture mo. Tumingin ka sa ilalim. Teka lang ha. Teka lang. Nakikita na, Mama.
Nakikita na ang alin? Nakikita kita.
Ayan. Teka lang. Yan, nag-share ako ng screen. Nakapag-share ba ako ng screen?
Kaninong face? Face mo?
Hindi. Pinakikita ko ng screen. Pero parang hindi nakikita.
Bottom to full to exit. Oh my God.
Ito pala ang dapat mong makita. Wait lang ha. So yan, nakikita mo yung screen.
Opo.
Kita mo yung screen?
Yes
Nakikita
po.
mo yung cursor ko. So makikita mo dito.
Sige nga,
Ito. Nakita mo yon?
Galawin mo.
Ha?
Galawin mo yung cursor.
Ito ang galaw. So yung sa kabila, meron mo cellphone mode. Ilagay mo yung cellphone mode mo. Nakita mo?
Oh my God, hindi ko makita. Saan ko ba siya i-screenshot, i-ano mo nga, sir, teka. Ano ba? Ito kasi tatanga-tanga kasi sa
Wait lang.
sip.
Teka lang. Ayun. Sige, teka.
Nakita ko yung screenshot. Tapos, yung cursor, ang
Pero
hindi ko
itong
makita.
ito. Pero paano kaya kitang gawin? Teka lang ha. Ayan, teka lang.
Oh, ayan, dalawa na tayo.
Dawala tayo saan? Yan, ganyan. Pero,
Oh, ikaw pala ang may karapatan gumawa niyan. Damay mo pa ako, walang iya ka, bubunga ako dyan.
teka lang. Aray ko, Makati pa rin talaga eh.
Ang alin, Makati, ano ba naman yan, sir?
Ano
Okay
nga
na
kasi?
yan.
Teka lang muna.
Okay na to?
Okay. Oo, okay na.
Portrait po. Ito ba yung portrait? Punyeta, pati portrait, hindi ko alam. Bastos ng bata.
Okay na yan, nakikita ka na. Teka lang, ha?
Nakikita na ako, punyeta. Uy, marami ba tayong
Uy,
audience
naka-live tayo.
dito?
Oo, nasa Amerika
Marami.
tayo.
Oh, so hello. Sorry. Sir,
Narinig ba ako?
sir.
Nasa Amerika tayo. Teka lang. Oy.
Opo,
Behave.
behave. Opo.
Teka lang, nasan ba? Wait lang ha.
Malakas bang boses ko, sir?
Sobra.
Sakto lang. Bakit ano kayo? Medyo hindi ko marinig. Naririnig ko naman, but not that,
Yan, naririnig mo na ako?
naririnig ko naman po, pero parang nahihinaan ako. But still, kailangan ko lang, pag hindi ko maintindihan, kailangan ko lang ulitin.
Yan.
Hindi ako naka-uniform, ano ba naman po?
Okay lang. So guys, ladies and
Okay.
gentlemen, magtatagalog lang kami because we have Nora here. Hindi marunong mag-English. But anyway, actually, Miss Nora Columia is our co-trainer in Hilot Academy. So we are going to talk about her experience as traditional healer in the Philippines. Okay. So Ma'am Nora,
Hello,
can you
everyone.
introduce yourself?
Hello, everyone. Yes, hello, everyone.
Layo-layo sa camera. Nakikita lang ilong eh.
Hello.
Yan. Yan, kita yan.
Okay.
Para makita ka.
Yes, hello, everyone. My name is Nora Columna. Chu. Okay. I've been in an industry for 16 years, but I've been doing hilot for like 4.5 decades since my childhood. Yes, sir. Since my childhood, I do hilot na, right? To my parents especially. That's why that I think that's the reason why I love doing hilot for even up to now. And I mean in Tagalog pa, ilalaban ko ng patayon yung pagiging manghihilot ko. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but I'm sorry to tell you guys that I'm not into synthetic medicine. That's true.
So how do you find Hilot as medical practice or a healthcare practice?
Ah, alis, Chucky! Ang kulit ng aso ko. Sorry. How did I find Hilot? Okay, as a medical practice. Well, Chucky! Just, ano sir, ano nga ulit ang question? Chucky, alis. Ang
So
kulit
how do
kasi.
you find
Alis.
Hilot? Hayaan mo na kasi.
Andi.
Nandiyan mo na rin yung aso.
Ang kulit ng aso ko.
Say hello.
Okay, sir.
So how do you find Hilot as medical?
How do I find Hilot in Medica?
Would you really consider Hilot as a medical profession? You know, so here in the Philippines is a country of noises. So yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Nahuhulog kasi yung Nahuhulog kasi to, oh. Tas kinakagat ng aso.
Sabi ka na naman gusto ko.
Okay, sir. Okay. Yung nakakahiya naman, ang dami nating bisita.
Dalawa.
Visit.
Oy, marami yan.
So,
Kahapon nagkaroon tayo ng 100 plus viewers.
oy, congratulations.
So good morning ka muna sa mga viewers natin. Because
Hello, good morning to our viewers.
All of our students in the US might be, especially Lani, no?
Watching us.
Might be watching this.
What?
Yes.
Are they watching us? Oh, wow.
Yes.
Hello. Hello, everyone. I hope that you are okay. You're doing fine. Okay, sir, game.
Okay,
Sorry for the interruption because, yes.
So answer now the question. Would you consider Hilot as a profession or a medical profession?
Sir, from the term itself, hilot, it's not a medical. It's not a medical profession. But considering from the word hilot, it's not a medical profession. Considering when it comes to a traditional, it's profession. But in medical, no, because in my opinion, in my simple opinion, uh, being a manghihilot, medical refused me as a manghihilot. Why? Because they said manghihilot is a non-hygienic a profe is a non-hygienic profession. That's why they don't allow us to work in a like hospital or even in our home. They are like, for example, sir, remember the nagpapaanak sa hilot, right? We have that. We have a lot of comadronas here or nagpapaanak, hilot nagpapaanak, right? but it's because of the government, they prohibited those comadronas, and now they are not allowed to perform, no, that kind of hilot.
But anyway, di ba, Nora, if we define medicine, it is a science of art
Mm,
in diagnostic, treatment
mm,
of mental, physical, and physical illnesses. So, do you consider health
mm,
as its own diagnostic and treatment method in terms of illness of the body, mind, and the emotions?
mm,
So in terms of that, no, in terms of that, the reason why we established Hilot Academy Pinabaylan is to push forward on this
mm.
in this statement, because our Hilot, no,
Yes,
as we conducted research, we have our own diagnostic method and we have our own treatment method
yes,
together in the same category of
yes.
Hilot. It is not separated to one another, although it has been conceived
Mm,
or conceptualized, no, people think that Hilot is different from Magkatawas. No? But honestly, it is a form. Even in
ahem.
terms of massage, we have our diagnostic method
Oh,
in determining which part of the
yes.
body that is sick.
Mm,
Although, like what you said, no, our government, it was not accepted on medical in the field of medicine because, like you said, no, it is unscientific. But I disagree on you na you considered it as unhygienic because there is
yeah,
healing cleansing method. No? Actually,
yeah.
the first principle of healing of the first principle of healing is about cleanliness, no? And we have discussed that. So yes, we might consider
Mm,
na unclean or unhygienic because of the old practice of delivering birth. No? No,
yeah.
it doesn't pass on their standard because we only use water. I don't know.
Mm.
Uh, I'm not a mother. I did not experience delivering birth. No, no. Where did you give birth? Did you deliver birth in the hospital or just in the house?
Yeah. In I, I delivered I giving birth in the hospital, but I have my sisters. I have my actually sister. Four of her children. She was giving birth in home in the house, and I saw the processor. I was there.
So
You know.
can you compare the
Uh
difference of delivering birth in the hospital as well at home by Hilot?
okay. Uh, I was giving birth in the hospital. I just have one or two comments, no, which I don't agree. First, uh, I say, or let's say, after 24 hours of giving birth, the doctor told me to take a shower.
Already.
Yes. Second, when I was in the bed, okay, having contraction, okay, uh, and then when the baby is she's almost going out. Okay, let's say the baby is it's out na in my, okay, the nurse. Alam mo yun, sir, na binuhusan niya yung puwerta ko ng tubig. I don't know how to tell it in English.
So
They
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 pour
they get
cold
they
water.
get they get water. They get water and it's cold. And then they how I don't know what in
So
English of binuhos
yeah,
sa
they pour Pour
Yeah, yes, maybe in cold water in my vagina. Yes, after few, let's say, less than 5 minutes of giving birth. So it's not acceptable for me, honestly, honestly. And then the next day, the doctor told me, when rubbing around, oh, you can, Mrs. Chu, you can take a bath, you cannot leave hospitals. No, you cannot leave hospital when you didn't take a bath. Oh, excuse me, it's against my principle. Yeah, that's two things that I beg to disagree. Okay, in my sister's delivery, uh I saw, I don't know where it coming from, that the department or the government, where it coming from, comadronas are not hygienic. I boiled water, all the materials, equipments of the said comadronas are sterilized, because I'm the one who did it. And si- simple. Uh, I don't know why they didn't allow those comadronas. No, it's so sad. We have a lot of comadronas, and I'm just, I'm sad for the traditional comadronas.
Actually, first, per law in the country now, the Department of Health does not take the blame of forbidding the comadronas of traditional practice in the profession. Although they make suggestions on a local government policy or ordinance forbidding the comadrona to practice. But instead, they have created an industry which is called the lying in clinics. Did you remember that?
Mm.
So before, in your time, in ancient times, there are no lying in clinics. Ancient time,
Ah,
no, there are no lying in clinics. I just remember the
yeah.
reason why, because my mother is a nurse midwife, no? And
Uh-huh.
during the time that it was implemented, my mother was forbidden not to give birth at home. Although she is a
At
professional
home.
nurse midwife, no? She is a professional nurse midwife.
Mm.
But I noticed na those nurse midwife or some midwives, they are establishing lying in clinic or birthing homes,
Mm.
officially recognized by the
Provided
government.
by the government,
Yes,
yes.
they are. No, they are. They need to be registered. No, they need to be
Mm.
registered. Yung lying in clinic, it doesn't matter na if you are licensed doctor or nurse. If you give birth to is forbidden. So that was a local
Mm.
ordinance. It's not a national law, but it's
Mm.
only local ordinances. But still, no, there are still people who practice na they still believe on hilot. They call on hilot
Mm.
for delivering birth, no. But honestly, it become less popular. So most of mga hilot, no, were limited only on manipulating the body. So this is one of the
Mm.
skills of manghihilot that been stripped off to us because of the modern world
Mm.
that we are living now.
Modern time. Yeah.
So, Ma'am Nora, we talk about the modern time,
Yes,
and you
sir.
are the ancient one. How would you compare the Sorry naman. Pero just kidding. Actually, ladies and gentlemen, Nora Philippines
No,
is
no. No, it's not kidding, sir. You're just telling the truth.
yeah, Actually, she is my friend now, so I know the truth about her. She is the great ancient one. If you want to see the old goddess, look at her face, diba? She is happy, not
Oh my
because young,
God.
but she is old enough. My God, we are still doing this even here at work. No, but anyway, compare the
Anyway,
time
yes, sir.
of your days
Mm,
in the past,
mm,
no? Uh,
mm.
so compare the days in the past, during your younger days and now. So how is it to get sick? Because right now, di ba, if you get sick, you go straight to doctor and do medicine. Pero what is the status of people right now when a certain person gets sick?
It's good question, you know. During my time, we have I got sick, parang mabibilang mo lang dito. I got sick when I had chicken pox.
Mhm.
Okay? I got sick when I had my measles. I got sick when my our neighbor dog bitten me. So those are the things. Those are the things. My
Are you being
nephews and
hospitalized
nieces.
actually?
No, 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 sir. Uh, even my nephews and nieces. Yes, it's normal during the baby that they have fever, they have cough, right? Because I'm the one who took care of my nephews and nieces. They were, I think, five, five or well, to my one sister, they were four, and then the other one is one, and the other one is two. So I took care of seven nephews and niece. Okay, and during that time, every time that they get fever, we go to a manghihilot. Promise. We don't go to a health center or even run to the hospital, even though they have, 39 or 40 degrees Celsius fever. We just ran to a manghihilot. And then, after that, in few minutes, the fever, no more, you know. And, yun po yun talagang kinalakihan ko. Okay? And at the same time, sabi ko nga,
Ma'am Nora, atras-atras ka
and
po
at,
ulit. Di nakikita. Ilong lang
atras-atras,
nakikita. Yan.
ilong lang nakikita, ano ba naman yan? And at the same time, habang lumalaki ako, 'di ba nga, I'm the youngest of the family. When my father got home from work, I was the one who do hilot to him, 'di ba? I used to perform bentosa using a glass and a paper and a match, without oil. No, there's no. I didn't use oil during that time. And nowadays, as I as I as I experience nowadays with my own children, uh, every time they drink coke, juices, they eat different kinds of food. After 1 week, they have their lower back pain, and they were telling me,
Painful urination.
oh yes, they were telling me, uh, baka they have UTI daw, right? And then I told them, UTI nowadays is high-tech na rin. You didn't even recognize if you have UTI because during my time, you recognize if you have UTI, it's really hard for you to urine, right? And and worst thing to that, nagkakaroon na siya ng nana. You know, so pag may nana na, yun na yung super duper severe UTI na. Nowadays, this time, this generation, there is no nana na eh. Merong nana, pero different ano na siya, sir. Different case na. You know, magkakanana ka, yung may sexual intercourse na, pero yung UTI lang, no, no. We didn't recognize nowadays if you have UTI or not. We hindi tayo nahihirapang umihi, wala. We notice lang if our lower back is painful. That's I've noticed.
But Ma'am Nora, can you hear me?
Po. Yes, mas
Narinig mo?
malakas.
Mas malakas na. So,
Yes.
we have a viewer here. We have two viewers here that doesn't
Okay,
know about
hello.
Hilot. Can you describe what Hilot is all about?
Okay. In simple explanation for me, no, are they Filipino, sir?
No, they are foreigners.
No. Okay. So, hello guys. Uh, for me, a simple definition of a hilot, this is a Philippine traditional ancient healing arts. No? So, when we say ancient, it came from our forefathers, no? From our ninuno. So, and there's a lot of manipulations to that. It characterized, actually, we have different uh, characteristics of hilot, and uh, way back, we only have one term for hilot, no? As a traditional healers, in general, we call it albularyo. No, so in general. Okay, so when time goes by, it characterizes, I think, into seven or more. So first is we have nadi. Nowadays we have nadi herbolarios. So these herbolarios, he or she is a kind of healer that uses or that using herbs, no? So something like that. And hilot is not a whole body manipulation or whole body massage. No, it's different. So that's my simple. When we say hilot, if you have pain in a certain area or area of your body, so the manghihilot itself, he or she only focus on that area. So that's my hilot explanation for me.
So it means, Ma'am Nora, Hilot is the traditional indigenous medicine, no? So prior coming of the modern doctors, so they are the
Mm.
old doctors who take care of health of the community.
Yes.
Usually, as
Yes.
we conduct training, no, it is true that hilot in every family there is a manghihilot, no, such as you.
Yes. It's true. Yes.
You have mentioned na when you were a child, your father used to call you to give him hilot, no? So it means,
Yes.
no, for everyone who is listening and watching us right now, hilot is a form of cane, no? It is more on cane
Yes.
rather than medicine,
Yes.
no?
rather than
So
medicine.
you,
I
know,
agree.
you care, no, health has been revitalized because it
Yes.
is fueled by the love, compassion of one
Mm,
another in giving the
mm,
touch. Actually, it employs our
mm,
hand in touching, no? And also sometimes
mm,
we put oil to our hands in giving
mm,
appropriate touch to the person's body. And then afterwards,
mm,
we might give them some food or drinks
mm,
that will reinforce the
mm,
healing process
mm,
that we provide
mm.
to a person. So usually, hilot is done in the community or within the house, no, the house of
Yes.
the person, and the one who
Yes.
performs it is a family member. Pero
Yes.
I have an interesting question to you, Manala, because I don't know
And
this.
also, sir,
Go ahead.
in addition, and that member of the family, uh, he's gifted or she's a gift, no? She's gifted. I considered myself as gifted, no?
Are you
Because,
suhe?
sir, come again.
Are you suhe? Suhe.
No, I don't know. No idea. But,
Actually,
uh,
kasi
uh,
according to our ancestors,
mm,
if you were born as a bridge, your foot
yes.
came out first, your hand were the last, so you are
Mm,
technically a leader. So you have a gift
yes.
of it. So that is what we call
Yes.
as gifted. So
Mm,
within our within our community, we have these people that is tawag dito. Hi Diane Alon, how are you? So we have YouTube commenter which is Maria Ellen. Kamusta? So as a bridge, no, we are parang dito, we are at wait na. Ako nalimutan ko na Ellen naman eh. Pumasok, nalimutan ko na si English. So as a bridge, you have a gift of healing. So that's why,
I
di ba,
think.
parang you remember, there is a health center in Makati that is called Suhi Hilot, right? Do you remember?
Okay. Oh, I think we've been there. I don't know.
Yeah.
I
So my
think we've
next
been
question is,
there.
yeah, I believe
Okay.
so. You did that. Because you become a researcher companion of Kayoko Yamahata. You know her.
Oh
So she
my.
is a Japanese national who studied Hilot. So how
Mhm.
did you start working with Kayoko in terms of Hilot?
Well,
Focusing on Hilot.
it's it's a long story because I'm when okay. So it's been 18 years ago separated from my husband, and then of course, how can I feed my children if I didn't go to work? So one Sunday morning we went to church, and then commentator said, uh, those who are willing to apply for a therapist, please apply in this address. Okay. So, because I don't have a husband that time, okay, I applied. Okay. So, good thing there is my boss, they were Japanese. Okay. And then, another good thing there is that I am not a therapist. They hired me as a Filipino side of trainer, a Filipino trainer side or a Filipino side trainer. Because Miss Kayoko is a Japanese side. Okay? So we have this Pinoy and Japanese side of trainer. Okay? So So they trained me lots of techniques because they were Japanese, and uh then that the our big boss, uh she usually wants to put up a school. Okay,
So we had a school, we had this students from Japan, no, exclusive for Japanese only. That is that training school. That's exclusive for Japanese only. And then, that big boss wanted me to resign to that company because I am connected in the a certain company, no, which owned by this big boss, but there's a lot of owner there. So the Pinoy, the management is Pinoy. Okay, to make the story short, uh, I've been I've been removed in the company. Okay, so then Miss Kayoko was the one who bring me to another Japanese company. She's the one who brought me to the another Japanese boss. Okay, and that's our uh how can I say, we that I my first word I my first job to Miss Kayoko was researching. Okay. So it is that
Good morning, sir.
doon nag-start yung journey ko as a researcher. Okay.
Wait,
Go ahead.
I just want to greet Sir Brian Ellicott and Jared Crow. Good morning to everyone, and I'm with Nora. So thank you very much, Ma'am Nora. No, so with regards to that, I learned
Hello.
you have a chance of conducting research together with Kayoko.
Yes, yes,
Can you
yes.
tell some story of your first experience in conducting research on Hilo before you meet me?
Okay. Uh my first journey in researching Hilot was in Naga. Okay. Uh there's a lot of traditional healers in Naga. And I can say that I don't it's disgusting the way of their, because they were, in Naga, that's Bicol region. Ah, their way of healing there, or conducting uh uh preparation of their healing process is disgusting, because remember, I don't know if you know danganga.
Mm-hmm. Better.
Danganga, they have, yeah, okay. So they have the leaves there, they have like the powder. I don't know what's the name of those, the apog, and then they have it's like stone, okay. And then they put it on their mouth, and then they chew it for like 5 minutes or so. And then uh they, after chewing for 5 minutes or 10, they were just they put it, the saliva, they put it in there, and then they they put it in your abdomen. Yes, yes, yes,
So
yes,
they
it's
don't
true.
use oil.
Miss Kayoko, no, they don't use oil. Miss Kayako was the one who received that kind of treatment, because I am holding my camera for documentation. And as a seeing, no, it's like, oh my god, oh my god. So now our next journey is when we went to Sikihor. Okay, so Sikihor is, it's really great experience. You know, there's a lot of different uh, traditional healers that I've been encountered. The one is using like with the bolo bolo. You have a clear a glass of water in water in a clear glass, and then they have stick, and then they're just like
Straw.
They're just like, yeah.
Straw.
And then, yes, straw that made of wood. I don't know. Bamboo. Yes,
Or
bamboo. Yes,
papaya tube.
yes. And one experience also was that egg. The egg, sir.
Egg.
I experienced the egg.
What to
Opo.
do to
Not tawas ha. Not tawas. Um, this egg, uh, you you will just put it in the area where your problem. Where is your problem? Like my problem is actually I'm healthy, no? I'm healthy. It was just my hypertension due to my preeclampsia delivery. So I don't know where can I put that egg. No, but then again, basta sir, hawak ang egg and then like if you have a stomach pain, you will just put the egg in your stomach
Hmm.
and then yung pag nabasag yung egg, ibig sabihin, pag hindi nabasag yung egg pala, ibig sabihin, ah, meron kang problem stomach.
So you are
Meron
going
kang
to
internal problem.
hit the egg on the body part that has problem.
Yes,
So it means
yes.
if the egg crashes, you are normal, right?
You're normal.
So if it
Uh-huh,
doesn't sleep,
yes.
it means you have
Which
problem.
you have problem internal. So it's just around what's the organ around stomach, spleen, small and
Just
large intestine,
stomach, liver,
and so on.
pancreas. Actually, that reminds me of a treatment method done by Lakay. Lakay, can you come in front of the camera and explain that egg magic treatment?
Mhm.
So,
Sige.
sorry. Based on
Good
my
evening, Sir Lakay.
good evening, Ma'am Nora. So about
Good
the treatment
evening,
for
sir.
the egg, we call it as a egg magic. So we use the egg and we
Mm-hmm.
will put it in the specific area, especially body parts,
Yeah,
if you feel pain on that. Because based on the egg is sticky, so the egg has the ability to absorb all the negative energies or even the sickness. Yeah. But most
yeah.
of the time, after we use the egg for scrubbing to the specific area, we will put it on the altar and then wait
Mm-hmm.
that the nature accept that egg through accidentally broken, or if there's some
Yeah,
animal put on the eye, run or go to the altar and then accidentally touch the egg and it broken. So it means na the spirit will take the sickness. Ano. So that's how
mm-hmm. Okay.
egg magic works. Yeah.
So what happened to your egg, Ma'am Nora?
No, it was not me. It's Miss Kayoko.
I'm
Oh,
scared.
she doesn't have egg.
Ah, no, because she's sick, di ba? She has a polyp, remember? Yeah.
Oh,
So, yes, it's yes. And she believed that. Yeah.
it
And
works.
uh it worked. It worked to her. Yeah. And she believed that. She believed that. And then the other healer we went through, yeah, she used oil. Very, very old lady. You know, she used oil. Just hilot lang talaga. And again, because I'm the in charge of the camera, so again, Miss Kayoko was the one who took the hilot again.
Mm.
And our last destination to that was uh the black magic. Actually, we didn't go there. Black magic, just hearsays lang, But it was already prohibited, the black magic. But Miss Kayoko was really interested during that time because yeah. But I think yung pinagbawal na yung black magic sa Sikihor kasi I heard the story. We heard the story when we went there. Parang Japanese din sir yung ano, yung anyway, I just don't mention the nationality. There's a one nationality that gusto niyang makita na magpalabas ng ahas, yung isang black magic healer. But just for the benefit of the doubt, babayaran. Babayaran daw siya ng something. And then later on, hindi naman siya binayaran.
Okay.
So, yung tapos parang parang yung ahas na pinalabas niya, parang yun din yung sumira doon sa nag-cheat na client, something ganun. And then last na yung when we went to Capitolio.
I remember
And
you have this booklet from the Capitol government, no?
yes. Because I really admire the Sikihor government, no? Especially the city governor, because the tourists, they ask the tourists, so what's your purpose here? Why are you coming to our small island, blah blah blah. And well, our purpose is to gather interviewing those manghihilot, and they give us the list of manghihilot.
Wow,
Almost 3,000 list. I don't know where is that list. I think it's in Miss Kayoko.
I think so.
And yeah. And we asked who among the 3,000 who is the best, who is the well-known, right? Yun yung pinuntahan namin. So we went to different, Sigihor, I think there were 7 towns. So we went only 4 because the rest, wala na nga. Yung black magic, wala na. They were in the different towns of the Sikihor. And then our last destination was again in Capitolio because Miss Kayoko, she's interested in buying the love potion, Yon. Oh, where are you guys? Hala, nasaan na sila? Where are you guys?
No video. Yan, nawala kami, Ma'am Noga.
Ayan.
Na nga, akala ko iniwan nyo na ako mag-isa Sasayaw na sana ako Okay.
No, it's just 7:33 p.m. So we still have 22 minutes of going live. Naglobat kasi yung phone nila kay.
Ah, okay.
So tuloy na ang kwento, no?
Yeah, that's the last thing we do. We went to to Capitolio and we bought the love potion, etc., etc., etc. Yeah. And yes, I think so. And the second time when we went to Sikihor with you na, remember?
With me ba?
That's yeah, with you. It's with you na. That's yung no. That's April. Yung exhibit ng mga traditional healers. Remember?
I remember that. Yes. I remember.
Mm.
So yun na ba yung simula ng ng healing festival?
Ha? Saan?
Sa Sikihor.
Oh my God! Ginagawa yan every sir.
Oo nga. Pero di ba kasi dati wala? Bago lang siya
Meron, di ba? That's I think April 5, nakita ko sa Miss K.
Oh. Hindi, pero yung tradition, because before, parang naging bago nga, di ba? Parang, I think, is ginawaan ng provincial government ng Sikihor na gawing tourism siya ang Healing Festival. Parang bago lang.
Every 1 month.
Every Holy Week. So
Holy Week. Every Holy Week.
It's not only every April or March. So yun yung Holy
Week. Yeah, Holy Week nga sir because April Holy Week nung pumunta tayo eh. Yeah, every Holy Week.
So after ng baba, nakwento man na yung pupunta ng Sikihor. What is the reason why you and Kayoko decided to study with me? Why did you search for me?
She wanted to have certificate, a national certificate.
So that's
and she wanted to learn hilot. It's not a typical hilot. She wanted to learn a different hilot.
So that we could say authentic hilot, right?
Yes.
But
and searching. Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Searching what?
Searching, looking in the computer. Okay, oops. I saw human hair, blah, blah, blah. Okay, sige, maybe. And then, Ma'am Grace, Ma'am Grace, she's talkative. Okay, Reverend. Okay, sige, we'll see, we'll try. That's according to Miss Waike.
But I was not yet reverend by that time when you meet me, di ba? Pero from that time, we work together. We work together as therapists, and then we work together as fellow trainer, right? And not only
sir. Pero your assessor ka na nun eh. And you're studying na, you finish studied na your alternative achuchuchu in Saint Augustine?
No,
Francis?
Divine College.
Francis, yes.
No.
Yeah, you have that.
A trainer and assessor in human care. No, I'm already a graduate of alternative medicine. Pero
yes.
the story that you are telling me right now is you and Kayoko became my student and you graduate and you
Yes.
get a certificate. But when you graduate,
Yes.
we become fellow trainer and assessor in Cavite. So what I want to ask you right now, no? So after those times that we are together, that I left you in Cavite, what happened to Hilot in Cavite?
What
That
happened to
I
Hilot
think
in
that is
Cavite?
2013 or
Ah,
2014 ba yun?
2014,
13?
13, between 13 and 14.
So what happened by that time?
Be, ah, so the company was closed, right?
Uh-huh.
Or what do you mean? When the company was closed or when the
Yeah,
company was
we're
still
closed. No, it's
okay?
already closed.
So,
So I left you in Cavite as
yeah,
trainer and assessor of Hilot.
yes, it was the hilot of the Hilot Wellness Massages Cavite is very, very uh, well known during that time.
Yeah, of course.
And
Ora, Apu.
yes, and you know naman our way of teaching. I'm saying that in my way of teaching, I'm not satisfied only in the standard, no? What was the standard? Uh, I'm not satisfied to that. Yung mga na-experience ko, sir, during our trip, no, with Miss YK, wala na, nandito na yun eh. Nandito na siya. It was in my mind na, it was in my soul na. So inexplore ko na yun, no? And by doing those techniques, I give a big heart to that. I always give a big heart in showing all my techniques. And I believe that these techniques will heal you. These techniques, do not forget these techniques because sooner or later you will gonna use this in first in your family and then second in your business. So that's it. And it was just ha
Sige, go ahead. You finish your statement.
it's just sad thing that uh there's a lot of graduates there. There's a lot of graduates there no way back. uh I don't know where are they now.
Probably they are
I don't know.
successful. You know the
Eh, eh,
status of it. It can be ano. Pero I know Ma'am Nora, ito is
mm,
another question. What is because right now Hilot is very popular around the world. You know it,
okay.
right? And you experience it because people are coming here to study Hilot. I
Okay.
want
Yeah.
to know what is
Mm,
your opinion if because if there is a school that is going to establish in different countries, what would
mm.
be benefit for? Is it good that a health school will be established on different country rather than the Philippines?
Of
What do you
course, we
think
have
are the
lots.
benefits of that?
Oh, why is it only in the Philippines? That's why we have Philippine Embassy in US, we have Philippine Embassy in Saudi Arabia, we have Philippine Embassy all over the world. And we have Filipinos all over the world. Okay? If if the Thai massage, if the shiatsu massage, they exported it, why we don't export our own product which is hilot?
Actually, that is what I
Okay?
want to know, Laura. na parang it is true na okay, you have mentioned about Thai massage, no? Thai massage is originated on Thailand, no? And
Mm.
here in the Philippines, we could see many Thai massage center. But
Mm.
unfortunately, when you get inside a Thai massage center, you cannot experience the authentic Thai massage because it was
No.
custom right now to make a combination massage.
Mm.
The use of
Mm.
uh, they use Swedish massage, shiatsu, and they combine it
Mm.
with Thai massage. So the authenticity
Mm.
of Thai massage is not well. For example, on my
Mm.
part, I went to a Thai massage center. Then I said, I
Mm.
want 1 hour Thai massage. But the problem here, what I noticed is the receptionist discouraged me to take the Thai massage. No? The Thai
Mm.
massage. But instead,
Bakit daw?
it's much better to use to avail the Swedish massage. No? So comparing to Thai.
Okay.
So on my part, as Hilot Academy, no, you may say that I am a purist, that I want, if we are going to have a center, it should be a Hilot center. So the problem
Mm. Yeah,
with those
I
people
agree.
who are establishing schools of Hilot, no, they will employ unemployed citizens of different countries. So
Yeah.
in terms of pricing, how much is the cost of Hilot here in the Philippines? The authentic Hilot, no, you are just going to give 50 cents, or in terms of dollar, what is the half dollar in America? I don't know. So I'll just choose $1, 50 pesos for the cost of it
Mm.
here, no? Because like what said, it is treatment that can be done. Pero if they offer Hilot in the United States, in Canada,
Mm.
in Hong Kong, in Japan, how much is the cost? No? I think the cheapest massage in outside the Philippines is 40 US dollars. But 40 US dollars
Yeah,
is
I think.
much in the Philippines. I
Mhm.
have still many issues to tell about our status, no, on Hilot. Pero
A lot.
there's a
A
lot.
lot of
But this
issues.
is the reason why teaching Hilot is very important. No? It is very important so that people will understand what is the concept of healing. It's not only the massage, but actually, I
Mm.
want to take this opportunity, Manora, no, to share. Would you
Yeah.
agree that the principles governing healer is under the principle of kapwa and malasakit? Do you understand the kapwa and malasakit, Ma'am Nora?
Kapwa and malasakit.
Yes. Do you agree
It's
with that?
like a donation.
Mhm.
It's like a donation.
Again, ano nga
The
sabi?
kapwa malasakit. It's like a donation.
Yes, it's like on a donation base, no? Actually,
Donation.
no, it's kapwa means for us, no. The definition of kapwa is kaputol ng kaluluwa. It is our connection with
Okay.
the people, no. The reason
Okay.
why we heal because we are connected
Oh,
with
that's
people, and the one
okay.
that push us to heal is because of malasakit or compassion. So the treatment
Mm.
goes on trust, no?
Hello, Sir
And
Brian.
because you are trusting the person, no, you do not mind if that person will give something
Mm.
in terms of monetary.
Or,
That's why we just
or
only
not.
read on how much money they can
Mm.
really give to them. And because of
Mm.
malasakit, it's not only us who give malasakit to the patient, but also the patient
Mhm.
going to give malasakit to that person by paying that time
Mhm.
and energy that you consume for the treatment. No? So that's
Mm.
why I think, no, in the Philippines, there are no manghihilot that get rich because the price value is based on kapwa ang malaki.
Mm.
Because you are my
Oh,
neighbor,
yes.
okay, I'll give you. I know your status. I could not charge you high amount because
Yeah.
the
Mm.
daily living, ano ba yan? The expenses of daily living here is too little
Mm.
that you cannot consume 500 pesos because every day is 500
Mm.
pesos yung daily salary, no? So that
Mm.
500 pesos will be divided not only to one person, but also to five mouths or many more, no?
Mm.
Oh, in the US,
It,
advancing
it's also, sir.
sliding scale.
Yeah, I agree. In additional to that also, sir, we have this so-called a barter system,
Hmm.
right? I experienced that when I did hilot here to children, the grandmother, it's just along the street. The grandmother just gave me a dozen of 3-in-1 coffee,
Actually, that is the concept
and then
of a company. We
yeah,
do not
yes,
worry about
yes.
tomorrow because we don't worry of tomorrow because our neighbor, in times of our need, we could ask
Oh,
neighbor, we heal you. Can I have a, one sack of rice or one plastic bag of rice that we could use?
uh,
But the neighbor will say,
uh-huh,
no, you can eat with us. So that is
uh,
parang concept of trust and,
mhm,
compassion and trust. But the problem
mhm.
nowadays, no, that value of compassion is uh, is changed into pagsasamantala or taking advantage.
See, yes,
That's
it's no
why
longer applied the what so-called the barter system or the kapwa malasakit. There's no more kapwa malasakit anymore. But sir, ano lang ha, just for your information lang, in some areas, there's still kapwa malasakit, you know. There's still kapwa malasakit, I think. Hindi siya naalis.
and I
Some
believe
areas rural areas.
in your
Ha?
place because 'di ba you have neighbor na married can I
Yeah.
have can
Yes.
I buy
Yes.
oil, cooking oil or something.
Eh, yes.
So
So
we go to the Philippines.
I received coffee, 1 kilo of dalandan, and ano, yun, mga pagkain. And it's good.
And
Actually, it's okay. Yeah.
the positive comment that I received from Carolina, our student from California, she said that
Oh,
uh, yes,
is she
Sir
watch?
Brian,
Is she
we are just
is
going
she
to
watching?
na para
Is she watching
I
now?
think so. I think so. Carolina is watching, and she might be sad now. The good thing that she experienced in learning Hiloti in the Philippines is not that she does not only learn the technique, but also the lifestyle of the Filipino people. But okay, it's
Exactly.
already 7:52, no? By 7:55, we will have a donation break so that we could have transition from us to Sir Brian Alecot, no? And he will start this program by 8 p.m. So for now, Ma'am Nora, can you tell
Yeah.
me your activities? Can you invite her? Can you invite the people to come to the Philippines and learn the remedial hilo? Invite.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. Everyone who's watching this rest streams, please enroll at the Hilot Academy Binabaylan. Please learn our technique, not only remedial, no, but also a technique from Apo and Lakay. Also remedial because uh, remedial is just, again, I am proud to say that Hilot remedial for only 5-10 minutes maximum, you will heal. So that's the only thing I assure you. So please come visit us anyway. Sir Apu and Sir Lakay is there, no? And I am proud that I am part of this team and this school, Hilot
And we are proud
Academy
to
of
have you.
Binabaylan.
And we are
So
proud to have
personally,
you here at Academy in Pinabaylan. And thank you very much, Ma'am Nora, for dropping by. And for now, it's already 7:54. Let's have a donation
yes.
break. And welcome, Sir Brian Alicott. So thank you very much, Ma'am Nora.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Morning.
Team here
Good
would like to thank you
morning.
for all of your support in assisting us in bringing a contingent of paladins to the Parliament of the World's Religions in Chicago, Illinois, August of this year. We are trying to raise $10,000 to assist with the basic needs of housing, food, and travel expenses. Here are some words from the members of the event team on why it is important that we reach that goal.
Pam Kelly. I am a member of the Sacred Order of Paladins, and I am here to tell you about why are we doing a telethon and how you can help us. Well, let me show you. Let me show you what's in the future. This weekend, Friday, 5 p.m. on Eastern Time, all the way till the 7th of May, which is Sunday at 7. We'll be doing 50 hours of magic and community, lots of shows, lots of guests. But what is it all for? Well, I'd love to show you about it rather than just tell you about it. We are planning to go to Chicago, the Parliament of the World's Religions. It's happening this August, and there's going to be leaders from all sorts of faiths there, as well as leaders from both the Correllian tradition. Circle Sanctuary will be there, and it's the place to be. And it's a place for us to be part of the conversation. This year, it's going to be a call to conscience, defending freedom and human rights, something that's very important to the pagan community, and also part of why we're paladins. We want to defend people, we want to protect people, and we want to be there to show a positive part of what we do as pagans. So please help us. This is happening in August, and we're trying to do what we can to raise money. And our biggest part of the campaign is this weekend. It is the road to the Parliament. So like I said, we'll be around all weekend long with lots of entertainment and shows and ways for community. So you're invited to be part of that. But also don't forget to donate if you can. The best way to donate, there's two ways, is to go to Correllians.live/donate. And here are chances for you just to give an amount. And you can give credit to one of our paladins here, or none, just give it to all of us. We don't get the money, but it makes us feel nice. You know, we don't have a competition going on yet, but who knows? But it'll be friendly, obviously. The other way to do it is givebutter.com, givebutter.com/C/Correllians live. And here, not only can you donate, but you can get some more information on why we're doing this. Also, where you can watch this on Pagan World TV, on Roku, Magic TV on YouTube, or streaming live on the web at Correllians.live. And you can share this. This is a good thing too. You can share this link with other people. Not only does it give you the opportunity to donate, but here's where we have the option. We're going to have plenty of items to bid upon, and you can start the bidding on Friday. It's going to be fun. There's all sorts of things. A 15-minute tarot reading with First Priest, Most Reverend Phoenix Coffin Williams. That's great. All these different readings here. Look at that chainmail pentacle wall hanging. Who would want that? I see a bidding war unrolling, unveiling, becoming a thing this weekend. A numerology chart. You know, I don't know if I should look at this right now. I can't bid yet, but we will be bidding all during the event. So please join us and please donate. We really would like to be at the Parliament here, manifesting vibes, and support the Paladins on our road to the Parliament. Thank you so much for listening and being part of this monumental effort and historical effort. So thank you. Blessings.
Hi, I'm Reverend Mary Hawk, and I am a member of the Sacred Order of the Paladins. Why are we going to the 2023 Parliament of World's Religions? Because representation matters. It's important that pagans be there to show that we are a growing tradition, that we are a viable religion, and we need to take our seat among other world religions.
From all of us here at the 2023 Correllians Live Telethon, we want to thank you again for your support. Please be sure to check out Divination Alley and get yourself a reading. Or check out our online auction that is overflowing with wonderful craft items, books, and services for sale. Remember, our goal is to raise $10,000, so please help us spread the word about the event, our cause, and be sure to stay tuned for more. So thank you all again, and may you all blessed be. Enjoy the telethon.